Entry benefits are automatically distributed. At Chiefing Residential Area, 4:23 a.m. Lu Chen sat up abruptly in bed, cold sweat drenching the hair on his forehead. It was that strange nightmare again. The sky shattered, the earth split apart, mountains crumbled. Before he could recover, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated violently, its buzzing tearing through the silence of the room. Lu Chen pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples and grabbed the phone with irritation. He was puzzled. Who would call him at this hour? Didn't they know he had morning anger? The moment he saw the screen, his irritation froze instantly. It wasn't a call. It was a line of blood-red text so thick it seemed ready to bleed right out of the screen. Global Doomsday Catastrophe Countdown, 19 hours, 12 minutes. White fog descends, order collapses, all living beings suffer. Catastrophe? Lu Chen sneered, full of disdain. What era was this, still using such cheap virus tricks? Trying to scam him with a fake system? No way. He had 2 phones. His daily one was packed with security software to protect his hard-earned money from viruses. So this virus had clearly targeted the wrong device. But the next second his smug smile froze. No, the daily phone was fine, but this backup phone, full of saved files, had no backup. Lu Chen stared hard at the screen, locked it, rebooted, force shut down. After all that, the red line of text was welded onto the display, unmoving. Stubborn as himself, frowning, Lu Chen was about to remove the battery when the text on the screen changed again. Do you wish to claim the Doomsday Survival Pack? Yes. Hey. It'll give you a yes your damn way. Lu Chen's lips twitched, dark lines covering his forehead. Did they think he skipped elementary school? Furious, he reached to pry off the phone's back cover, but his finger slipped and accidentally tapped the OK button. ZZT. A spark leaped from the phone, striking Lu Chen directly. His whole body went numb, darkness swallowed his vision, and he collapsed straight to the floor, completely unconscious. Sunlight crept over the windowsill, falling onto Lu Chen's eyelids. He snapped his eyes open, pushed himself up from the floor, and rubbed the sore back of his head. Then a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Infinite check-in system bound successfully. Today's check-in reward, refreshed Waha mineral water, 100 bottles, durian-flavored, crispy biscuits, 50 packs. Ding. Host's first check-in special, unlimited level newbie reward issued. Draw successful. Congratulations, host obtained a portable space. 150 cubic meters. All supplies have been issued to System Space. Note: System Space can only store check-in rewards. Once taken out, cannot be redeposited. Next check-in time tomorrow, 8:00 a.m. A flood of information rushed into Lu Chen's brain. He paused for half a second, then finally snapped to. A tinge of unreality colored his eyes, but the solid existence of the system space in his mind told him plainly the system was real. And the doomsday was real too. Scenes of zombie sieges and collapsed order flashed through his mind, his heart racing with panic. Lu Chen clenched his fists, took a deep breath. After a few seconds, he turned his attention to the system space. He ignored the water and biscuits, his eyes fixed only on the 150 cubic meter portable space. Good stuff. Just in time to stock up before the apocalypse. As a veteran reader of web novels, he understood the value of a portable space. With a thought from Lu Chen, a metal ball the size of a quail's egg instantly appeared in his palm. Wasn't this supposed to be like in the novels? He called the system in his mind a few times but got no response. Just as he was about to try blood bonding, the metal ball in his hand suddenly turned into golden light and whooshed into his chest. Lu Chen instinctively covered his chest. No pain, only a gentle warmth spreading through. Concentrating again, he clearly sensed a vast empty space of 150 cubic meters inside his body. He double-checked the system prompts, distinguishing the boundaries between the two spaces. The system's built-in check-in reward storage slot was locked. Only items from daily check-ins could go in, and once taken out couldn't go back in. But this 150 cubic meter portable space was entirely under his control with no storage restrictions. That one realization swept away most of the remaining unreality in Lu Chen's mind. He wasn't a stranger to dreams of turning his luck around. Growing up in an orphanage, he had never known what it felt like to have someone to rely on. During a snowstorm, when he was 7, the orphanage ran out of food for 3 days. He curled up in a corner of the hallway, watching other kids eat biscuits and bread, secretly brought by relatives, while he could only scrape plaster off the wall and swallow saliva, too weak even to cry from hunger. He remembered that feeling etched into his bones. Later he grew up and left the orphanage, worked in factories, carried bricks, and finally became a food delivery rider for 5 years. Through wind and rain, running on melting asphalt in the scorching noon, falling with his scooter on icy intersections in freezing snow nights, being cursed at by customers, trapped in shops by merchants. He had endured every kind of hardship. Years of delivering food hadn't saved him much money, but they had shown him the coldness and boundaries of human nature more clearly than anyone. He had seen usually friendly neighbors fight over half a cabbage during a lockdown. Seen luxury car owners report a rider until his account was banned over a few yuan delivery fee. Also seen a penniless homeless man give his only umbrella to a mother holding a baby in a rainstorm. He knew too well once the rules were gone, when people were starving to the bone, what they were capable of. Before, his only wish was to save enough money to buy a little apartment. Even just 20 or 30 square meters. In this concrete city, to have a real home of his own, never to wander again, never to live under others' scrutiny. Now the apocalypse was coming. He understood. The house, the credit record, the savings. All the things he'd fought for, in a few hours might become worthless garbage. In the end, what keeps a person alive is only the food in hand, clean water, the ability to protect oneself, and a clear understanding of human nature. Lu Chen clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. He would never go back to the days when he was starving, helpless, and pushed around as a child. This time he would seize every chip to survive. Not just to live through the apocalypse, but to live more steadily and better than anyone else. A fierce glint burned in Lu Chen's eyes. He punched the wall. He would become a man above men. If possible, he would rather experience the feeling of lying drunk in the arms of a beautiful woman and waking to hold the world in his hands as described in novels. And with the help of the system, all of this might not be impossible. Lu Chen's heart burned with passion. But then, thinking of something, his eyes darkened. He opened the mobile banking app and looked at the balance. Less than 30,000 yuan in total. This was what he had saved over the years by working hard as a food delivery driver and pinching every penny. Lu Chen frowned deeply. This amount of money was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, if he wanted to buy survival supplies and fill the entire space. Then Lu Chen's eyes brightened with renewed spirit. I may have no money, but I can borrow. After all, in this world, for every bad person there are also good people. At this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. He took out his phone, opened the app store, and began downloading software in a flurry. His fingers flew across the screen. Legitimate online loan platforms, credit card reserve funds, and even those unlicensed black market loan apps. He didn't spare a single one. After all, tomorrow is the apocalypse. Laws will collapse, the credit system will be void. However much he could skim now would be pure profit. 40,000, 50,000, 80,000, 120,000. In just half an hour, his bank balance jumped from 420,000 to 487,000. If it weren't for that notorious social influencer, a few years back, who led the entire village to get rich by exploiting online loans, causing many lending companies to develop a psychological shadow and tighten credit checks. Lu Chen felt he could have skimmed even more. Watching the series of numbers, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize his back was soaked with cold sweat. That's right. Seeing the numbers skyrocket like a rocket, Lu Chen felt no thrill of sudden wealth. Instead, a sense of extreme unreality and absurdity washed over him. He now felt a belated panic. If the apocalypse didn't come tomorrow, he would have taken out all those loans and the rest of his life would be ruined. He would be completely finished. Lu Chen closed his eyes and once again sensed the presence of the system within him, as well as the space he could feel anytime. Only then did he gradually calm his inner unease and fear. Taking a deep breath to suppress the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lu Chen then took out a piece of paper and began to plan carefully. He wanted to list all the supplies he could think of. After all, sharpening the axe won't delay the chopping. It would prevent panic and missing items when he got to the market. This included basic staples: oil, water, fresh vegetables and fruits, fresh meat and frozen products, canned goods and dry rations, medicine, fuel and energy, daily necessities, weapons and protective gear, cigarettes and alcohol and other consumables. He even included generators, solar panels, and some repair tools. Everything was planned according to the highest specifications he could imagine. After all, reality was still reality. Even though he now had a system, he was still just an ordinary person. As for being like the protagonists in movies and novels who turn danger into safety and survive against all odds, he didn't dare to think about it. So his life was the priority. Besides, he didn't know exactly what the apocalypse would bring. The system only hinted at white mist, leaving him completely in the dark. Lu Chen hastily wrote for half an hour, occasionally pulling out his phone's calculator to tally. To his surprise, the nearly 500,000 yuan he had just skimmed wasn't enough. He couldn't help but sigh to the sky, rubbing his aching brow. Truly, a single coin can defeat a hero. Well, let's just go with this for now. Lu Chen muttered to himself. There was still most of the day left. If he could buy all these things, it would already be good enough. The cold sweat on his body was extremely uncomfortable. Lu Chen decided to take a shower before heading out to clear his head, then immediately go out to stock up. With his mind full of supplies wearing only a pair of shorts, he pushed open the bathroom door without thinking. The next second he froze on the spot, staring straight at a certain spot. Only one thought filled his mind. So white, so tender, so. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Wanqing was sitting on the toilet, phone in hand, her big eyes wide open, looking at Lu Chen, who had suddenly barged in, and his strong, robust physique. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she was completely stunned. They stared at each other for a few seconds, the air itself seeming to freeze. From Lu Chen's perspective, visibly the girl's pretty face rapidly turned red, spreading to her entire body, and even steam seemed to rise from her head. Then a piercing scream shattered the silence of the bathroom. "Ah! Lu Gaochen, you pervert! You scumbag! Close the door, you!" Jiang Wanqing then grabbed a roll of toilet paper and hurled it fiercely at Lu Chen. Lu Chen snapped back to reality and took one more glance. Then he quickly shut the bathroom door with a bang, his back pressed tightly against the wall. He touched his nose, feeling a little awkward. Well, why is this girl at home today? Lu Chen took out his phone and checked the time again. Then he realized it was Saturday and the girl had just gotten out of school. Who knew so many things would happen today? His mind was full of the apocalypse and stockpiling, so he had completely forgotten. That's right. The apartment Lu Chen lived in was also rented a half-room, and he had been living there for almost 5 or 6 years. Who would have thought that a year ago, the landlord told him a new roommate was coming? At that time, Lu Chen didn't think much of it. Come if you want, at least there would be company so he wouldn't be lonely sometimes. But that night, when he returned from delivering food, he found an extremely beautiful girl in the apartment. No cliché drama happened. The girl was easy to talk to, had a good personality, and never looked down on him for being a delivery driver. Sometimes when she came home from school and didn't want to go out with friends, she would ask Lu Chen to bring her food, and of course she paid for it, sometimes even adding a tip. Over time, they became familiar. Sometimes at home, the girl would dress casually, not treating him like a man at all. He had hinted to her more than once to be more modest. But guess what the girl said? She said that someone had the heart but not the guts. This remark made Lu Chen so angry that he didn't want to talk to her for days, because he really didn't dare. But that was before, and now is now. A person may be incapable at times, but not forever. Just as Lu Chen was still pondering, the bathroom door was yanked open. A girl like a celestial maiden stepped out timidly. She wore a light gray knitted top, revealing her fair skin and delicate collarbones, her chest heaving with rapid breaths. Her flat, snow-white abdomen and acute navel were exposed. Below, she donned light gray home sports shorts, her slender thighs dazzlingly white. Jiang Wanqing had already adjusted her clothes, her pretty face flushed to the ears, her hair still slightly messy. Seeing Lu Chen still standing by the bathroom door, seemingly in a daze, she grew even more furious. Was this bastard savoring the scene from just now? Pervert. Fuming, Jiang Wanqing strutted over to Lu Chen with her hands on her slender waist. Her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger, she scolded Lu Chen, "Are you insane? Don't you know to knock before entering the bathroom? You pervert. I bet you did it on purpose." Before Lu Chen could answer, the girl let out a delicate snort, shot him a fierce glare, and stepped closer to him. "I'm asking you, what did you see just now?" Staring at the delicate face with fine fuzz and puffed-out cheeks, Lu Chen was not afraid but found her rather adorably playful. However, her words left him speechless and exasperated. How the hell was he supposed to answer that? Was he supposed to tell her he saw everything he should and shouldn't have seen? Even mention the color and pattern of her panties? Instead of backing down, Lu Chen stepped forward, closing in on Jiang Wanqing, causing her to hastily retreat a step. Before she could speak, he flashed a mischievous grin. "How about I let you take a look too? That way we're even." He figured, since Head already seen what was the big deal. Head just let her look back. Lu Chen thought to himself. As his words fell, Jiang Wanqing's mouth, just about to open, froze. She seemed stunned by his outrageous response. The girl's cool eyes inadvertently glanced downward, then she said in a somber tone, "Forget it, I'm afraid it'll get styes." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately became agitated. "Hey sis, if you're going to insult me, fine, but why the personal attack? Every time he used a public restroom, honestly no man dared stand next to him. Why? Because they feared feeling inadequate." Just as Lu Chen was about to prove himself to the girl, Jiang Wanqing let out a delicate snort, rolled her eyes at him, and padded away in her slippers into her room, her movements seemingly flustered. Lu Chen stroked his chin, feeling a bit emotional. This girl was just too adorable. He really liked her. With that thought, he quickly headed into the bathroom. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the bathroom, similar to the scent on Jiang Wanqing. Lu Chen didn't dwell on it, quickly washed up, changed clothes, and prepared to go out. As he was about to leave, a thought struck him. Since he was short on money, why not borrow some from that girl? Even a little would be better than nothing. From his usual observations, the girl's quality of life wasn't bad. What baffled Lu Chen was why such a beautiful and wealthy girl would choose to share a roof with a man like him. Wouldn't it be nicer to find a better apartment? Knock knock. Lu Chen rapped on Jiang Wanqing's bedroom door, and within seconds it opened. Jiang Wanqing looked at him warily, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What now, you pervert? Lu Chen ignored her displeased tone and cut straight to the chase. I urgently need some money. Can you lend me some? Don't worry, I'll pay you back double. With that, Lu Chen quietly gazed into her cool eyes. He didn't really expect Jiang Wanqing to lend him money, but he wanted to try anyway. What if she did? As his words ended, Jiang Wanqing paused, her eyes filled with doubt. Borrow money. How much do you need? The more the better, Lu Chen said unabashedly. Hearing he wanted so much, the girl's pretty brow furrowed in surprise and confusion. You haven't gotten into trouble, have you? Needing money to flee? She wondered why Lu Chen seemed so off today. Head even skipped work and delivery runs for once. Usually he'd leave before 7 a.m. and not return until nearly 9 p.m. Yet today he'd stayed home all this time and was now asking her for money. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Jiang Wanqing's suspicious beautiful eyes locked onto Lu Chen, making him feel like a criminal. What the hell? Trouble? Flee? What's all this nonsense? He sighed inwardly. Seeing the girl seemed reluctant, Lu Chen decided not to press further, knowing he was asking too much. He then apologized for the earlier incident, turned, and pushed the door open to leave, leaving the girl with a nonchalant silhouette. She stood there feeling oddly bewildered, awaiting his explanation. Seriously, what's with this guy? Jiang Wanqing ground her teeth in frustration. She was just curious and wanted to ask, wasn't she? Oh well, since I'm kind-hearted, let me give you a little shock. She pulled out her Apple phone and opened WeChat. With her slender fingers, she tapped on the screen, and with a ding the transfer went through. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who had just entered the elevator, heard his phone chime. He pulled it out and saw it was from Jiang Wanqing. He opened it and exclaimed, "Holy crap." Lu Chen was stunned into silence, letting out a curse. On the phone screen, the transfer field showed a full 5 zeros starting with the number 3. A full 300000. Ding. The elevator doors opened again. A young, beautiful woman entered, pushing a stroller with a tiny pink baby inside. Lu Chen was still immersed in shock, a smile spreading across his face, as a warmth filled his heart. He hadn't expected the girl to be so wealthy and to give him so much. Without hesitation, Lu Chen sent Jiang Wanqing a thank you and immediately accepted the transfer. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, the girl replied, "Lu Dog Chen, remember to bring me dinner tonight. No problem, I'll bring it back for you, rain or shine." Lu Chen then sent a funny emoji and pocketed his phone. Honestly, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. WeChat transfers usually maxed out at 20000 per transaction, right? How could Jiang Wanqing transfer so much without verification? Was this the privilege of the rich? Feeling a bit bitter, Lu Chen was about to complain about the injustice when his attention was captivated by the beautiful sight before him. Bai Jie wore an off-white dress, her exposed skin as fair and smooth as jade, her figure tall and voluptuous. The hem of her skirt swayed slightly with the elevator's movement, her long, shapely legs glimpsed enticingly beneath, stirring a fervent heat in one's gaze. As if sensing Lu Chen's stare, Bai Jie raised her jade-like arm and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her exposed ear was small and delicate, tinged with a faint blush at the tip. She looked up at Lu Chen, her eyes curving into a warm smile. "Morning, Lu Chen." "Morning, Sister Bai." Lu Chen nodded and shifted sideways to make more room. His gaze fell on the sleeping infant in the stroller, and his heart stirred slightly. Bai Jie, 27, was his downstairs neighbor, having moved in only half a year ago. Their acquaintance was a coincidence. One day, as he entered the neighborhood after work, he received a rush order for a can of baby formula with the delivery address in his own complex. Figuring it was easy money, he took the order. To his surprise, the customer was his beautiful downstairs neighbor. Later, Bai Jie learned he was a delivery driver living upstairs and often asked him to bring baby supplies. Over time, they grew familiar. Yet Lu Chen had never seen her husband nor heard her mention him. Bai Jie was strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure and a gentle temperament. She possessed both the refined elegance of a mature woman and a soft maternal radiance. To someone like him, who had grown up lonely and destitute, she was utterly irresistible. To deny any thoughts would be a lie. In just a few months, she had appeared in his dreams far more often than Jiang Wanqing. Of course, he kept these thoughts hidden, his face betraying nothing. "Sister Bai taking the baby for a walk again?" Lu Chen asked casually, trying to break the awkward silence between them in the elevator. Bai Jie nodded with a smile, looking down at the baby in the stroller, her eyes softening with boundless tenderness. It's a beautiful day. I'm taking her downstairs to get some sun and fresh air. The elevator soon reached the first floor. Lu Chen held the door for her as she pushed the stroller out. After her gentle thanks, he strode out of the building. First he ducked into a restaurant in the complex, bought several large meat buns and a bottle of soy milk, paid, and walked toward the main gate while eating. By the time he reached the gate, the buns and soy milk were gone. He tossed the trash into a bin. Lu Chen turned to the cargo van parked at the entrance, found the key under one of its tires, opened the door and climbed in. He turned the key, started the engine, stepped on the gas, and sped off toward the largest agricultural and sideline products wholesale market in Wujiang City. He had rented the van on a platform for just 100 yuan a day. A bargain. Lu Chen noticed the tank was full, saving him the trouble of refueling and wasting time. He rented the van for transportation and to discreetly move supplies without drawing attention. As for grain, oil, and other staples, he had already rented a warehouse near the neighborhood and arranged for direct delivery. It was around 11:30 a.m., the busiest time at the wholesale market. The place was a cacophony of noise with a constant flow of small tricycles and haggling merchants. Lu Chen didn't force his way into the crowded main area. Instead, he turned onto a secluded side path, winding his way to a grain and oil wholesale shop. The shop owner, busy moving goods, hurried over. Boss, need rice flour oil. How much? Give me 2000 gene of rice, vacuum packed with the longest shelf life. Lu Chen's voice was calm and decisive. Also 500 gene of flour, same packaging, and 200 barrels of 5-liter cooking oil, peanut, soybean, and corn oil. The owner's calculator nearly slipped from his hand. A worker unloading goods nearby froze, losing his grip. With a crack, he threw his back out, wincing in pain and shooting Lu Chen a resentful look. Do you have the stock? How much? Lu Chen didn't bother explaining. Time was life to him now. Full payment upfront. Deliver it to Warehouse 3, West City Logistics Park, near Chiefing Residential Area, within 2 hours. Can you do it? If not, I'll find another. Yes. The owner snapped to realizing he had a big client. His smile nearly reached his ears as he furiously tapped his calculator. I'll give you the wholesale price, 17000 yuan total. I'll get the loading started right away. I'll be there in 2 hours. Without a word, Lu Chen scanned the QR code and paid in full, sending the warehouse address. 17000 yuan vanished in an instant, making his eyelids twitch with pain. But then he thought, when the apocalypse comes, money will be worthless. Only food and supplies will hold true value. With that, his regret faded. He repeated the process, visiting several more grain and oil shops, placing large orders at each. By the time he left the grain section, he had ordered 12 tons of rice, 1000 gene of flour, 900 barrels of oil, plus 200 boxes of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and a full batch of seasonings, spending a total of 100,000 yuan. Without lingering, he headed to the frozen goods section. He ordered 5000 gene of frozen pork, beef, and lamb, all vacuum-packed cuts like belly, ribs, and legs. Frozen chicken, duck, goose, fish, and shrimp added another 1000 gene. He also ordered 500 boxes each of frozen meatballs, dumplings, buns, and canned meat, fish, fruit, and vegetables. He also ordered 1000 gene of eggs and duck eggs. This batch cost another 110000 yuan, with the same 2-hour delivery to the West City warehouse. Next, he plunged into the vegetable, fruit, and dried goods sections. He stocked up on long-lasting items like potatoes, cabbage, radishes, pumpkins, and onions, as well as everyday vegetables like cucumbers, tomatoes, and green peppers. He bought large quantities of common fruits like apples, oranges, grapes, and mangoes, and even ordered imported fruits he had never splurged on before. The rest were various dried mushrooms, such as wood ear, shiitake, bean curd sticks, kelp, and other assorted items. There were also nuts and dried fruits like walnuts, almonds, peanuts, and pistachios. In short, Lu Chen took whatever caught his eye. This spree cost him nearly another 100,000 yuan. Next came drinking water. 5-liter jugs of purified water. He procured 3000 jugs along with 800 cases of bottled water, electrolyte drinks, sports beverages, and the like. Finally, after some thought, he added another 1000 jugs of lower quality suitable for bathing. These purchases cost nearly 700,000 yuan. Afterwards, he visited 3 major chain pharmacies in succession. He bought antipyretics, ibuprofen, antibiotics, cold medicine, antidiarrheals, iodine, gauze, bandages, and first aid kits. He cleared the shelves of every common medicine available at the pharmacies. He also purchased oxygen tanks, oxygen concentrators, and water purifiers, another 500,000 yuan gone in the blink of an eye. By a little after 2 in the afternoon, Lu Chen sat in warehouse No. 3 of the West City Logistics Park. Gazing at the supplies that filled the entire warehouse, he let out a long sigh of relief. Of the nearly 800,000 yuan in his bank account, less than 350,000 remained. Yet this warehouse full of provisions was his greatest assurance of survival in the apocalypse. He locked the warehouse door, confirmed no one was around, then walked toward the pile of supplies. As he passed, he exerted his will. The rice flour, oil, canned goods, frozen items, medicine, and fruits stacked in the warehouse vanished, as if swept away by an invisible hand. Box by box, bag by bag, they disappeared into the space within his world seed. In just a few minutes, the entire warehouse of supplies was cleared. The seed space was so packed that less than 40 cubic meters remained empty. Among these, the jugged water and fresh fruits and vegetables took up the most space. Fully half of the volume. Lu Chen almost regretted stockpiling so much. After all, he still had fuel, daily necessities, clothing, weapons, tools, and generators yet to acquire. But then Lu Chen silently scolded himself. Water and food would undoubtedly be paramount after the apocalypse. Who knew what would happen once doomsday descended? Would these fresh waters and crops still be potable, edible, or plantable? Thus, the more of these things, the better. With that thought, Lu Chen found a restaurant, ordered a serving of braised pork trotter rice, and ate his fill. Afterward, he got back in his car to continue procuring supplies. Next came fuel. 25 sealed iron drums each of gasoline and diesel, 20 liters per drum. Regular gas stations wouldn't sell such large quantities of loose fuel, but he had long since familiarized himself with several local fuel smugglers. With money in hand, the goods were quickly assembled. Afterward, he dashed into a shopping mall, running through every corner until he had bought everything remaining on his list. His money was nearly spent and the seed space was crammed to less than 15 cubic meters of free space. When Lu Chen on his way home picked up Jiang Wangqing's favorite tomato beef brisket rice bowl and an iced milk tea, it was already past 6 in the evening by the time he returned to the residential complex. The sunset had dyed the sky a tangerine hue. Residents returning from work came and went, filling the neighborhood with the warmth of everyday life. As he stepped into the building entrance, he collided with a young woman in a designer dress and high heels. The woman wore exquisite makeup with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was stunningly beautiful, but her eyes held an aloof disdain that kept others at arm's length, like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Lin Xie caught sight of Lu Chen clad in a faded t-shirt and jeans, dust clinging to him. Her brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of undisguised contempt flashing in her eyes, as if she had spotted something filthy. She sidestepped, careful not to let him brush against her. Lu Chen watched her haughty demeanor, feeling no stir within him. Almost amused. He had encountered this beautiful woman several times over the past few months. He had no idea when she had moved in, but every time they met she wore that same condescending air. It was a pity, though. In just a few hours, that designer outfit and so-called pride might not be worth half a loaf of bread in the face of the apocalypse's brutality. He almost looked forward to seeing how she would lower herself to beg when the time came. To be honest, aside from her pretty face, her figure was far less graceful than his roommate Jiang Wangqing's. The slight swell on her chest, charitably described as petite but bluntly like 2 small mounds. If not for that feature, Lu Chen might have suspected she was some minor internet celebrity cross-dressing as a woman. After all, some men these days, when dressed as women, understood male desires better than real women. He even followed several such accounts on his phone, including a major influencer named Gao Xing Yuan. With these random thoughts flitting through his mind, Lu Chen's face betrayed nothing. He brushed past her and walked straight into the elevator, pressing the button for the 16th floor. As the elevator doors slid shut, they also sealed off Lin Xie's scornful gaze. Leaning against the elevator wall, Lu Chen watched the floor numbers change, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. In less than 6 hours, the apocalypse would arrive. The key turned in the lock with a click, and Lu Chen pushed open the door to his apartment. At a glance, he saw Jiang Wangqing's bedroom door ajar, the sound of frantic keyboard clacking, and a girl's exasperated shouts spilling out. She was obviously gaming, fully absorbed, and hadn't noticed his return. That girl had a serious gaming addiction. Lu Chen grumbled inwardly. He placed the packed food and milk tea on the living room table, not bothering to call her. He knew better than to disturb someone in the middle of a game. He then headed to the bathroom for a thorough wash. After cleaning up, he felt refreshed, the day's fatigue considerably eased. Back in his room, Lu Chen concentrated. Large quantities of steel plates, wooden boards, an impact drill, and a hammer were taken out from his space and appeared on the floor. He then brought a stool to the window, picked up the drill and boards, and began drilling into the window frame. Amid the deafening drone, thick wooden planks were firmly nailed over the window, then covered with a layer of steel plates. A narrow observation slit was left in the entire window for easy monitoring of the outside. Finally, after a series of thumping sounds, the bedroom window was fully reinforced. By then, the sound of gaming from the next room had ceased. Lu Chen pushed open his bedroom door and stepped out. He saw Jiang Wanqing clad in a loose white coral fleece pajama set, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a lunchbox eating in small bites. Her delicate face still bore traces of lingering frustration. Chewing her food, she glared at her phone on the table, clearly venting her anger from a lost game on her meal. Her movements were so vigorous that the fullness exposed at her collar trembled with each motion. Under the living room light it gleamed with a snowy luster alluring as a block of pure white cheese making one yearn to. Lu Chen swallowed an imaginary gulp, suppressing the sinful thoughts in his mind, silently encouraging himself. No need to rush. All this would come in time. Over there Jiang Wanqing saw him too. A somewhat forced smile appeared on her delicate face as she hurriedly greeted him before lowering her head to bury herself in her meal, clearly still not over her anger. Lu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This girl was truly forthright. He shook his head, picked up a wooden board and an impact drill, and turned around to continue reinforcing the living room windows. The rhythmic thumping from beside her startled the girl from her thoughts. She lifted her doubtful eyes to watch Lu Chen, who was busy nailing boards by the window. Her delicate face was filled with confusion as she looked at the neatly arranged wooden boards, tools, and screws laid out on the floor. Lu Gaochen, why did you buy so much stuff? Are you renovating? Lu Chen was standing on a chair at that moment, one hand holding a board against the window frame, while the other wielded an electric drill, marking the right spots on the wall to drill holes. Hearing Jiang Wanqing's question, he replied without turning his head. There's a super typhoon tonight that will last several days. The winds will be fierce, and there will be power and water outages. I'm reinforcing the doors and windows so they don't get blown out. Typhoon. Jiang Wanqing was even more bewildered. She picked up her phone and opened the weather forecast. Impossible. It says here that the next week will be sunny with a high of 28 degrees. Where would a typhoon come from? There isn't even a heavy rain warning in the forecast. Have you been scammed? As soon as she finished speaking, both their phones suddenly vibrated wildly, displaying a pinned red emergency notice. The sender was unmistakably the Wujiang Meteorological Bureau. Emergency notice. From tonight through the next 3 days our city will experience historically rare torrential rains and winds exceeding force 10, with severe convective weather in some areas. All citizens are advised not to go out unless necessary. Stock up on drinking water, food, and emergency supplies in advance. Close doors and windows and prepare for wind and flood prevention. Jiang Wanqing stared at the notice on her phone, her large watery eyes wide with disbelief. She abruptly lifted her head to look at Lu Chen. You? How did you know in advance? This notice was just sent out, and you knew about the typhoon this morning. Lu Chen didn't pause his work. The electric drill whirred a few times as he nailed the board to the window frame. He merely smiled faintly at her words. I have a friend who works at the Meteorological Bureau. He mentioned it to me earlier. The excuse was flawless, and Jiang Wanqing indeed asked no further questions. Watching him busily moving about on the stool, she inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, a hint of gratitude rising in her heart. Thank goodness there was a man in the house, or otherwise just reinforcing these windows would have been something she as a girl wouldn't know how to handle. As the thought crossed her mind, Jiang Wanqing froze, then snapped back to reality with a look of urgency. Then Lu Chen, should I go downstairs now to stock up on water and food? Otherwise, when the typhoon comes tomorrow, we won't even be able to get out and it'll be too late. No need, Lu Chen replied casually, his hands still moving. I've already stocked up enough for both of us. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't let the girl go out at this time, not to mention how beautiful she was. Going out at night was dangerous enough. Moreover, during such a critical moment, the supermarkets would be packed with people, making it easier for conflicts to erupt over supplies. Hadn't they seen it a few years ago during the Fukushima nuclear wastewater incident? A mere rumor that sea salt was inedible had driven elderly shoppers in the supermarket to fight tooth and nail, some even getting injured. This was no different, especially with a real extreme weather warning. Jiang Wanqing was stunned again after hearing this. Watching Lu Chen's busy back, an indescribable peculiar feeling welled up in her heart. This usually quiet, somewhat cheeky roommate who came and went early seemed to have suddenly become different. Then Jiang Wanqing quickly wiped her mouth with a tissue, cleared the table in a few swift moves, and came over to Lu Chen's side. Without minding the dust on the wooden boards, she rolled up her pajama sleeves, extended her fair hand to pick up a board, and stood by the stool ready to hand it to Lu Chen at a moment's notice. As Lu Chen finished nailing one board and turned to step down, He looked down to see the girl holding a board, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. The scene genuinely caught him off guard, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. "Oh, aren't you afraid of dirtying your hands?" he teased as he took the board from her. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully at him, her delicate nose twitching as she muttered, "Lu Chen, do you really think I'm that useless? So inconsiderate." "Of course not." Lu Chen quickly laughed it off, afraid that the next second the board in her hand might come flying at his head. "In my eyes, you've always been a good girl, loved by all, blooming like a flower." Over the next half hour, with Jiang Wanqing's help, Lu Chen's progress sped up significantly. Soon the living room windows, including those in the bathroom and kitchen, were all reinforced, covered tightly with thick wooden boards. Truly, when a man and woman work together, the work feels lighter, especially when the woman is a stunning beauty. Lu Chen muttered to himself, then carefully climbed down from the chair, bending low. The reason for this was that every time he reached out to take a board from Jiang Wanqing, he couldn't help but catch a glimpse of the fair skin exposed beneath her thin white coral-patterned pajamas. Two peaks stood tall and proud, with a deep, unfathomable valley between them, as tender and white as a peeled egg. A feast for the eyes. Of course, the girl remained completely unaware of all this. Otherwise, Lu Chen would surely have a big bump on his head. Lu Chen stretched, loosening his sore shoulders, and glanced at the girl with sweat on her brow. "Now there's only your room left. Then I'll trouble you." Jiang Wanqing stuck out her pink tongue apologetically, then hurriedly pushed open the bedroom door and walked in ahead. By the window balcony, she fumbled around in a fluster, taking down a few pieces of drying intimate apparel. Lu Chen, following close behind, noticed with sharp eyes that among the clothes there seemed to be a pair of panties with a pattern that looked oddly familiar. Jiang Wanqing hastily stuffed the clothes into the wardrobe and turned around to find Lu Chen standing there dazed. She immediately smacked him on the back with a huff, making him wince in pain. "Idiot, never been in a girl's room before. What's there to stare at? Hurry up and help me." Snapping out of it, Lu Chen rubbed his back, inwardly complaining. Were girls these days so strong? Lu Chen wasted no more time. He moved the stool to the window, climbed up, and measured the size. Taking the board from the girl's hand, the electric drill began to whir once more. Perhaps due to growing proficiency, the windows in Jiang Wanqing's room were reinforced in no time. With plenty of leftover materials, Lu Chen added a few extra nails, making the reinforcement sturdier than even his own rooms. With a sigh of relief, Lu Chen jumped down from the stool. Finally, all the windows were reinforced. Gazing at the sturdy protective barrier before him, a sense of security and peace settled in his heart. For he knew that this was no ordinary typhoon. It was the impending apocalypse. Lu Chen quickly gathered the tools from the floor, while Jiang Wanqing swept up the sawdust and debris with a broom. Their division of labor was as seamless as that of a long-married couple, perfectly harmonious. Once everything was done, Lu Chen took a shower, washing away the dust and sweat clinging to his skin. When he emerged, he realized the sky outside had turned pitch black, and the time had crept past 8 o'clock. Lu Chen yawned, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He wanted to stay up until midnight to see what the apocalypse would bring, but he was too tired and just wanted to sleep. Admittedly, Lu Chen had an incredibly laid-back attitude. Nothing mattered more than a good night's sleep. Just as he was about to step into the bedroom, Jiang Wanqing's sweet, imperious voice called out to him again. "Lu Chen, what are you sleeping for? Hurry up, come play games with me. I've already set up your console, just waiting for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Seriously, how could she have such a huge gaming addiction? All he wanted was to sleep. He hadn't rested well due to nightmares the night before, had spent the whole day stocking up on supplies, and had reinforced the house in the evening. After finishing everything, he was exhausted like a dog. But then he thought about how Jiang Wanqing had lent him so much money without a second thought that morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy all these supplies and might not even have filled half the space. She had only made this one request, and he found it hard to refuse. Oh well, he might as well sacrifice sleep for a friend. No, for a beauty. He just hoped he wouldn't die from staying up late before the apocalypse even began. Lu Chen shook his head and pushed open the door to enter the room. The bedroom was bathed in warm yellow light, with 2 laptops on the desk and pink sheets on the bed, the air filled with the fragrance of a girl. Jiang Wanqing sat cross-legged on the bed, pushing the other laptop toward him with an eager expression. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." In that short time, she seemed to have changed into another set of pajamas, still loose and with a wide neckline. Sitting cross-legged like that, she occasionally revealed a glimpse of skin, but she seemed completely absorbed in the game, oblivious to it. Lu Chen sat beside her, and every time he caught a glimpse, he felt his fatigue momentarily lift. Then he quickly turned his head away, pretending to focus on the game. Sure enough, his skills were terrible. At the start of the game, he had already given away 3 kills. Lu Chen, are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Wanqing angrily slapped his arm, leaned over, and scolded him while pointing at the screen. Her face was just centimeters from his, and her warm, fragrant breath brushed against his cheek. Do you even know how to play? The support is supposed to follow the marksman. Where are you running off to? Lu Chen, with her so close, could only smell her faint natural fragrance. His gaze unconsciously drifted downward, catching a glimpse of her loose pajama neckline. Hey, where are you looking? Jiang Wanqing immediately realized her pretty face flushing bright red. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist, gritting her teeth. You pervert. You scoundrel. I knew you had ulterior motives. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. I want dare. Lu Chen quickly averted his reluctant gaze, wincing in pain and raising his hands in surrender. The two of them bickered and played for over half an hour, only to lose the game in the end. Jiang Wanqing angrily tossed the mouse aside, yawned, and felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Outside, the wind had begun to howl, sweeping through the residential buildings with a mournful wailing sound. Lu Chen was also exhausted, barely holding on. They both leaned against the headboard, intending to start another round, but as they chatted, their voices grew softer until they unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Just before falling asleep, Lu Chen's hazy mind thought about returning to his own bedroom. But before he could move, a small hand grabbed him, and the girl's sleepy murmurs reached his ears. Don't go, keep playing. And so Lu Chen lay on Jiang Wanqing's pink bed, a fist's distance away from her, their breaths intertwining as they sank into slumber together. The computer screen had dimmed at some point, the last displayed time, reading 1145. Time ticked by slowly, the wind outside growing fiercer, even the windows beginning to creak and groan. Exactly midnight. A thunderous roar like the wrath of heaven resounded across the entire blue star. The sky was instantly shrouded in ink-black clouds. Deep within the dark clouds, several silver-white lightning bolts materialized, writhing and surging through the cloud sea like giant serpents. Boom, crackle. The whole world flashed, and a massive rift seemed to tear open in the sky. In an instant, the lights across the entire Wujiang city went out, plunging the outside into an impenetrable darkness. Startled by the thunder, Jiang Wanqing's delicate body trembled in her sleep, and she let out a scream. Instinctively, she burrowed into the warmth beside her, tightly clutching Lu Chen's arm. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably as she buried her face in his chest. Feeling the faint masculine aura, her breathing gradually calmed. Lu Chen was also jolted awake by the thunder. Half conscious, he only felt a soft warmth in his arms. The faint fragrance of a girl filled his nostrils, and her soft body pressed tightly against his, trembling slightly. In a daze between sleep and wakefulness, he felt as if he had arrived in a warm sky. Everywhere were clouds rich with fragrance like cotton candy. Without hesitation, Lu Chen grabbed a handful and brought it to his mouth. He took a gentle bite, finding it soft and impossible to chew. Boom! Another explosion sounded outside the window. The wind began to howl furiously, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Like a dam bursting, a torrential downpour crashed onto the earth. Huge raindrops pelted against the window, with a crackling sound growing louder and carrying an inexplicable eeriness. A chill seeped through the walls, causing the two on the bed to hold each other even tighter. In the dark curtain of rain, only the solar-powered streetlights in the neighborhood stood firm against the storm, emitting a faint white glow. In the distance, a few people returning home from work, clutching flashlights, sprinted through the rain toward their homes, drenched and cursing. Damn it, what the hell is this rain? So heavy. Soaked me to the bone. Stop complaining, just run. This rain is freezing and it itches like crazy. Me too. I'm itching all over like bugs crawling on me. The group rushed into the building, scratching their rain-soaked arms and necks as they grumbled and climbed the stairs, none of them taking the itching seriously. Damn, if it's going to rain, at least don't cut the power. In the early morning, within the bedroom, Lu Chen finally awakened completely. The warm, soft sensation in his arms felt incredibly real, and the girl's gentle breaths brushed against his chest, carrying a hint of sweetness. He looked down and froze instantly. Jiang Wanqing was tightly holding his waist, her face buried in his chest. Her entire body was curled up in his embrace, and his hand was improperly resting in a place where it shouldn't be. The girl's nightgown was disheveled, the collar askew. It revealed her delicate collarbones and fair skin, with a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Lu Chen's mind buzzed, going completely blank. Wait, what exactly did he do last night? How did he end up sleeping with this girl? His mind was foggy, completely unable to recall being pestered by the girl, who was addicted to gaming, into playing games all night. Lu Chen carefully tried to extract his arm from her embrace, moving with extreme caution, afraid of waking her. As expected, Murphy's Law worked flawlessly. The moment he moved, Jiang Wanqing lifted her head, her moist almond-shaped eyes staring right at him. Her eyes were redrimmed, whether from embarrassment or fright, and her face was flushed as if it might bleed. Their eyes met, and the air froze instantly, an ambiguous atmosphere spreading wildly through the small bedroom. Well? Seeing the increasingly awkward atmosphere, Lu Chen broke the silence, first his throat dry, momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't say anything." Jiang Wanqing immediately reacted, pushing him away abruptly and wrapping herself in the blanket. Only her sparkling eyes were visible, her voice trembling with shyness. "You turn around. Don't look at me, you pervert." Lu Chen had no choice but to obediently turn his back to her. Behind him came the rustling sound of Jiang Wanqing straightening her disheveled nightgown. After a long while the sounds behind him ceased, and the girl's muffled voice came through, tinged with shame and annoyance. "Turn around." Lu Chen turned to see Jiang Wanqing sitting at the other end of the bed, wrapped in the blanket. Her hair was slightly messy, her face still flushed, and her head was slightly bowed, afraid to meet his eyes. The storm outside continued, but the thunder had stopped, leaving the world silent except for their breathing. "Just now. I'm sorry." Lu Chen rubbed his nose and apologized sincerely. "I didn't mean to." He couldn't understand why men always had to apologize in situations like this. He hadn't done anything last night. Although he was a bit lecherous as a man and had some thoughts about Jiang Wanqing, he wasn't that despicable. Now he fully remembered. After gaming last night, he had planned to leave, but the girl had stubbornly held him back, refusing to let him go. After some struggle, they both got tired and fell asleep. Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, saying nothing, only shrinking further into the blanket. This action made Lu Chen even more speechless, as if he were some scumbag who specialized in deceiving young girls. Jiang Wanqing felt both embarrassed and angry, but strangely not much disgust. In fact, she had woken up before Lu Chen. Being held in Lu Chen's arms, feeling his strong and steady heartbeat inexplicably, made her feel at ease, even a little comfortable. So without realizing it, she let Lu Chen hold her like that, gradually feeling a bit intoxicated. The two of them remained silent, neither speaking. Outside, the sky gradually showed a hint of pale light, and the rain had stopped, leaving only the wind howling. Lu Chen glanced at his phone. It was just past 5 in the morning. He threw off the blanket, got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled open the heavy curtains. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. Looking out through the observation point, the world outside had completely changed. It was eerily quiet, without the usual morning bustle of people going to work or elderly folks exercising. A thick, impenetrable, milky white fog enveloped the entire city, visibility less than 3 meters. The buildings across the way were only vague outlines, like monsters lurking in the dense mist. From the distant road came the loud crashes of violent collisions, screeching brakes, and faint, indistinct human screams, muffled and eerie through the fog. The entire world was completely locked down by this strange white fog. Just then, his phone vibrated wildly, one emergency notification after another flooding the screen. They were all highest-level warnings issued jointly by the National Emergency Management Department, the Health Commission, and the Ministry of Public Security. National Urgent Notice. An extensive unknown white fog has appeared nationwide, containing unknown harmful components. Inhalation may cause coughing, fever, difficulty breathing, and other symptoms. All citizens are required to immediately quarantine at home, seal doors and windows, and absolutely do not go outside or inhale the fog. Repeat, do not go outside. Do not come into contact with the fog. All citizens, please remain calm, trust the country, and the government rescue forces are heading to all locations. At the same time, the official authorities of Wujiang City also issued an emergency notice, emergency warning. A rare, extremely dense fog has suddenly occurred in this city, with very low visibility and abnormal air quality. Citizens should not go outside, close doors and windows, and avoid inhaling the fog. Again, warn against inhaling the fog. Multiple traffic accidents have occurred on various road sections. Please drive with caution. Below are the accident locations. Below the notice were all netizen comments. This fog is terrifying. I can't even see the neighbors hanging little panties from my balcony, just hearing people screaming wildly inside. Damn, don't even mention it. I was driving fine when suddenly this thick fog hit. Almost ended up at a feast, but thank goodness I braked in time. Where's your home? Upstairs. I'll come help, no need for repayment. The fog is poisonous. Don't let anyone inhale it. My son took one breath and now he's coughing non-stop. This fog is indeed thick. I wanted to pat the neighbor auntie's kid's head, but couldn't find it, and she insisted I wait until the child is born to pat it. 2-inch 666. That guy's the cleverest. Just say you want to touch it. Lu Chen had just finished reading the notice when the entire building and even the whole neighborhood erupted in coughing fits. One cough, two coughs, a dozen. The coughing grew denser, emanating from every floor and every room. Even through the thick walls and windows, it was clearly audible, like countless insects burrowing into one's ears, sending chills down the spine. A familiar faint fragrance drifted into his nose. Jiang Wanqing had somehow come to stand beside him. Her gaze was fixed on the pale white world outside the window, her entire body seemingly frozen in place. After a long moment, her pale little face trembled slightly as she looked up at Lu Chen, confusion in her eyes. Lu Chen, didn't you say there would be a typhoon these days? Why is it like this outside? In all her years, she had never seen such a massive, bizarre fog. Just then a gust of wind blew outside, but the fog was so thick that even the strong wind only caused it to stir slightly. Lu Chen slowly turned his head to look at her, his voice deep and calm. I did say a typhoon was coming, but I didn't tell you its name is the apocalypse. And now the apocalypse is here. Jiang Wanqing was utterly stunned, her little mind buzzing as she remained dazed for a long while. The apocalypse? She repeated the words. Lu Chen, don't joke with me. What exactly is going on? What do you mean the apocalypse is here? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Jiang Wanqing's heart grew, even more panicked, her voice beginning to tremble. Throughout the entire neighborhood, the incessant sound of people coughing reached her ears like the whispers of demons murmuring beside her. All of this gave her an extremely surreal sense of absurdity, making her feel as if she were still dreaming. It's no joke. Lu Chen pressed his hand on her shoulder, his gaze stern and his tone grave. From now on, absolutely do not open the windows, absolutely do not breathe in the white mist outside. It's toxic. After speaking, Lu Chen ignored Jiang Wanqing, who was still frozen in place, turned around and walked out of the bedroom into the bathroom. He hadn't had time to wash up since waking, and his mouth felt inexplicably dry and rough, even a bit chapped. Jiang Wanqing watched his retreating figure, then turned her head to look out at the dense white mist, listening to the continuous coughing from the building and the occasional explosions in the distance, feeling a slight chill of cold sweat on her back. She finally understood why Lu Chen had suddenly reinforced the doors and windows last night. What puzzled her, though, was where he had gotten the information. She suddenly realized that she seemed unable to fathom this roommate she shared the apartment with. This man, who usually worked as a delivery driver, seemed to harbor many secrets unknown to her. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. An immense sense of panic enveloped her, instinctively making her want to follow Lu Chen's steps, as if having this man by her side could bring a measure of peace. After a quick wash, Lu Chen took out the foam sealant and weather stripping he had prepared in advance from his spatial storage, and sealed all the window gaps in the bathroom. Based on his observations just now, the thick fog seemed to be growing denser and more intense over time. The mist outside churned and writhed, giving the impression of a living entity. He feared the fog might seep through the cracks. Jiang Wanqing leaned against the doorframe outside, quietly watching him busily work. The man wore a simple white t-shirt, the muscles on his back subtly tensing with each movement, his actions steady and agile, his face devoid of any panic in the face of the apocalypse, as if he could steadfastly bear the weight of the heavens collapsing. Watching him, her wildly pounding heart gradually began to calm down. After Lu Chen finished sealing all the gaps, Jiang Wanqing blushed and whispered, "I'll go wash up." Lu Chen nodded and pointed to a large jug of purified water beside the sink. "Use this to wash, don't use the tap water. The toxins in the white mist might have already contaminated the water source." Not only that, but he had also shut off the main water valve in the house, fearing that something unclean might seep through the pipes. Lu Chen admitted he might be overly cautious. But in such critical times, only by being extremely careful could one sail safely and survive to the end. Jiang Wanqing hesitated for a moment, then obediently nodded and entered the bathroom. Closing the door, she scooped a cup of water from the bucket, poured it into her palm, and splashed it on her face to cool down. But when she looked up and saw her reflection in the mirror, her face flushed again. She noticed that her pajama collar was crooked and raised her hand to adjust it. However, she accidentally touched the skin near her collarbone, which felt sore and tingly, a strange sensation. She looked down again but found nothing unusual, attributing it to her own nervousness, and continued washing up with a red face. Outside, Lu Chen was not idle either. He sealed the windows in the living room, kitchen, and both his and Jiang Wanqing's bedrooms with sealant. Having just finished everything, Lu Chen barely had time to catch his breath before suddenly remembering something. The air conditioner. The fog could easily spread into the room through the air conditioning ducts. Lu Chen quickly grabbed a chair, nimbly climbed up, and without a second thought cut off the duct. Fortunately, there was nothing inside the pipe. He forcefully pumped foam sealant into it and then wrapped it tightly with tape. Afterward, he performed the same operation in Jiang Wanqing's room. Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he walked out of the room, the fragrant aroma of rice porridge wafted into his nose. There stood Jiang Wanqing in the kitchen, stirring a pot of plain congee. On the dining table in the living room, 2 pairs of chopsticks and a steamer basket of steaming buns were already laid out along with a few simple side dishes. The buns and side dishes were items he had taken out of his spatial storage and placed in the kitchen that morning. He had originally planned to make breakfast himself after finishing his tasks. In his year of sharing the apartment, his impression of Jiang Wanqing was that she was a spoiled young lady who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. He never expected her to cook. But now things seemed to be turning out differently than he had anticipated. The aroma wafting into his nose indicated that this girl not only knew how to cook but was quite skilled at it. Humph. So the reason she had made him bring her food every day for the past year was simply that she was too lazy to cook. Lu Chen grumbled inwardly, thinking that the wealthy truly could be capricious. With that thought, Lu Chen stopped pondering, and with a chuckle sat down directly at the table. Watching Jiang Wanqing busying herself in the kitchen, he felt an increasing sense of seeing her as his own virtuous little wife. Before long, Jiang Wanqing, wearing an apron and carrying 2 bowls of congee wrapped in a towel, came out. The moment she saw Lu Chen sitting leisurely at the table staring intently at her, she became instantly irritated. "Stinky Lu Chen, you couldn't come in and help me carry something? How can you be so lazy?" Lu Chen's face darkened. Well, when she's in a good mood, she calls him Lu Chen. When she's in a bad mood, it's Lu Dog Chen or pervert. Now there's even Stinky Lu Chen. Ignoring the girl's protest, Lu Chen took the thick, fragrant congee from her hands without a word. He secretly thought to himself, just wait, sooner or later I'll make you call me husband obediently. Engrossed in his pleasant daydream, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. He lifted the bowl of congee to his mouth. "Lu Dogchan, are you thinking about something bad again?" Jiang Wanqing's voice suddenly rang out beside him, startling Lu Chen so much that his hand jerked. The scalding congee touched his lips, causing him to immediately pull the bowl away, tears streaming from his eyes. Lu Chen stared in astonishment at the girl who had transformed into a detective like Sherlock Holmes. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, seriously, are you a demon? How do you always sense what I'm thinking now? Seeing the surprised expression on Lu Chen's face, Jiang Wanqing became even more certain. This wicked man not only refused to answer her, but also wore a lecherous grin which told her he was definitely up to no good. As expected, a simple test was enough to expose him. The ferocity in Jiang Wanqing's eyes grew even more intense as she fixed her gaze on a certain part of Lu Chen, her small hand raised as if preparing a powerful strike. Lu Chen suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable malice wash over him, causing his body to stiffen. He quickly explained, "What? It's clearly your mind that's in the gutter. I was just thinking about this apocalypse." Jiang Wanqing listened, eyeing him with suspicion. She felt that since yesterday Lu Chen had completely changed, becoming more mysterious, more shameless, and utterly insufferable. Meanwhile, Lu Chen blew on the congee several times before taking a gentle sip. The rich, fragrant rice flavor mingled with a subtle sweetness rushed straight to his senses. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he blurted out, "Delicious." Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but lift her head proudly like a victorious little rooster. "Of course. Let me tell you, not just anyone gets to taste my congee. Indeed, indeed. Our Wanqing is the best." Lu Chen quickly flattered her. "Get lost. Who's yours?" Jiang Wanqing shot him a glare and scolded playfully. Lu Chen just chuckled, offering no explanation. After all, they were indeed under the same roof, now and forever. Lu Chen pulled out his phone and checked. Just as expected. In the notification bar at the top of the screen, official announcements popped up one after another, each one highlighting the direness of the situation. All cities across the nation were shrouded in an eerie white fog, and fever clinics in hospitals everywhere were overflowing. Countless citizens who had inhaled the fog began showing symptoms of coughing and fever. Medical staff were fully deployed, doing their utmost to treat the patients. Yet the number of infected continued to skyrocket at a terrifying rate. On short video platforms, footage of coughing patients was everywhere. Even so, countless white-clad figures in heavy protective suits charged fearlessly into the impenetrable mist. The authorities continuously pushed emergency notices, repeatedly urging the public to stay calm, remain isolated at home, and absolutely not go out. But even through the screen, the overwhelming despair and oppression were palpable. Jiang Wanqing was also scrolling through the news on her phone, but the more she scrolled, the more her hands trembled and the more frightened she became. Finally, she simply placed her phone face down on the table, not daring to look anymore, and lowered her head, sipping her congee in small mouthfuls. Lu Chen, however, remained calm. He knew this was likely just the beginning. He pondered what connection this sudden calamity had with the nightmares that had plagued him for years. But then he thought dwelling on it was useless. The most important thing now was to survive. The system required check-in at 8 a.m. daily, and there were only 30 minutes left. He wondered what goodies he would get this time, preferably something that could directly enhance his strength. Meanwhile, the white fog outside showed no signs of dissipating, and the coughing in the building grew heavier. Jiang Wangqing's hand holding the spoon trembled from time to time. Her face gradually turned pale, her eyes filled with undisguised worry and fear. "Don't be afraid." Lu Chen put down his bowl, looked at her, and spoke calmly, but with a reassuring strength. "I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." Hearing this, Jiang Wangqing's pale face flushed slightly. She felt her heart skip a beat, quickly lowered her head, sipped her kanji, and muttered softly, Who needs your protection? I'm just worried about my little sister, wondering how she's doing at school." Despite her words, the immense fear in her heart had largely dissipated because of Lu Chen's words. Seeing this, Lu Chen said no more and opened WeChat. Their building's owner group chat was already in chaos. With over 200 members, usually few sent messages, but now the screen was flooded with a dense stream of texts. Everyone in the group was discussing the sudden white fog. Some were terrified, others pretended to be calm, saying it was just ordinary fog. Some had even prepared their last words, claiming they had inhaled the fog and felt they were about to die. Suddenly, a voice message filled with sobs exploded in the group. "Is anyone there? Please, my old man is dying." He inhaled the fog and kept coughing. Suddenly, he couldn't breathe. "I can't reach 120. Does anyone have an oxygen tank? Emergency medicine. Please save him." The message was from an aunt living on the 7th floor. Her husband had a severe heart condition, and inhaling the fog had triggered complications, putting him in critical condition. The group went silent for a few seconds, then someone replied, "Auntie, don't panic. I have an oxygen tank. Should I bring it over?" "Don't go out. Are you crazy?" The authorities said, "Absolutely no going out. The fog is toxic." "Exactly. Going out now is suicide. Are you tired of living?" The group erupted into a heated argument. Then another voice message appeared, still from the same aunt, but her voice had lost its earlier panic, replaced by a desperate sob. "No need. Thank you, everyone. My old man. Just now. He's gone." These words plunged the entire group into silence. "My condolences. My condolences. May he rest in peace." After a long while, another voice message came, this time from another aunt. "My son is a respiratory doctor. He's been working overtime since last night, from the start of the storm until now, without sleep or a hot meal. He just sent me a voice message. He said his protective suit got torn during a rescue and he got infected. Now he's starting to run a fever. He told me, Mom, I'm sorry, I might not be able to take care of you in your old age, but there are still so many patients here waiting for me. I can't leave. He's only 27. Woo woo." This message brought the entire owner group to a dead silence. After a full 5 minutes, messages began to trickle in, all comforting the aunt. "Auntie, your son is a hero. He'll be fine. That's right. Believe in your son. Heaven helps the good. Everything will be okay." With the apocalypse descending and death lurking nearby, everyone lived in fear. Some broke down, some held their ground, some became hysterical, and some were willing to charge forward, braving the heavens. Lu Chen had long finished his meal. Watching the messages in the group, his fingers slowly clenched into fists. After a long while, he took a deep breath, tossed his phone onto the sofa, and stared blankly at the ceiling. No one knew what was going through his mind. Ding. Today's check-in reward has refreshed. Rewards are as follows. Jinxian brand milk, 50 bottles. Description: each bottle of milk can meet an organism's full daily energy needs. 8 Extremities Fist LV5 Perfection. Description: literature has Taiji to pacify the world. A martial arts have 8 extremities to settle the cosmos. A human close combat technique, fierce and violent, relying on close quarters striking, emphasizing hard open attacks and explosive inch force. Check-in supplies have been distributed to system space. Personal attribute panel unlocked. Next check-in time tomorrow at 8 a.m. The sudden system notification echoed in Lu Chen's mind, interrupting his train of thought. A gleam of ecstatic light flickered in his otherwise dull eyes. A new check-in reward had arrived. Lu Chen carefully studied the system's description. The first option, Jinxian brand milk. Oh, a fine item indeed. A single bottle could sustain an ordinary person's energy needs for an entire day. He chuckled, planning to open one and savor it himself. But the real prize was the second option. 8 Extremities Fist. Lu Chen could only admit that the system truly understood his needs. Just moments ago he had been pondering how to boost his personal strength, and now it had delivered exactly what he wanted. His favorite martial art, 8 Extremities Fist. He had once tried to learn it online, but those were all deceptive flashy moves with no real use. The thought of mastering this formidable skill immediately stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. At the very least, with this ability, his survival chances would skyrocket and he could protect those he wished to shield. The apocalypse had only just begun and people were still clinging to the moral and legal boundaries. But once supplies ran scarce, the ugliness of human nature would inevitably surface. It was only a matter of time. Of course, the most crucial part was the note attached to the skill perfection. Could it be that using it would instantly elevate him to the pinnacle of this martial art? Lu Chen's heart nearly burst with joy. He craved this kind of effortless instant gratification, not the grueling grind of practicing day after day. Suppressing his excitement, he murmured inwardly, "Open the status panel." A pale blue screen visible only to him unfurled before his eyes. Host Lu Chen, life level tier 0, physique 6, strength 7, agility 8. Spirit 9, skills, none, treasures, portable space, comprehensive combat power 12. Note, the average combat power of a healthy, untrained adult male is 10, a fitness enthusiast or ordinary soldier ranges from 15 to 20, a world-class fighting champion or elite soldier ranges from 50 to 80. Lu Chen's lips twitched as he stared at the numbers. 6, 7, 8, 9. Were they trying to give him a straight flush? His eyes shifted to the combat power column. At least he had finally crossed the average threshold. A faint sense of comfort washed over Lu Chen. He wasn't too pathetic, but even an ordinary soldier only had a combat power of 20. That 80 for a soldier or boxing champion was ridiculously over the top. Lu Chen couldn't figure it out and decided not to bother. Soon enough he too would boast an off-the-charts power level. He refused to believe that the system's reward of a perfect level skill could be so weak. Glancing into the living room, he saw Jiang Wanqing curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees. She was still staring blankly at the white mist outside the window, a trace of worry on her delicate face. He tiptoed silently back to his bedroom and locked the door behind him. With a flick of his consciousness, a fist-sized golden glowing sphere materialized before him. As he gazed at it, an irresistible yearning surged from deep within his body. It was a primal urge to grow stronger etched into his very genes. So powerful it even surprised him. Just as he reached out to touch the sphere, the system's chime sounded again. Warning: the inheritance sphere contains all memories and bodily instincts of a perfect level combat technique. The infusion process will simultaneously remodel the host's body, breaking mortal limits, and requires a massive amount of bioenergy. If energy supply is insufficient, it may cause irreversible damage to the host's body, even organ failure and death. Please prepare an ample stock of high-energy supplies in advance. Lu Chen's heart tightened, and he instantly abandoned any wishful thinking. Indeed, there was no free lunch. The system granting a perfect level skill came with a price. He wasted no time retrieving the 50 bottles of milk he had just signed for from his system space. The packaging was crude, but he had no time to dwell on it. All he wanted was to grow stronger quickly. Next, he pulled out over a dozen boxes of compressed biscuits, more than 20 cans of high-energy meats, several packs of chocolate and beef jerky, along with other cooked meats from his seed space. He piled them all around himself in a circle, laying out every high-energy food he could think of. Only then did he take a deep breath and reach out to touch the golden sphere. The moment his fingertip made contact, the warm golden light burst into a surge of warmth, flooding his brain like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, a torrent of memories crashed into his mind like a breached dam. The breathing techniques of the 8 Extremities Fist stance, training the weight adjustment of the horse stance, every move and technique. Top heart, elbow, iron mountain, lean 3, unstoppable blocks, 6 grade opens, 8 major moves. Each strike's power, mechanics, variation, details, and combat secrets were etched into his soul, as if he had practiced them for decades. Even more astonishing, over a dozen distinct lifetimes unfurled alongside these memories. He became a handsome scholar, shattering an opponent's sternum with a single fierce tiger, climbs the mountain on the arena, undefeated in countless bouts, his iron fists raining across the land. He transformed into a bald, burly man, using the 8 Extremities Fist to escort an emperor storming a cherry blossom nation's martial arts hall, sending foreign warriors flying with an iron mountain lean. Dozens of predecessors who had mastered the 8 Extremities Fist to its peak. Their lifelong insights, combat experiences, and understanding of the art unfolded completely before him. Lu Chen then realized that these dozen or so grandmasters who had dedicated their lives to the 8 Extremities Fist had only reached the 4th level of mastery. Yet each of them had carved their own path, forging a unique style from the traditional foundation. Now, as if living it firsthand, he traversed the lives of these grandmasters, walking over a dozen distinct martial arts paths from start to finish. The system is optimizing the inherited technique, merging the strengths of 11 schools, rectifying flaws, and breaking through the current level's limits. The system's alert rang like a thunderclap in his mind. Lu Chen felt every bone in his body emit a fine, crackling sound, muscle fibers tearing and reassembling, becoming denser and more explosive. An indescribable burning hunger surged from his organs, engulfing his entire being. It was as if his body had become a bottomless pit, voraciously consuming every ounce of energy within. Hungry. So hungry. Lu Chen's eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed compressed biscuits and shoved them into his mouth. A single biscuit, normally taking 2 bites to finish, was swallowed almost without chewing, yet it offered no sense of satiety. He frantically stuffed biscuits, canned meat, and beef jerky into his mouth, high-energy foods flowing down like water. But the burning hunger only intensified, never easing. The exposed skin on his body began to tremble irregularly. Tiny specks of black matter oozed out, carrying a sour, fishy stench, impurities expelled from his Buddhist transformation. Yet he couldn't afford to care, or the energy density of ordinary food was utterly inadequate to keep pace with the Buddhist reconstruction. It was like pouring a drop of water into a red-hot iron pan, evaporating in an instant. Lu Chen snapped to his senses, grabbed a bottle of Jinshin milk, twisted off the cap, and chugged it down. The moment the rich milk touched his throat, a warm, yet immensely potent energy spread through his esophagus, flowing to every corner of his body, finally alleviating that desperate hunger. But why did the milk taste so strange, with a familiar hint? It works! His eyes lit up, and he dared not delay, gulping down bottle after bottle of milk, while stuffing himself with high-energy food. Eventually Lu Chen reached for his side and grabbed only empty plastic bags. Turning his head, he saw that all the supplies around him had been consumed. Yet the hunger surged back violently within a single breath. He quickly shoved another bottle of milk into his mouth, while mentally connecting to his portable space, retrieving more high-energy food. The milk's energy was greedily absorbed by his body, fueling the comprehensive remodeling of bones, muscles, and fascia. Meanwhile, the vast memories of boxing techniques optimized by the system fused seamlessly with his bodily instincts. Time ticked by. Finally, after a full hour, Lu Chen shuddered as the last trace of golden light sank into him. The ocean of memories in his mind settled completely. An unprecedented surge of power pulsed through his limbs, and the maddening hunger finally dissipated. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, and looked around. The over 30 boxes of compressed biscuits, more than 100 cans of meat, and piles of jerky that had surrounded him were all gone, devoured entirely by Lu Chen. Of the 50 bottles of milk from the system reward, only 22 remained. 28 had been consumed. In this brief span, he had burned through nearly 3 months' worth of energy for an ordinary person. Truly terrifying. Lu Chen silently thanked his luck for having stocked up so much, otherwise he would have been drained dry from the start. He murmured to open the panel again, and the pale blue screen reappeared, but this time the numbers had undergone a staggering transformation. Host Lu Chen, life level tier 0, physique 38, strength 42, agility 35, spirit 15, skill Bejiquin LV5, treasure portable space, comprehensive combat power 130, evaluation. You have reached the pinnacle of the human body. Few in the world can match you in unknown combat. A combat power of 130. It had nearly multiplied tenfold and was a full 50 points higher than the previously marked peak human combat power. Lu Chen stared at the numbers on the panel, his heart thumping wildly. He felt he could start acting tough. But if his combat power had broken 100, why was his life level still at 0? Lu Chen scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Then he slowly clenched his fist, sensing an immense power within, as if one punch could shatter the wall before him. With that thought, he instinctively assumed the Bejiquin stance. His feet gripped the ground, his center of gravity sank, and a heavy mountain-like aura radiated from him, as if he had become one with the earth. Lu Chen felt that even if a car came charging at him, he could send it flying back with an iron mountain lean. He finally understood the true weight of the system's word perfection. More importantly, Lu Chen could sense that level 5 was not the end. As long as he had enough comprehension, constantly honing fighting and gaining insights, this martial art could continue to ascend and break its limits. However, Lu Chen quickly calmed down. One must eat bite by bite, walk step by step. The white mist had not yet dissipated, and the threat of death loomed. Surviving was the top priority. The pinnacle of martial arts could wait. He swung his fists a few more times. Each punch carried a faint sound of air being torn. Every movement was natural and complete, imbued with a unique rhythm. Controlling his strength, he channeled his inner force and gently tapped the wall with his fist. A dull thud echoed, and a shallow fist print was left on the hard cement wall. Startled, Lu Chen quickly withdrew his strength. Damn good thing he had controlled it. This wall was the partition between his and Jiang Wanqing's bedrooms. If he had punched through it, the scene of them sleeping at night would be too beautiful to imagine. Jiang Wanqing would probably want to kill him. Of course she couldn't beat him, not before and even less now. Just then an indescribable stench assailed his nostrils. Lu Chen's expression changed instantly, and he realized it was the impurities expelled from his body during the enhancement. He had been too excited earlier, and now that his mind had calmed he finally noticed the foul odor. He gagged again. The stench was unbearable. He just wanted to take a shower quickly. Carefully opening the bedroom door, he poked half his body out, and the thick pungent smell immediately rushed out. In the living room, Jiang Wanqing was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow, still worrying about her sister's situation on her phone. For some reason, her sister's phone had been unreachable since morning. Suddenly a wave of intense foul odor hit her, making her body stiffen, and her face turn green. She retched, nearly losing her breakfast. She pinched her nose tightly, her dazed gaze sweeping the room in search of the source. Then her eyes locked onto Lu Chen, who had just shuffled to the bathroom door, his body covered in black grime, wearing only a pair of shorts. "Lu Chen, you bastard. Did you shit your pants and smear it all over yourself? How can you be such a pervert? Ugh, it stinks." Jiang Wanqing felt her voice twist. She wanted to continue, but opening her mouth only let the foul stench rush in, causing another retch. She pinched her nose and backed away, frantically searching for a pocket of fresh air, but the stench had already conquered the entire living room. There was no escape. She thought about fleeing into her bedroom, but feared the stench would follow. Jiang Wanqing was losing her mind. She wanted to smash the windows open. She felt she was being poisoned by the smell. It was like the smell of rotten eggs, mixed with a week's worth of garbage stuffed into a plastic bottle and left to ferment in the sun for a month. The aroma was truly overwhelming. Lu Chen's head was also throbbing from his own stench, and he had no energy to argue with her. If he hadn't known what this grime on his body was, he would have thought someone had smeared that stuff on him too. With a bang, he closed the bathroom door. He immediately took 2 large buckets of water from his space, grabbed a bottle of body wash, unscrewed the cap, and squeezed it onto himself. The black sludge flowed down with the water. He scrubbed himself with body wash 3 times, using up both buckets. Finding it still wasn't enough, he added another bucket, scrubbing his skin until it turned red, finally washing away all the stickiness and stench. When he pushed open the bathroom door wrapped in a towel, he was hit by a thick, pungent perfume smell. Mixed with the lingering sour stench, it formed an extremely bizarre, fragrant, stinky odor that assaulted his senses. Lu Chen staggered, gagging instantly. In the living room, Jiang Wanqing was wearing a double-layered mask, holding a large bottle of perfume. She was spraying it wildly on the sofa floor, and corners, not even sparing the curtains. Hearing his retch, she turned around and met Lu Chen's resigned face. But the next second her movements froze, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen, wide open above the mask. The Lu Chen before her was a completely different person. Originally he was just an ordinary city youth, not in bad shape but lacking definition. But now he had broad shoulders and a narrow waist with clear fluid lines of abdominal muscles. They weren't bulky but were smooth lines full of explosive power. His skin had become fine and firm with a healthy glow, and all the dullness from staying up late had vanished. Jiang Wanqing's face flushed as she walked over as if in a trance. Completely ignoring Lu Chen's somewhat dangerous gaze, she reached out her small hand and pressed it against his abs with a smack. Feeling the warmth, her eyes grew even brighter. Her fingers couldn't help but squeeze, and she murmured, "Damn. Did you get liposuction? Or did you get a new layer of skin? How did you change so much in just an hour?" She grew more addicted to the touch, her hand unconsciously sliding down his abdomen, her face flushed, completely unaware that Lu Chen's face had darkened like a pot bottom. Smack! Lu Chen slapped her mischievous hand away, tightening his towel with a dark look. "Jiang Wanqing, are you molesting me?" "Who's molesting you?" Jiang Wanqing snapped back to reality after her hand was slapped away, her face even redder, but she stubbornly retorted, "You peek at me all the time and I never said anything. What's wrong with me touching you? Stingy." Lu Chen was completely speechless. He curled his lip. Is that the same thing? He couldn't be bothered to argue with the stubborn girl, and turned to go back to his room to change clothes. As he pushed open the door, another wave of strong perfume hit him. Good grief, the girl had even sprayed his bedroom. Lu Chen stood at the door, stunned for a few seconds. A faint, subtle ripple stirred in his heart. The girl, despite all her cursing, hadn't forgotten to deodorize his room too. But the next second, the pungent perfume made him cough a couple of times, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Damn, this smell was even worse than the stench. After changing into a clean short-sleeved shirt and pants, Lu Chen pulled out his phone. The moment he lit up the screen, he saw the owner's group chat in an uproar, messages scrolling furiously, all saying the same thing. Holy crap! The tap water in my kitchen smells foul. Like a backed-up sewer. Same here. The water in the bathroom is even worse. Is the water contaminated? It's over. The white mist has polluted the water source too. We absolutely can't drink this water. If we do, will we start coughing and running a fever like those outside? I just used the water to cook rice. I have to dump it immediately. This is terrifying. Does anyone have extra bottled water? I'll trade food for it. 2 cans of meat for 1 jug of water. Lu Chen watched the group messages, veins bulging on his forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. He finally understood. The black sludge washed off his body during his shower had traveled back up through the drain pipes. It had alarmed the entire building, and by sheer coincidence made everyone believe the tap water was contaminated and undrinkable. He shook his head helplessly. Well, at least it was an accidental good deed. The white mist was sinister. No one knew if it had polluted the water sources. Their refusal to drink raw water actually kept them safe from risk. Thinking this, he figured he had done something good after all. Lu Chen stroked his cleanshaven chin, shamelessly thinking to himself. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Jiang Wanqing tied on an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare lunch, with Lu Chen following to help. Jiang Wanqing had initially planned to conserve supplies, making just 2 simple dishes enough for 2. But Lu Chen kept urging her to cook more, nearly insisting she use every ingredient in the fridge. Lu Chen, are you a pig? Can we finish all this? Jiang Wanqing held a kitchen knife and shot him a glare over her shoulder. Do you know what time it is? Supplies dwindle with every bite. Use them sparingly. Relax, we have plenty to eat. Lu Chen leaned against the doorframe, watching her busy back with a smile curling his lips. The stock I've hoarded is enough for both of us for years. You won't go hungry. Besides, my appetite has grown. If you make too little, it won't fill me up. He spoke the truth. After the physical transformation, he could clearly sense his metabolism racing at an alarming rate, and his appetite had multiplied several times over. Jiang Wanqing pursed her lips but didn't argue. She simply continued working, grabbing a few more eggs, 2 bunches of greens, and a large chunk of meat. She assumed Lu Chen was just trying to comfort her. After checking the pantry, she saw plenty of food, but it would last only a little over a week. Not the years he claimed. Lu Chen, of course, had no idea what Jiang Wanqing was thinking. In his eyes, she was already his chosen one. A little food and drink were nothing. Besides, if she hadn't lent him the money, he might not have prepared so many supplies. He stood nearby, watching her chop vegetables and flip the wok with fluid grace, adding seasonings with pinpoint precision. In just over 10 minutes, the kitchen was filled with rich aromas. He was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected this pampered young lady to be such a skilled cook, even better than restaurant chefs. At that thought, Lu Chen felt a surge of delight. What a steal. He loved a wife who could cook a mean meal. Lu Chen gazed at Jiang Wanqing's back as she worked in her apron, growing more pleased with each passing moment. The heat in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. As Jiang Wanqing stir-fried, she kept feeling a scorching stare boring into her back. Without a doubt, it was that brat Lu Chen. A flutter of panic stirred in her heart, and the tips of her ears reddened. Whether from the stove's heat or something else, she couldn't tell. She pretended not to notice, but her flipping motions grew quicker. Before long, a full table of dishes was set out. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, cola chicken wings, garlic stir-fried lettuce, and a large pot of egg drop soup. All vibrant and fragrant, whetting Lu Chen's appetite immensely. The moment Jiang Wanqing sat down with her rice, Lu Chen grabbed his bowl and devoured the food like a whirlwind. 2 bites finished a bowl of rice, chicken wings vanished in single mouthfuls, and the dishes shrank visibly. By the time Jiang Wanqing was half full and reached for the last piece of lettuce, she looked up and froze. Where had the food gone? She stared at Lu Chen in disbelief as he polished off the entire pot of rice, all 4 dishes, and even the soup, wiping the plates clean with the last grains of rice. You! Jiang Wanqing gaped at the empty plates. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? That whole table would have lasted me 3 days. Lu Chen set down his bowl, let out a burp, and finally felt somewhat full. He gave an apologetic smile. Sorry. My appetite's been a bit big lately. Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately held back. A growing unease settled in her heart. At this rate, their supplies wouldn't last even 3 days. Yet everything they had was Lu Chen's. From morning till now, she had eaten only his food. She was essentially freeloading and had no right to complain. She sighed inwardly, wondering if she should buy food from other residents. That afternoon, Jiang Wanqing retreated to her room, busy with unknown tasks. Lu Chen stayed in the living room, focusing on refining his Bejiquan techniques. He didn't practice the flashy killing moves. Instead, he held a standing stance, slowly adjusting his breathing and power output, feeling every ounce of strength in his body. At the same time, he mentally rehearsed the basic blade techniques from his inherited skills. Bejiquin had always embraced the concept of fist and spear as one, with a tradition of wielding long polearms and short blades now enhanced by the system's cold weapon proficiency. He now had complete confidence in the several machetes he had hoarded. After half an hour of practice, Lu Chen ended his stance and suddenly remembered something crucial. He needed to download every useful resource he could while water and electricity still worked and the internet was still up. After all, no one knew how long the grid and network would last. Once the white mist cleared and order collapsed, water, electricity, and the internet would be the first to go. Without the web, much knowledge would be inaccessible. He had actually thought of this yesterday and even bought some USB drives. But with everything going on and exhaustion, he forgot. Today, distracted by fooling around with Jiang Wanqing and the thrill of Bejiquin, he forgot again. Still, it wasn't too late. Lu Chen acted on the thought, immediately pulling several large-capacity USB drives from his space and walking to Jiang Wanqing's door. He knocked softly. "Come in, it's unlocked." Jiang Wanqing's voice came through a little muffled. Lu Chen paused for a moment, gently pressing the door handle. The door, as expected, was unlocked and swung open. He stepped inside and saw Jiang Wanqing sitting cross-legged on the bed. She wore a loose white loungewear, the collar slack and carelessly revealing a sliver of her delicate fair collarbone. Her phone was in her hand, but her gaze was vacant, staring at the white mist outside the window. A lingering melancholy still clung to her small face. She seemed utterly dispirited, completely unlike her usual vivacious self. Lu Chen guessed she was still worrying about her younger sister at school. Yet the toxicity of the white mist outside was unknown. Even with his current physical enhancements, he dared not inhale it recklessly, let alone a young girl. Jiang Wanqing's sister looked very much like her, equally beautiful. Her name seemed to be Jiang Wanning. Lu Chen knew this because she had come to visit her sister once before. Still, the sudden apocalypse made nothing certain. Seeing her state, he didn't ask further. He merely said softly, "I'll borrow your computer to download some things." Jiang Wanqing snapped out of her daze and nodded, her voice gentle. Go ahead. There's no password." Lu Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He walked to the desk, opened her laptop, unlocked it, and plugged in his USB drive. He opened a browser and began frantically downloading files. High-definition satellite maps of the country and the world, wilderness survival manuals, basic agricultural and industrial knowledge tutorials for plumbing and electrical repair, first aid guides, encyclopedias of flora and fauna, and even specialized materials on mechanical repair and oil refining. Anything that might be useful in the apocalypse, he downloaded it all onto the drive. Beyond that, he also downloaded numerous single-player games, classic films, novels, and anime. A long apocalypse couldn't be spent solely on fighting and training. One needed things to pass the time, or else madness would surely set in. Jiang Wanqing watched him busily working on the computer, a puzzled expression on her face. She turned her head and asked curiously, "What are you downloading all this for?" "The internet might go down any time. I'm saving it locally now, so we'll have it later," Lu Chen replied without looking up. "When the net's gone, these things will be treasures." Jiang Wanqing let out an "oh" and didn't ask further. She sat back on the bed, staring out the window again, the melancholy in her eyes far from gone. During a brief pause in the downloads, Lu Chen stole a glance at her dejected figure and couldn't help but smirk slightly. He pulled a delicate mini USB drive from his pocket and quietly plugged it into another port on the computer. Then, with practiced ease, he typed a URL into the browser. The web page loaded after a few seconds, revealing a site full of categorized learning materials. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He selected everything and clicked download, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. A man needed some spiritual sustenance in the apocalypse, right? Just as he was indulging in his delightful fantasy, Jiang Wanqing's cool, indifferent voice came from behind him. "Lu Chen, don't use my computer to download anything unclean." His heart skipped a beat. He froze, his soul nearly fleeing in fright. What the hell? How did this girl? Did she have mind-reading powers? How did she always catch him whenever he was up to something? Lu Chen's mind raced with complaints, but his hands kept moving. He certainly wasn't going to be deterred by her words. He figured that if the power and internet were truly gone in the future, his collection would be the most crucial learning material for humanity's survival and reproduction. When that day came, calling him the living Buddha of the age wouldn't be an exaggeration. With that thought, he gave himself a mental pat on the back. Good job. He then turned around, put on a perfectly serious expression, and said with righteous indignation, "What unclean things? What are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? I'm downloading martial arts tutorial videos to improve my skills and protect you in the future." Jiang Wanqing still faced the window, not even turning her head. She just murmured a faint, unreadable "oh." Lu Chen clicked his tongue and turned back to the computer. He watched the download progress bars on both USB drives surge forward and continued his busy work with renewed vigor. What he didn't know was that the moment he turned away, Jiang Wanqing quietly glanced back. Watching his bustling figure, a gentle smile crept onto her lips and the worry in her eyes began to dissipate. She gazed at him silently for several seconds before turning away again. She propped her cheek on her hand and continued to stare at the white mist outside the window, but now there was an indefinable something more in her eyes. After more than 2 hours, Lu Chen had finally downloaded everything, the necessary and the unnecessary, filling several USB drives to the brim. He pulled out all the drives and stashed them directly into his space, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. Holding these things felt like having the confidence to face the apocalypse. He turned around and saw Jiang Wanqing still in the same position, sitting on the bed and staring into space, as still as a statue, not having moved for ages. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, walked over and stood before her. He waved his hand in front of her face. "Hey, snap out of it, Jiang Wanqing." Jiang Wanqing showed no reaction, her gaze still vacant. Lu Chen found it amusing and waved his hand more vigorously, almost touching her nose. Just then Jiang Wanqing suddenly moved. She opened her mouth and lunged viciously at his waving hand, fast as a flash of lightning with a hint of ferocity. If Lu Chen hadn't been physically enhanced, his agility multiplied far beyond an ordinary person's, that bite would have landed squarely on his hand. He yanked his hand back just in time, but her little canine tooth still grazed his fingertips, startling him. "What the hell? Are you a dog?" Lu Chen stared at her in shock. Jiang Wanqing looked up, her pretty face filled with anger, her eyes rimmed with red. She grabbed the pillow from the bed and hurled it at him, fuming. "Lu Chen, you dog! You're so annoying. Are you done? If you are, get out. Just let me be alone for a while, okay?" The pillow hit Lu Chen soft and harmless. But seeing her reddened eyes, his heart instantly softened. He raised his hands in surrender and softened his tone. All right, my bad. I won't bother you." He paused, looking at her gently. "Don't worry too much. Your sister's at a boarding school with lots of people and teachers. She's definitely fine. When the white mist clears, I'll go with you to find her, okay?" Jiang Wanqing hugged her knees, burying her face in her legs. She didn't speak, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Lu Chen said nothing more. He gently closed the door behind him and left. The living room fell silent again, with only the impenetrably thick white mist outside the window. Yet perhaps it was his imagination, but Lu Chen felt that the sound of coughing in the neighborhood had lessened considerably. Time flowed slowly as night fell once more. Lu Chen rubbed his empty stomach, deciding to cook for himself. He had noticed Jiang Wanqing's low spirits earlier and figured she wouldn't be in the mood to prepare dinner tonight. But just as he stood up, the door to Jiang Wanqing's bedroom opened. The girl shuffled out in her soft slippers, gracefully grabbed an apron, tied it around her waist, and walked straight to the refrigerator. As she pulled open the fridge door, her eyes widened in sheer surprise. She distinctly remembered that at noon, the ingredients inside had been nearly depleted. How was it now packed to the brim? Fresh meat, vegetables, fruits, and even rows of chilled drinks filled every inch, leaving no gap. As if struck by a thought, she paused and headed to the small pantry adjacent to the kitchen. Just as she expected, it too was stacked neatly. Cases of bottled water, vacuum-sealed rice, and flour, along with various other supplies. Jiang Wanqing gazed at these items, feeling as though a heavy weight had finally lifted from her heart. This roommate of hers was becoming increasingly enigmatic. She had stayed in her room all afternoon but kept an ear on the outside. The front door had never been opened, meaning Lu Chen had never left the apartment. Yet the space was limited, with no place to hide such a trove, especially fresh frozen meat. A sudden notion crossed Jiang Wanqing's mind: spatial ability. Having read plenty of novels and watched films, she was no stranger to such powers. Considering the eerie mist outside, Lu Chen's odd behavior over the past few days, and his foresight of this calamity, every detail hinted at the immense secrets this man harbored. But no matter how many secrets he held, he was still her roommate, Jiang Wanqing's. She pressed her lips together, considering herself a clever girl, since Lu Chen trusted her enough to reveal these things without reservation. She wouldn't pry. She believed that when the time was right, he would tell her. With that thought, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and the image of Lu Chen's perfectly sculpted muscles from that morning surfaced in her mind. Feeling her cheeks warm, she raised a hand to fan herself, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and hurried into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lu Chen was peeling potatoes. With his mastery-level skill, the peeler danced swiftly, sending paper-thin peels cascading down without wasting a speck of flesh. A faint fragrance brushed past him as Lu Chen looked up. To his surprise, Jiang Wanqing actually winked at him playfully, her eyes curving into a smile. Lu Chen was stunned, a whirlwind of questions in his mind. Wasn't she in a bad mood just now? Why was she making eyes at him all of a sudden? Could it be that Shed finally noticed his charm, utterly captivated by his handsomeness? He chuckled smugly to himself, only to feel a sharp smack on the back of his head. Lu Chen, you dog, what wicked thoughts are you brewing? Drools dripping on the floor. Behind him, Jiang Wanqing, seeing him grinning like an idiot, couldn't resist and slapped him. The sudden strike triggered Lu Chen's instinctive reflexes, but he forcefully suppressed them. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, even a casual blow could kill an ordinary person, let alone such a delicate girl. Damn, if he ended up killing his future wife while training, who would he complain to? Lu Chen mused inwardly. He needed more practice, preferably a real fight with someone. Otherwise, possessing top-tier combat experience and power but unable to control his own body would be useless. Right now, he felt like a top racing driver who hadn't touched a car in a decade. Suddenly behind the wheel again, both unfamiliar and familiar. Enough, head, stop dwelling on it. Lu Chen turned around abruptly, stood up, and amidst the girl's startled cry, pulled Jiang Wanqing into his embrace. His handsome face drew incredibly close, nearly touching her nose. His hot breath seared her cheeks, making her too flustered to open her eyes, her face flushing crimson. Woman, do you realize you're playing with fire? His low magnetic voice whispered against her ear. But I saved you with sheer willpower. So how will you thank me? His words left Jiang Wanqing's mind buzzing. What was he talking about? She had only slapped the back of his head. How was that him saving her? Was there no limit to his cheek? And get your wandering paws off me, you jerk. Jiang Wanqing grew more flustered and annoyed, her small hands pounding his back as she struggled fiercely. But against Lu Chen's absolute strength, her efforts were like tickling, utterly futile. Not talking. Then I'll just help myself. The moment his shameless words faded, Jiang Wanqing tried to open her eyes to scold him, but her lips were abruptly covered by a warm, domineering pressure. Boom! Jiang Wanqing's mind went blank as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Her struggling hands froze, all strength drained from her body, and she collapsed limply into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen was suddenly pushed away by the girl in his arms, a long silvery strand stretching between them. Her face was already flushed, her moist eyes glaring fiercely at the man beside her as she scolded, pervert. Rogue. She turned to tidy her slightly disheveled clothes. Lu Chen watched her shy demeanor and couldn't help but sigh. Youth was indeed wonderful. Of course he meant more than just age. He smacked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness, then crouched down to continue peeling potatoes. At dinner, knowing the pantry was no longer bare, Jiang Wanqing ate with exceptional relish, happily finishing 2 large bowls of rice. Then, leaning on the table, she propped her head on her hand and quietly watched Lu Chen devour his meal, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. Finally, Lu Chen cleared the table of dishes with lightning-fast chopstick movements, leaving nothing behind. After a quick wash, they prepared to head to their rooms for sleep. Just as Jiang Wanqing opened her door, she found a certain shameless individual following her in. Turning around, she panicked and snapped. Hey Lu Chen, go sleep in your own room. What are you doing in mine? I'm scared to sleep alone. I always have nightmares. But if I sleep with you, I'm not afraid. Lu Chen declared with utter confidence. He spoke the truth. Every night he had strange dreams. Yet last night, sleeping beside Jiang Wanqing, the nightmares vanished, replaced by a wonderful dream. But his words left Jiang Wanqing wide-eyed once again, shocked by his outrageous claim. What did he mean by no nightmares when sleeping with her? She wasn't some calming incense. Damn it, this jerk was getting more brazen by the minute. Fuming inwardly, she reached out to push Lu Chen out the door. Did he really see her as that kind of girl? But before her hand could touch his clothes, he seized it firmly and pressed it against his scorching solid chest through his shirt, leaving her no room to resist. Lu Chen clutched Jiang Wanqing's small hand, pressing it firmly against his own wildly pounding chest, forcing a pitiful expression onto his face. Don't believe me. Just feel it. Every time I think of those nightmares, my heart races uncontrollably. I promise I'll just sleep quietly beside you, absolutely well behaved. If I dare to make a move, you can kick me out anytime, all right? With that, before the girl could retort, he pulled her into his embrace once more. His eyes, brimming with feigned sincerity, locked onto hers as he softened his voice and asked again, okay. Jiang Wanqing felt as if she might go mad, inwardly cursing that this scoundrel was growing bolder by the minute. What did he mean by sleeping quietly beside her? If she actually let him into her bed, how could a weak girl like her possibly overpower him? The man's scorching breath brushed against her face again, unsettling her heart, weakening her legs, and clouding her mind. Fine. Remember this, you must behave. If you dare move a muscle, I'll throw you out immediately. Seeing that the girl had actually relented, Lu Chen's eyes lit up and a grin nearly split his face. He gently hooked his heel, and with a soft click the door closed. Reaching out, he wrapped an arm around the girl's slender waist, lifted her horizontally, and tossed her onto the bed, swiftly slipping under the covers himself. Jiang Wanqing was so startled, she shrank back against the wall, but Lu Chen paid no heed, pulling the quilt over his head. Beneath the covers, the faint, delicate fragrance of the girl filled the air. As he breathed it in, a strange sense of calm washed over Lu Chen. Beside him, Jiang Wanqing belatedly realized what had she just agreed to. How had she let this scoundrel into her bed? Fuming with both anger and embarrassment, she saw that the shameless man had taken most of the quilt. She tugged at it angrily, but her strength compared to his was like a tickle. After much effort, the quilt didn't budge. Jiang Wanqing grew even angrier. Could the scoundrel not have any gentlemanly decency? Fighting a woman for the quilt. Just as she finished cursing inwardly, a large hand reached out and yanked her into a searing embrace. The thumping of heartbeats filled her ears so fast, she couldn't tell if it was his or hers. Jiang Wanqing felt her cheeks burn with heat. This detestable scoundrel claiming he had no intentions toward her. Don't overthink it. Your quilt is a bit small and it's cold outside now. If we huddle together, we'll be warmer. Lu Chen insisted he was telling the truth. Jiang Wanqing's quilt was indeed too small for two. It was fine for her alone, but with a man added, it was utterly insufficient. Moreover, since the white mist descended blocking the sunlight, the outside temperature had been steadily dropping. Lu Chen had checked the thermometer today and found it was barely under 20 degrees Celsius. It was only early September, or in previous years, this was the time of the fierce autumn heat, with temperatures soaring over 30 degrees, making people sweat profusely. As for why he didn't go back to his own room for a quilt, Lu Chen thought, what if he left and the girl locked the door behind him? Besides, sleeping while holding a fragrant soft girl was far better than wrapping himself in a cold quilt alone. He had earned his place in this bed through his own skill. Wanting him to leave. No way. Jiang Wanqing in his arms struggled slightly, but Lu Chen held her firmly. After much futile effort, she finally gave up in a huff, letting him hold her. Feeling the girl's body tremble slightly, Lu Chen unconsciously loosened his grip a little. But by then, the girl had stopped struggling, lying obediently in Lu Chen's arms, her breathing gradually calming. Time passed slowly, and just as Lu Chen was about to fall asleep, a soft, timid voice whispered, "Lu Chen, can you stop touching me?" Carrying a hint of shyness. Sorry. Lu Chen snapped out of his daze and reluctantly withdrew his hand. He swore it was unintentional. He had a peculiar habit. He needed to hold something in his hand to fall asleep. Half asleep, he had unconsciously reached for something that felt nice and simply covered it. Sensing the mischievous hand retreat, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the man's breathing gradually steady, she yawned. Her small face instinctively nuzzled against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart as drowsiness overcame her, and her breathing became even and deep. The next morning, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, a peculiar expression on his face. Because Jiang Wanqing's sleeping posture was odd. Her small hand had strayed to the wrong place. Lu Chen looked down. The girl had wrapped her arms around his neck. No wonder he felt like he couldn't breathe. Turning his head, he saw her breathing still steady, her bare skin flushed pink and glowing with an alluring sheen. Lu Chen swallowed hard, then carefully extricated himself from her embrace, pulling the quilt up to cover her properly. He mused that indeed sleeping beside this girl seemed to keep the nightmares at bay. Waking up, he felt completely refreshed. Approaching the window, he parted the curtain a crack and peered outside. As expected, the white mist showed no signs of dissipating, and true to his guess, was growing denser. Coughing echoed intermittently through the neighborhood, occasionally punctuated by a scream from an unknown direction. From what he had observed, aside from being unbreathable, the white mist seemed to have no other peculiarities. Contrary to the movies and novels had seen, there was no mutation or awakening of superpowers from inhaling it. Nor were there any monsters lurking within, or otherwise the authorities would have issued warnings. For now, it seemed inhaling the mist caused violent coughing and fever. Those in poor health or with underlying conditions might not hold out long before dying. Conversely, those with stronger physiques, even if they inhaled it and suffered the same symptoms, seemed to endure longer. How much longer, Lu Chen couldn't say, because they were still alive. He had gleaned this information from the neighborhood group chat. Thus Lu Chen resolved never to touch the mist unless absolutely necessary. Through the system, he knew this apocalypse was far from simple. The real danger might still lie ahead. Yet even just one day of the white mist had already thrown people into panic. Lu Chen speculated that as people's supplies dwindled, chaos and violence among humans were inevitable. It was just a matter of who would crack first. He, however, was not the least bit worried. With his current strength, he was arguably the strongest human alive. As for whether he could withstand a bullet, he hadn't tested it, but he was confident. If anyone dared to trouble him, he would be more than happy to reason with them, ensuring his fists spoke the whole truth. Ding! Today's check-in reward has been refreshed. The rewards are as follows. Tang Hengdao 1 description: a mastercraft Tang-style saber hand-forged for sharpness and durability. Excellent for chopping, highly practical for close combat. Milk strawberries 1 ton description: harvested from a premium ecological estate. The fruits are plump and rosy, rich in milky fragrance, soft, sweet, and succulent, freshly picked with superior quality. Check-in supplies have been distributed to the system space. Next check-in time is tomorrow at 8 a.m. The cold mechanical system notification chimed once more. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, pulled out his phone, and lit up the screen. It was already 8 in the morning. He had slept unusually deeply last night, slumbering straight through till dawn, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. He mused inwardly, sure enough, having someone lying beside you really does improve the quality of sleep. With a mere thought, a long saber materialized in his palm. The blade was straight and elongated, its entire body radiating a frigid, piercing gleam. The edge was as sharp as frost, devoid of any superfluous ornamentation. The whole weapon exuded a decisive, killing aura. A true Tang-style saber. Lu Chen curled his finger and lightly tapped the blade. Whir! A crisp, clear, and chilling resonance instantly spread, lingering and prolonged. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow again, then abruptly twisted his wrist. The saber danced in his hands, creating an impenetrable web of frigid light. He slashed, chopped, swept, and thrust with fluid grace, each strike accompanied by a sharp whoosh, clean and decisive. Within a minute, he sheathed the blade with a flourish. The saber was spotless, without even a hint of residual vibration. Lu Chen silently praised it. Truly a fine weapon. Anything from the system was bound to be top tier. If this were before the apocalypse, such a blade would have cost at least tens of thousands. After putting the saber away, he tapped on the official emergency notice pinned at the top of his phone. A citywide alert, sent an hour ago, urgent notice. Urgent notice. After testing, the city's centralized drinking water supply has been severely contaminated, with all water quality indicators far exceeding safety standards. It is strictly forbidden for any individual or unit to drink, wash, or cook with this water. Violators will suffer irreversible bodily harm, even life-threatening consequences. Again, warning: do not drink. Below it were comments. Holy crap. Is this notice real or fake? I just chugged 2 big glasses of tap water and feel fine. It was great. Help. My parents drank the water and now they're convulsing and foaming at the mouth. They're dying. It's over, it's over. Is this really the end of the world? The official warning reached everyone, shattering the already panicked atmosphere into complete chaos. Lu Chen's gaze darkened slightly. Just as he had predicted, within a single day, the water supply was entirely contaminated. Meanwhile, the residential community group chat was in utter disarray, with 99 messages flying by in a blur. Building 3 Aunt Zhang, oh my god. The official notice is out. The water is really toxic. I made kanji with it this morning. What do I do? My stomach is already starting to hurt. Building 2 Old Wang, this is terrible. My kid drank 2 big glasses this morning. He keeps coughing and wants to throw up. Does anyone know what kind of poison this is? Building 5 Shaoli, I was saying yesterday that the people in Building 6 must be crazy, claiming the water smelled weird and was toxic. I thought they were being dramatic. But I just drank half a bottle and now my mouth is numb. At this point, residents of Building 6 started chiming in, their tones filled with lingering fear and relief. Building 6, Aunt Lu, I told you all from the start. Yesterday, as soon as the water came out, it had a strange smell and was murky. I told you not to drink it, but no one listened. Now look what's happened. Building 6 Xiao Zhao, exactly. We drained all our tap water yesterday, and didn't even dare open the bottled water just in case. Good thing we heeded the advice. Building 6 Old Joe, I shouted in the group chat 3 times yesterday that the water was bad, and everyone should stock up, but people called me alarmist. And now, does it sting? When Lu Chen had showered yesterday, the pre-contaminated water had already flowed through the pipes of Building 6. Everyone in the building had detected the water's abnormality early on. Not only did they avoid using it themselves, but they also repeatedly warned the other buildings in the main group. But back then, no one believed them, dismissing it as an overreaction. Now, with the official notice, it was an undeniable fact. The panic in the group surged wildly quickly, turning into a battlefield for supplies. Building 1 Lu Chen, please neighbors. Does anyone have extra purified water? They'll buy it. 50 yuan a bottle. My kid is only 2 and has started running a fever. Building 4 brother son looking to buy rice flour and mineral water. They'll take as much as you have. Name your price. They'll WeChat transfer right away. Building 7 sister Wu, it's over. We only have half a bucket of water left and enough food for 2 days. What are we going to do? Soon those who had stockpiled supplies emerged, their prices outrageously high. Building 2 old Feng, I have some extra mineral water. 100 yuan a bottle, firm price. Come pick it up yourself. First come, first served. Building 3 Big Lu, I have rice here. 500 yuan for a 10-pound bag. Take it or leave it. Money's just paper now, or having something to eat is what matters. These words immediately ignited a firestorm in the group. Building 1 Lu Chen, are you insane? 100 yuan for a bottle of water. You're profiteering off a disaster. Building 2 old Feng, don't like the price. Then don't buy it. No one's forcing you. The authorities haven't said when the water will be safe again. If you don't buy, someone else will. Building 4 brother son, exactly. We're on the verge of death here, and you're still worried about money. If you can't handle it, just wait to die of thirst. Others, consumed by despair, were ranting in the group. Building 5 Shaoli, it's over. I drank so much water. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Building 7 sister Wu, life is impossible now. The water's poisoned. Will the food be next? Are they trying to kill us all? Lu Chen glanced at the chaos in the group, his expression utterly unruffled. He wasn't the least bit panicked. The purified water he had stockpiled in his space alone was enough for him and Jiang Wanqing to use sparingly for a year or 2. Not to mention the check-in system. Who knew if it might yield drinking water again someday? He turned to look at the girl still sound asleep in bed. He wondered to himself how she hadn't been woken up by all the noise he had made. But the thing was, he really hadn't done anything last night. Morning light filtered through the crack in the curtains, falling precisely on her smooth forehead, her long eyelashes resting like tiny fans. The loose collar of her nightgown had slipped open slightly, revealing a slender fair shoulder line. Her breathing rose and fell gently, her sleep profoundly peaceful. Lu Chen couldn't resist leaning down to plant a light peck on her smooth forehead before quietly slipping out of the bedroom. He went to the bathroom for a quick wash and then headed to the kitchen. His cooking wasn't as good as Jiang Wanqing's, but it was decent. Before long, he had cooked a pot of soft creamy congee paired with 2 light side dishes and set them on the table. No sooner had he arranged the bowls and chopsticks than he heard footsteps behind him. Jiang Wanqing had just emerged from the bathroom, her hair loosely pinned up the ends, still carrying a hint of moisture. The hem of her nightgown barely covered her thighs, revealing 2 slender fair calves. Catching sight of Lu Chen, she stole a glance, the tips of her ears flushing crimson first without a word. She walked straight to the dining table, sat down, lifted the bowl of congee before her, and took a gentle sip. The next moment, her slightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in her eyes. She mused inwardly, this scoundrel, his cooking skills are actually not bad. After breakfast, with a mere thought, Lu Chen directly retrieved the milk strawberries the system had rewarded him with this morning from his space. Each one was plump and bright red, still bearing fresh moisture, and the sweet, fragrant aroma of the fruit instantly permeated the air. As for his act of producing things out of thin air, Jiang Wanqing had already formed a conjecture in her heart, so she was not surprised. Moreover, she even felt a hint of unexpected subtle delight that Lu Chen openly revealed his ability before her without any concealment. Naturally, Lu Chen offered no further explanation, either. An unspoken understanding seemed to have long been established between them. He placed the strawberries on the living room coffee table, and the 2 sat side by side on the sofa. Eating the sweet strawberries and sipping iced drinks, they continued scrolling through their phones. Jiang Wanqing picked up a strawberry, took a bite, the clear, sweet juice melting in her mouth. She secretly glanced up at Lu Chen beside her. Seeing him staring at his phone screen, she quickly lowered her head again, pinching the strawberry stem between her fingers, the tips of her ears somewhat red. Lu Chen scrolled through global news, his expression gradually darkening. He discovered that this water source contamination was not a regional isolated case, but had swept across the entire world. Every country was reporting news of water sources polluted by unknown harmful substances, and social order instantly spiraled out of control. The civilized society that humanity had developed over millennia was directly impacted to the point of precariousness. Domestically, it was still manageable, but abroad people had completely abandoned restraint, with videos of riots appearing everywhere. There were people utterly broken, frantically spraying bullets with guns on the streets, only to be shot dead the next second by SWAT officers clad in heavy protective gear. Others drove cars filled with gasoline charging recklessly through the streets, overturning roadside stalls and vehicles while screams rose and fell in succession. Even more bizarrely, Lu Chen saw a peculiar individual from Elephant Country who, taking advantage of a farmer's family, having just perished, slipped directly into their cattle pen. Minutes later, he was sent flying out by an enraged bull, his pants half-hitched, crashing to the ground and falling silent instantly. Incidents of such violent bloodshed were countless. Acts of looting, smashing, and burning played out repeatedly in cities everywhere, with civilized order utterly destroyed. Not only that, Lu Chen also noticed that whether he was watching videos or reading news, the images would stutter from time to time, occasionally displaying a full screen of static snow. He didn't pay it much mind, merely attributing it to the thick white fog outside interfering with signal transmission. He casually clicked on a highly popular overseas live stream. In the frame, a female reporter completely wrapped in protective gear and wearing a gas mask was holding a microphone, speaking rapidly into the camera, narrating the riot situation outside a supermarket. Despite the screams and sounds of smashing all around, her voice remained steady without a single tremor. Lu Chen had just begun to feel a hint of admiration and was about to give her a like when a man's angry roar suddenly exploded from the footage. "Damn it! If you're broadcasting, broadcast. Why are you blocking the supermarket entrance? You stupid piece of shit, delaying my business." Immediately followed by a muffled thud. The camera spun, violently crashing heavily to the ground with a harsh scraping sound of metal. When the image stabilized again, the person before the lens had changed. A middle-aged man wearing a black headband and his face painted with bizarre patterns was squatting in front of the camera. His eyes were vacant, his expression bearing an almost eerie solemnity, his voice low and grave. "The apocalypse is upon us. You shall all return to the embrace of our God." With these words, the live stream's barrage comments fell instantly silent. But before netizens could react, the man's expression twisted, abruptly erupting into a piercing, shrill cackle. "Ha ha ha ha! Foolish humans! Your world is doomed. Prepare to welcome the end." The barrage instantly flooded with curses. Some were terrified, others angrily accused him of spreading rumors, and some directly left the live stream. Yet the next second, the ferocity on the man's face was retracted just as quickly. A corner of his mouth lifted, revealing a sly, goofy expression. "Ha ha ha ha! Friends in the stream, how was my portrayal of a heretic just now? Wasn't it realistic? Do you think I've got a shot at this year's Oscars?" Only then did everyone realize they had been fooled, and the curses in the barrage grew even fiercer. "Damn it, idiot! When I find you, I'll beat the shit out of you. Bro, make this happen. Yeah, daring to scare us. Ladies, let's report him." But just as everyone believed it was merely a prank, and had barely breathed a sigh of relief, all the comical expressions on the man's face slowly faded away. His gaze turned cold as ice, devoid of any warmth, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through the screen, stabbing straight into everyone's heart. In a light yet spine-chilling tone, he enunciated each word. "But the apocalypse is really coming, you know." As his voice fell, he let out a series of cackling laughs, accompanied by another crisp sound of metal hitting the ground. The camera spun wildly again, finally coming to rest on a woman's face. It was the female reporter from before. Her eyes were wide open, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her face still etched with resentment and terror. In the background of the shot, a surging crowd trampled over her body, while the sounds of frantic grabbing, smashing, and crying from the supermarket merged into chaos. With a splat, a streak of bright red liquid splattered across the entire screen. The next second, the live stream went black, displaying "Stream ended." Lu Chen frowned, exited the live stream, and tried to browse other videos, only to find they could no longer load. He refreshed several times and the app crashed directly. Unwilling to give up, he opened other video platforms, all without exception showing a blank screen, completely paralyzed. Across the entire internet, it seemed only Fei Xian could still be used with difficulty, but even then only text messages could be sent. Images and videos simply would not load. Meanwhile, in the residential community's owner group, the chaos was intensifying. Some people had stocked up on food, but not water, panicking like ants on a hot pan, begging desperately in the group. "Dear neighbors, I have 2 bags of rice looking to exchange for 2 buckets of purified water. Anyone willing? Please, my family is almost out of water." Some had supplies but refused to trade for money, insisting only on barter. "Don't bother asking with money, money is worthless now. Want to trade for water or food? Bring cigarettes, alcohol, instant noodles, useful things. Hee wives and daughters are also acceptable, but not the 2 ugly ones." Some completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably in the group. "My family has nothing. We only have enough water and food for today. How are we supposed to survive?" Are we just supposed to wait to die of thirst or hunger? Others who had stocked up earlier gloated in the group. I told you all to stock up on supplies usually, but none of you took it seriously just in case. Now you're panicking. Too late. Arguments, please, curses, despair. The myriad facets of human nature were laid completely bare in this sudden catastrophe. Lu Chen's days, however, passed with remarkable leisure. For the rest of the day, he either stayed in his bedroom, honing his martial skills, familiarizing himself with the newly acquired Tang horizontal saber, practicing a set of blade techniques until they became increasingly proficient. Or he would lean back on the sofa, scrolling through the farce in the homeowners group chat, watching the outside world descend step by step into chaos. When idle, he would sidle up to Jiang Wanqing and tease her relentlessly. For instance, he would deliberately bring a peeled strawberry to her lips, waiting for her to blush, and open her mouth only to swiftly retract it and pop it into his own mouth. Or he would wrap his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, savoring the sight of her stiffening and her ears turning crimson. Each time he would provoke the girl until her cheeks flushed crimson, and she would angrily swing her little fists at him. Her punches were soft and utterly powerless, yet Lu Chen felt his heart itch with amusement. Over the course of a single day, he sensed his feelings for Jiang Wanqing rapidly intensifying, nearing a critical point. Time slipped away until it was late at night. Jiang Wanqing had just finished washing up and entered the bedroom, her hair still damp with moisture, wrapped in a loose bath towel, revealing her slender calves and pale collarbones. No sooner had she taken 2 steps than she felt a warm body press against her from behind, the man's chest firmly against her back. Carrying a faint scent of soap, his hot breath brushed against her earlobe. Her entire body stiffened, and she let out a soft sigh inwardly. By now, she had long since resigned herself to her fate. She realized that Lu Chen had already taken root in her heart. As soon as she lay down on the bed, Lu Chen reached out and pulled her soft, pliant body into his embrace. He lowered his head, his scorching gaze locked onto the blushing face of the girl in his arms, his nose almost touching hers. His eyes blazed with undisguised affection as he stared at her fixedly, the intensity threatening to overflow. Jiang Wanqing had assumed Lu Chen would behave himself and lie still like last night, but the moment he got into bed, he pressed forward with a body radiating searing heat. He loomed over her, pinning her firmly into the soft velvet blanket. His knee roughly parted, her legs wedging between hers, sealing off any chance of escape. One hand braced beside her ear, the bedboard creaking under the pressure, while his other hand effortlessly captured both her slender wrists, raising them above her head and pressing them into the pillow. Jiang Wanqing's breath instantly grew ragged. The man's presence enveloped her completely, every one of her senses saturated with this overwhelmingly assertive aura. Her long lashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, trembling violently several times before she finally resigned herself and closed her eyes. She lifted her slightly flushed chin, revealing a stretch of slender snow-white neck like a small beast surrendering. The next moment, a fierce, scorching kiss descended. Outside the window was the bone-piercing chill of the apocalypse, but within the sealed room, the temperature soared wildly amid their intertwining breaths. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a beauty who meets the system's criteria. You are awarded 1 unlimited level check-in opportunity. Screw off. Can't you see I'm busy? Lu Chen gritted his teeth, not even lifting his head, cursing fiercely in his mind. The system? After a long while, Lu Chen looked down at the girl in his arms, who had melted into a puddle of water, her delicate frame trembling incessantly. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of his lips. His fingertip traced her sweat-dampened temple, causing her to tremble slightly again. Lu Chen, you dog! Jiang Wanqing's voice was as soft as cotton, laced with post-passion hoarseness and exhaustion. The corners of her eyes still reddened. If you get the chance, you must go find my sister. Otherwise ill. She didn't finish her sentence, her confidence waning, her voice trailing off into a soft, trembling whimper. Oh, otherwise what will you do? Lu Chen chuckled softly, gazing at her meek, kitten-like demeanor. A fresh wave of heat surged in his lower abdomen, and his large hand resting on her waist began to wander slowly, sliding downward. Jiang Wanqing immediately sensed his movement. Her moist eyes instantly glazed over with a film of water, and she hastily grabbed his roving hand, her voice carrying a tearful plea. Lu Chen, no. I really can't anymore. I'm so tired. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Lu Chen withdrew his hand and planted a kiss on the corner of her reddened eye, his tone turning more serious. Don't worry, if I get the chance, I'll definitely go find your sister. After all, the thrill of a sister-in-law was something Lu Chen was all too eager to experience. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing felt a great weight lift from her heart. Too tired to mind his hand, still lingering on her slender waist, she burrowed deeper into his embrace. Breathing in the reassuring masculine scent of him, She soon fell into a deep, even sleep. She was utterly exhausted, too weary even to lift her eyelids. Who would have guessed that Lu Chen of all people would be so vigorous in the early morning? Lu Chen watched the girl fall asleep, feeling the warm, soft body in his arms, and prepared to close his eyes and sleep. Then he suddenly remembered the system he had just cursed away. System. He called out tentatively in his mind, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. After a few seconds, the system's voice rang out, tinged with a little sulkiness and reluctance. I am here. Lu Chen. Well, it was indeed his fault. Ignoring the system's petulant mood, he shifted his focus to the reward he had just received. To his surprise, recruiting a beauty who met the system's standards also granted him an unlimited level reward. After all, on the very first day of the apocalypse, it was through an unlimited level check-in that he had obtained a 150 cubic meter portable space. So now he was filled with anticipation about what this unlimited level reward would be. Lu Chen collected his thoughts and turned his attention to this unlimited level check-in reward. Invincible golden kidney. Below it was a brief description. Lu Chen glanced at it and immediately cursed under his breath. Damn, this thing is incredible. For a man, aside from power and strength, what could be more important than this? He quickly read the details. Greatly enhances physical endurance and stamina, significantly boosts personal charm, and possesses a natural lethal allure for members of the opposite sex of appropriate age. Comes with an exclusive skill, infinite stamina. Compresses and converts all energy within the body to provide 1 hour of sustained, non-diminishing physical output with freely controllable activation and deactivation, and a cooldown of 1 hour. After the skill ends, the body enters a weakened state which can be accelerated in recovery by consuming high-energy foods. Note: provides comprehensive bonuses for daily consumption, combat bursts, and intimate interactions alike. All Lu Chen could say was awesome, absolutely awesome. Without any hesitation, he silently chanted in his mind use. The next second, a warm current surged from his lower back, spreading through his spine to all 4 limbs. The slight fatigue that had accumulated from the earlier exertion vanished without a trace, leaving his entire body brimming with inexhaustible energy. He looked down at Jiang, watching fast asleep in his arms. The girl's pretty face was tinged with a faint blush, her breathing, even her pink lips slightly swollen. A sight that made one's heart itch. Lu Chen felt a rush of heat against his hand, even lifting, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and held back. One must not, or at least should not. Suppressing the improper thoughts that arose, he pulled the girl closer into his arms. Inhaling the fragrance of her hair, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in the room downstairs, Bai Jie sat by the bedside, relying on the faint soft glow of the desk lamp, gazing at the baby sleeping soundly under the quilt, her eyes filled with an unshakable worry. This child was her niece Yi. Her younger sister and brother-in-law had died in a car accident half a year ago, and she had been taking care of the child ever since. Now food at home was running low, and worst of all, the drinking water was almost gone. As for Yi's milk powder, only the last portion remained. After the apocalypse struck, the outside was engulfed in deadly white mist, making it impossible to go out. During the day, she had posted a message in the owners group, hoping to trade her remaining cash and jewelry for some milk powder and water, but almost no one was willing to exchange. Once the signal was completely cut off, money had long become worthless paper. Everyone clung tightly to their supplies, unwilling to let go, and the things hidden beneath the mask of civilization gradually began to surface. Occasionally a few men were willing to trade, but they didn't want her money at all. However, the conditions they proposed were more disgusting than the last, churning her stomach. She immediately put on a cold face and blocked them. But now she truly had no other choice. The milk powder would only last for tomorrow morning's meal. By noon, Ae would be going hungry. The child was still so young and couldn't eat anything other than milk powder. What if she starved? Bai Jie lowered her head, gently touching Yi's soft little face. The worry in her eyes slowly transformed into an unyielding determination. She silently vowed, "Yi, don't worry. Auntie will do everything in her power to ensure you survive." The next morning, Lu Chen was awakened by a ticklish sensation at the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes and saw that Jiang Wanqing had woken up at some point. She was lying on his chest, holding a strand of her own hair, carefully tickling his nose. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons, brimming with mischievous delight. Seeing that he was awake, the girl not only showed no sign of panic, but instead used the tip of her hair to brush his chin again, wearing a playful expression that seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" Lu Chen looked at her like this, his heart stirred. He abruptly tightened his arm around her waist. Jiang Wanqing let out a soft gasp, her supple body instantly stiffening. Then, as if she had lost all her bones, she collapsed limply into his embrace. When she lifted her head again, her pretty face was flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears tinged with scarlet. Her moist eyes were filled with panic and her voice trembled. No, you last night? Last night was last night. Now is now. Lu Chen chuckled softly, flipped over and pressed her back under the quilt. He lowered his head and bit her reddened earlobe. The girl's whimpers were swallowed in the scorching kiss, and the temperature in the room once again surged uncontrollably. By the time they finished, it was nearly noon. Jiang Wanqing was so exhausted, she fell back asleep, her face buried in the pillow, her exposed back covered in faint red marks. Lu Chen turned his attention to the system check-in from this morning. 1 ton of 99 pure gold, 10 energy-gathering stones. He understood the gold, but he was also extremely speechless. What use was it in the apocalypse? Could he use it to crush someone to death? That might actually work. Lu Chen suddenly discovered a new use for his portable space. By storing some very heavy items inside, if he ever encountered an opponent too powerful to defeat, he could simply crush them with it. As his strength increased, he noticed that the range at which his seed space could absorb objects was also expanding. It had now reached a range of 15 meters, corresponding exactly to his mental attribute. So Lu Chen decided this method was worth trying later. As for the energy-gathering stones, the description explained. A product formed when an alien spacecraft crashed onto the planet and combined with minerals containing immense energy. The first thought that crossed Lu Chen's mind was that if the power went out, this thing could probably be used as an energy source. Regardless, it was a good thing. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, with his keen hearing, Lu Chen detected a hesitant soft knock at the front door. The sound was very light, as if afraid to disturb something. Lu Chen frowned, a hint of confusion in his mind. He then turned to cover the girl beside him with the blanket, threw on a simple shirt, and walked out of the bedroom. Arriving at the door, he looked through the peephole and saw a flicker of surprise. Bai Jie. Standing outside the door was the beautiful young woman from downstairs. Lu Chen carefully checked outside, confirming she was alone, and then opened the door. With his current strength, if he couldn't even open a door, he might as well just go and die. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Jie stood right there. She was dressed in simple loungewear, her hair casually tied back. Her fair face had slightly reddened eyes, and the neck exposed above her collar was as white as snow. The loose fabric couldn't conceal her graceful figure. A slender waist, full hips, and the alluring charm of a mature woman was impossible to hide. But at this moment, her fingers were tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, radiating unease and nervousness. Even raising her head to look at him carried a timid hesitation. Seeing him open the door, her lips moved, but for a long time no words came out. Something wrong. Lu Chen leaned against the doorframe, casting a detached glance at her. Just then, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Detected a beautiful woman, meeting system standards by Jie. Successful recruitment grants 1 unlimited level check-in reward. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, understanding in his heart. He could only say the system truly understood him. Bai Jie bit her lower lip, finally gathering the courage to speak, her voice slightly hoarse. Lu Chen, I wanted to ask if you have any extra infant milk powder at home. Stage 1 milk powder. I can pay with money or trade with jewelry, anything. As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously glanced into the living room. She saw the bottled water, bread, and vacuum-packed meat piled on the dining table. Her eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again, tinged with bitterness. Before the apocalypse, she had occasionally gotten to know Lu Chen through food delivery orders. At the time, she knew he was a delivery driver and often asked him to bring milk powder. They would greet each other when they met in the elevator, so she considered him a familiar face, knowing he wasn't one of those disreputable thugs. But given the current situation, she had no idea if he had any milk powder, and even if he did, whether he would be willing to give it to her was another matter. Lu Chen looked at her forced composure and made up his mind. He stepped aside to let her in. Come inside and talk. It's not safe by the door. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, but eventually lowered her head and walked in, gently closing the door behind her. I have milk powder, not just stage 1, but enough for a child to eat for several years. Lu Chen sat on the sofa looking at the woman standing there at a loss and spoke slowly. But in this world now, money and jewelry are worthless, paper useless. Bai Jie's face paled instantly and her fingers clenched tighter. Of course she knew. The men who had made conditions with her during the day had said the same thing. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. What do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Lu Chen's gaze fixed on her. The golden waist ornament lent an added allure, and though his expression bore no overt aggression, it sent a tremor through Bai Jie. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her heart began to pound wildly. It's simple, Lu Chen said, his tone even but threaded with a domineering certainty. Be my woman. Come with me and I will protect you and the child. In this apocalypse you will not lack food or shelter, and no one will dare mistreat you. Bai Jie jerked her head up, eyes wide with shock. She had entertained such a possibility before, yet to hear it spoken aloud still made her body shudder. She wanted to refuse instinctively, but flashes of Yi's sleeping face filled her mind alongside revolting memories of men's leers and the danger of the white mist outside. She had also seen the abundant supplies stacked in Lu Chen's home. With the end of the world upon them, she, weak and powerless carrying a newborn, could not possibly survive alone. She might throw away her own life, but she could not bring Yi to her death. Lu Chen offered not just plentiful provisions but the sight of robust strength. What was more, he was someone she had known, far preferable to the strangers who lurked with uncertain motives, for reasons she could not name. As she looked into Lu Chen's eyes, her pulse quickened and her face burned. The small resistance in her heart began almost imperceptibly to crumble. After a silence that lasted a full half-minute, Bai Jie closed her eyes. When she opened them again, resolution shone there. Her voice was soft and fragile, yet unmistakable. "All right, I agree." Lu Chen smiled and moved toward the storage room, pretending to rummage. In truth, he took from his pocketed space an unopened tin of infant formula and a large jug of mineral water, placing them on the coffee table. "You can have these for now." He watched Bai Jie's eyes brighten, then shifted his tone, a mischievous curl tugging at his lip. "But of course there should be a little interest first, shouldn't there?" Bai Jie understood immediately from his look. Her face flamed crimson. Even her neck bloomed with color as her fingers twisted nervously together, frozen for a long moment. She had never from childhood to now been touched by a man's hand. Her imagination ran wild with images that made her burn with shame. Bai Jie's face grew ever hotter. Lu Chen made no rush. He simply watched her. At last, her face thoroughly flushed, she nodded delicately and gave a tiny breathy "hmm." Lu Chen rose without hesitation. He took her soft, slender hand and led her straight to the bathroom. The lock clicked behind them. Only a small warming light burned in the bathroom, casting dim, elongated shadows across the cramped space. The confined room was filled with Lu Chen's masculine presence and Bai Jie's frantic heartbeat. Pressed against the cool tiles, she dared not breathe loudly. Lu Chen looked down at the redness in the corners of her eyes, cupped her jaw, and bent to kiss her. Time blurred until finally the bathroom door opened again. Lu Chen stepped out, looking refreshed, a satisfied smile on his face. Behind him, Bai Jie kept her head bowed, covering her slightly swollen lips. Her face was so red it seemed to ache, and her legs trembled weakly. She glanced up at the man before quickly lowering her eyes, shame and helplessness mingling in them. He had taken advantage of her so. She could hardly believe it. "Take the formula and water," he said. He handed her the items and tousled her hair. "Bring the child and your things over tonight. Stay here with us." Bai Jie took the supplies, her fingertips trembling. The whole episode felt unreal, like a dream. She gave the man one last soft "hmm." Then she clutched the formula and water to her chest and bolted, flinging the door open and fleeing without daring to look back. She had to hurry home to check on Yi for fear the little one might be hungry again. Lu Chen watched her flustered retreat, smacked his lips, and chuckled softly before turning back to the bedroom. Jiang Wanqing had not yet woken, only shifting and burying her face in the blanket, sleeping soundly. The afternoon passed quickly. When Jiang Wanqing awoke, Lu Chen sat with her through lunch and told her about the situation outside. He did not hide Bai Jie's presence. After all, she would be coming over tonight, and it could not be concealed. To his surprise, Jiang Wanqing did not lash out. She was silent for a while, then simply nodded. She was not a naive girl. She knew how difficult life would be for a woman with a child in this apocalypse. Moreover, Lu Chen was now her man, the only support she had in these desperate times. Even if it stung her pride, she would not make a scene at such a moment. That night she was especially clingy in bed, clinging to him until exhaustion finally closed her eyes, and she fell into a deep sleep with his arm held tight. Lu Chen tucked the blanket around her and glanced at the clock on the wall, nearly 9 o'clock. A crease formed between his brows. He had agreed with Bai Jie that she would come tonight. But now it was this late and there had been no sign of her. Something felt off. As the thought rose, he heard a violent pounding at the door, faint at first, then growing louder. Shouts of filthy curses from several men mixed with a woman's desperate cries. The sounds came from downstairs, exactly beneath where Bai Jie lived. A cold, murderous gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as a wave of wrath surged from his core. Damn them! Seeking death. He understood that when food and water dwindled, the darker side of human nature would flare up. But he had never imagined it would erupt after only 3 days since the catastrophe began, or that such predators would pick his building to prey upon. Lu Chen snorted and leapt from the bed. He threw open the door and raced downstairs. His physique had long been enhanced beyond normal limits. In a few strides, he barreled into the corridor below. Rounding the corner, the sight before him chilled his face. 7 thugs crowded the hallway, dyed hair in aggressive hues, shouting and cursing with filthy mouths. One blue-haired brute hefted a slab of brick and battered the door of a nearby flat. With each strike, a woman's scream echoed from inside. That particular room was not by Jez, yet outside her door 2 men stood, one swinging a rebar, the other raising a sledgehammer. They took turns battering her security door. Perhaps by Jez's door was of sturdier make after a long, while the 2 had only dented a large portion of the outer plating. Then the attackers heard the unmistakable whimper of a child and the muffled, terrified sobs of a woman from behind the door. "Damn, that young mother is in there." The 2 hammermen exchanged lascivious looks and drove their blows harder, faces leering. The other thugs clustered around another already breached door, craning their heads inside with lecherous grins, their eyes hungry and impatient, as a woman's despairing cries spilled into the hall. The corridor was chaos. No one had paid attention to Lu Chen until now. Watching the scene, his face blackened with rage, and he made no more hesitation. He sprang forward, his footsteps quickening into a blur, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. A black-haired thug had just pulled out a cigarette, his lighter not yet pressed, when he felt a gale rush past him. Then came a thunderous boom. 2 deafening explosions echoed, shaking dust from the corridor walls. The blue-haired thug, snapping back to reality, dropped his cigarette and lighter with a clatter, his eyes wide with shock. What did he witness? The 2 thugs who had been pounding on by Jez's door just moments ago had vanished into thin air, following the sound. He saw them plastered against the wall at the end of the corridor, reduced to 2 pools of gore. Brains and blood trickled down the wall. They were utterly and irrevocably dead. In their place stood a man in pajamas, his face expressionless, staring directly at him. Gulp. The blue-haired thug swallowed hard. He felt he was about to meet his ancestors, yet a strange, inexplicable thrill bubbled within him. The deafening noise finally roused everyone, plunging the corridor into a sudden, heavy silence. All eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. Some thugs, slow to comprehend, opened their mouths to curse, but the chilling aura radiating from him made them snap their jaws shut instantly. Only the green-haired thug who had been eavesdropping at the door was too lust-addled to grasp the situation. Despite his comrades tugging at him, he craned his neck and hurled abuse at Lu Chen. "Kid, you asking for death? You dare mess with us? You tired of living? Don't you know we're under Lord B's protection?" He strutted up to Lu Chen, spittle flying, growing bolder with each word, treating Lu Chen as a pushover who wouldn't dare speak. But mid-sentence he froze. He realized Lu Chen towered a head above him and was strikingly handsome. Lu Chen's tall, formidable frame stood like an impenetrable wall before him. A surge of irrational envy and defiance flooded the thug. So what if he's taller and better looking? What's the big deal? The green-haired thug, his neck reddening, tried to lift his chin arrogantly and reached out to poke Lu Chen's face. "What the hell are you looking at? Believe me ill." His fingertip hadn't even touched Lu Chen's clothes when his wrist was seized in a grip like an iron vice. Crack. The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed through the silent corridor. The green-haired thug stared blankly for 2 seconds, then let out a heart-wrenching scream. His face contorted in agony, his body crumpling like a rag doll. My hand is broken." Lu Chen, his face a mask of indifference, didn't let him fall. Instead, he delivered a backhanded slap. Smack. The crisp, terrifying sound of the slap rang out. The green-haired thug's head spun a full 360 degrees from the force. His neck snapped with a crack and he fell stiffly to the ground, eyes wide, lifeless in an instant. Another instant kill. The corridor erupted into chaos, not from noise but from sheer terror. Thump. The nearest thug's legs gave way and he dropped to his knees. A dark stain spread across his crotch, yellow liquid, seeping through the floorboards, the stench of urine overpowering the blood. One fell, then another. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of knees hitting the floor echoed in succession. The dozen or so thugs, once so arrogant, now knelt with their heads bowed low, trembling violently like leaves in a storm, not daring to look up. Some muttered "demon" and "don't kill me" under their breath. Others fainted outright, while some clamped their hands over their mouths, too terrified to even sob, fearing any sound would provoke the slaughterer. They had seen their share of violence on the streets, but never such ruthlessness. A man punched into a wall until he was paced, a neck snapped with a single slap. This was no human. This was the king of hell incarnate. Just then the battered door creaked open. A yellow-haired thug, shirtless with a dragon tattoo across his chest, stepped out, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His pants hung loosely on his hips, his face twisted in annoyance. "What's all the noise? Damn it, I'm in the middle of something. What are you all screaming about?" He stumbled out, cursing, but froze as he looked up. The corridor was dead silent. His dozen men were all on their knees, heads bowed. A corpse lay on the ground and 2 smears of gore stained the distant wall. The thick coppery stench of blood hit him, nearly making him retch. The cigarette fell from his lips. His arrogance evaporated into bewilderment, then a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Holy shit, what the hell happened here? The yellow-haired thug was utterly baffled. His gaze swept the scene and finally landed on Lu Chen, who stood in the middle of the corridor, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Did you do this? His voice trembled, his legs weak, but he forced a blustering roar to save face. With so many men watching, he couldn't afford to lose face. And besides, with his numbers, why should he fear one man? Unless he's Superman. With that thought, the yellow-haired thug felt his courage return. He puffed out his chest and continued arrogantly. Kid, do you know who I am? I'm Lord Meng's most favored junior. You touch my men, and I'll make sure you leave this building on a stretcher. Scared? Then kneel before me. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to listen. Speaking even a single word to such scum who bullied women and children was beneath him. He moved like a phantom, leaving an afterimage, and appeared before the yellow-haired thug in an instant. The thug's pupils contracted as he tried to raise his hand to defend himself, but Lu Chen's grip closed around his throat. Crack. With a slight squeeze, Lu Chen crushed his larynx. The yellow-haired thug didn't even manage a scream. His eyes bulged, blood foamed from his mouth, and after a few convulsions he went still. Lu Chen tossed the body aside like trash. Dead silence fell. The kneeling thugs trembled harder, barely daring to breathe. Even Brother Ba was killed. This demon truly fears Lord Meng, not at all. 2 thugs near the stairwell exchanged a glance. Seizing a moment when Lu Chen's attention was elsewhere, they scrambled up and bolted for the stairs. Lu Chen's eyes turned icy. Humph. If he let them escape today, he'd change his name. His cold gaze swept the room. He grabbed 2 beer bottles and hurled them. Whiz, whiz. 2 projectiles cut through the air. The bottles, like missiles, struck the backs of the fleeing thugs' heads with deadly precision. They exploded into a mist of blood and shards spraying red and green. The headless corpses, propelled by inertia, stumbled a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. Lu Chen frowned slightly and swept his gaze over the remaining thugs. Big brother, no sir. Grand sir, we were wrong. We'll never dare again. From the crowd, one man began kowtowing first, and others swiftly followed, thumping their foreheads against the floor with frantic echoing thuds. Blood trickled down their foreheads, yet they paid it no mind, continuing to kowtow with desperate life-or-death fervor. They knew. If they didn't press harder now, they'd soon lose even the chance to beg. Lu Chen watched their grotesque, cringing postures with mounting revulsion. Without hesitation, he lashed out with a brutal kick, sending a pink-haired thug flying, instantly silenced. The remaining thugs stared in utter despair. For a moment, no one knew whether to keep kowtowing or stop. It didn't matter. Someone else made the choice for them. Brothers, we fight this demon to the death. A silver-haired thug surged upright from the ground, shrieking incoherently. A dazzling light blazed in his eyes. In that instant, he believed himself their beacon of hope. Crack. A sickening, bone-shattering thunder echoed through the corridor. The light vanished. His eyes dimmed, his body collapsed limply to the floor. Those who had begun rising froze mid-motion and dropped back to their knees, swift as startled deer. Silent curses flared in their minds toward the fallen man. Damn fool! Don't drag us to your grave. Lu Chen surveyed the trembling crowd with icy detachment. Any others? Their heads bowed lower still. Heh! If you won't come forward, I'll come to you. Their bodies convulsed violently. Run. Could they possibly escape? He'd casually hurled a beer bottle hard enough to shatter bone. How could 2 legs outrun such force? Sir, spare our lives. It was Brother Ba who forced us. We never wanted to come. Master Lu, have mercy. We'll never dare again. Pleading cries rose in waves, each man pounding his forehead into the floor until blood bloomed across pale skin, all for the barest sliver of survival. Lu Chen's face remained impassive, his gaze colder than glacial ice. Apocalypse had come. Order had shattered. He would not tolerate such vermin lingering beneath his roof. True, he Lu Chen was no paragon of virtue. Yet the principle held humanity demanded restraint, not mere capability. At the very least, one must never forfeit the core tenets of being human. He advanced step by deliberate step, each footfall sending fresh tremors through the kneeling thugs. Within minutes, the corridor fell into absolute silence. Every thug had been eradicated. Lu Chen brushed dust from his palms, glanced along the corridor. Only corpses lay upon the floor, not a single splatter marred the pristine white door, and nodded satisfied. He turned and approached Bai Jie's apartment door, raised a hand and tapped gently. Bai Jie. It's me, Lu Chen. No reply came. Only the infant's piercing frantic wails, one after another, tightening the heart like a vice. He knocked again, voice softening further. Sister Bai, don't be afraid. Those men are gone. Please open the door. Still no answer. Only the child's cries grew weaker, ragged, breathless, on the verge of collapse. Lu Chen's pulse quickened, dread coiled cold in his gut. He hesitated no longer, gripped the doorknob and unleashed the explosive force of his Bejiquan energy. Snap! The lock mechanism shattered inward under sheer internal pressure. Lu Chen pressed the handle gently and pushed the door open. Instantly, a blinding flash of white light slashed toward his face. The blade whistled through the air, descending with manic speed. Lu Chen shifted his stance, just slightly twisting his torso to evade the wild downward strike with millimeter precision. He turned and saw Bai Jie wielding the knife. She wore thin white loungewear, sweat-damp strands clung to her flushed, tear-streaked cheeks. Her eyes burned crimson, veined with exhaustion and terror. Clutching a gleaming kitchen knife, she trembled head to toe, like a cornered fawn driven half-mad by fear. Don't come closer. Don't touch my baby. Her scream tore from a raw, shattered throat. She lunged again, knife raised high, embracing annihilation itself. I'll die with you, you scum. She'd heard every crash, every shriek from within. Her mind flooded with visions of monsters bursting through the door to violate her and her child. Her nerves had snapped, taut, stretched beyond breaking. And she hadn't recognized him at all. Her thoughts had spiraled into pure, unfiltered horror. Every sense overloaded, every instinct screaming flight or fight. Yet blind to identity. Lu Chen watched her trembling form and felt a quiet ache bloom in his chest. This time he did not dodge. As the blade descended, he reached forward, fingers locking precisely around her wrist. With subtle pressure, he disarmed her cleanly, then tossed the knife aside onto the sofa. Bai Jie. It's me, Lu Chen. His voice was low, tender, soft as falling silk, to soothe, not startle. It's over. They're gone. You're safe now. Bai Jie froze, her bloodshot eyes slowly focused, awareness returning like dawn after storm. She looked and truly saw him. It was Lu Chen. The final thread of her frayed composure snapped. Strength drained from her limbs, she collapsed forward, burying her face in his chest, and broke into ragged, wrenching sobs. Lu Chen, I was so afraid, so terribly afraid. Her cries tore from deep within. A torrent of pent-up terror, helplessness, and sorrow finally unleashed. Her slender frame shuddered violently against him, like a stray kitten finding sanctuary, clinging fiercely to his sleepwear, terrified that releasing him would make him vanish. Lu Chen stiffened, then softened, lifting a hand to stroke her back in slow, steady rhythm. Only then did he truly take her in. Her skin was the cool, luminous ivory of one who lived quietly indoors, now flushed faintly with fear and emotion. Her long lashes glistened with tears, her nose reddened, her breath hitching between sobs. The thin fabric of her loungewear clung to her figure, revealing graceful contours. Through the delicate material, he felt the warmth and supple resilience of her body. A tender, hushed intimacy seeped into the small room. His throat moved subtly, but his hand never stilled, continuing its gentle, grounding rhythm. You're safe now. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will harm you or your child. She wept in his arms for a long while, until her breath grew ragged and shallow, before gradually calming. She lifted her face, blushing deeply, eyes still swollen and red, gazing up at him with raw gratitude and quiet embarrassment. Then, with a flustered murmur, she stepped back and hastily wiped her tears. I'm sorry. I've soaked your sleep shirt. It's nothing. Lu Chen smiled faintly, glancing toward the crib, where the infant, voice hoarse and exhausted, still whimpered softly. Go comfort the baby first. Bai Jie blinked, as if jolted awake, then hurried to the crib, lifted the child and began rocking him gently, humming a lullaby. Her movements were tender, her expression radiant with maternal grace, softening Lu Chen's heart like warm wax. After long minutes of soothing, the infant finally stilled, nestled peacefully in her arms, breathing deep and even in slumber. Bai Jie gently placed the child back into the crib, carefully tucking in the small blanket, before turning around to face Lu Chen. She spoke in a hushed tone. Lu Chen, I truly thank you today. If it weren't for you, my child and I would have. Her voice trailed off and her eyes reddened once more. No need to thank me. I told you you're my woman. It's only right. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively and continued. This place is no longer safe. Pack your things and bring the child to stay with me. Hearing him call her his woman, Bai Jie's fair face flushed again, a warmth blooming in her heart. She nodded hastily without a moment's hesitation. After the ordeal she had endured today, her sense of security was shattered. Only by Lu Chen's side could she feel a trace of peace. She quickly gathered a few changes of clothes for herself and the child along with formula and a bottle. Wrapping the baby snugly in a swaddle, and holding it close to her chest, she followed Lu Chen out the door. The moment she stepped outside, the sight of corpses strewn across the hallway floor drained the color from Bai Jie's face, turning it deathly pale. Instinctively, she clutched the child tighter and pressed closer to Lu Chen. Sensing her fear, Lu Chen reached out and firmly grasped her small hand. His palm was broad and warm, his grip steady and strong, instantly filling Bai Jie with a profound sense of safety that dispelled much of her terror. She glanced up at his sharply defined profile, and an indescribable emotion surged within her. Gratitude mingled with a vague, unnameable dependence. She didn't need to ask to know that these people were all killed by Lu Chen. He had risked danger to save her and her child. Just then the door of the neighboring room burst open with a loud bang. A woman somewhat pretty but disheveled rushed out. Her clothes were torn to shreds, revealing pale skin marred with purple bruises, and a handprint was visible on her face. She stared at the corpse of the yellow-haired man on the ground, frozen for a few seconds, then rushed madly to Lu Chen and fell to her knees with a thud. She kowtowed heavily 3 times to Lu Chen, her forehead bleeding from the impact, while muttering incessantly, "Thank you, Savior. Thank you for killing that beast. Thank you." Her voice was hoarse and hollow, her eyes devoid of any light, filled only with despair and lifelessness. After finishing her bows without waiting for Lu Chen to speak, she rose, picked up a fruit knife that had fallen from someone, and charged wildly to the yellow-haired man's corpse, stabbing it again and again with savage fury. "I'll kill you, you beast! I'll kill you!" Her eyes were wild with madness as she screamed, thrusting the knife over and over. Only when the yellow-haired man's corpse was mutilated beyond recognition and blood pooled on the floor did she collapse limply to the ground, clutching her head and wailing uncontrollably. She kept murmuring the word, "husband," under her breath. In the empty room behind her, the body of a young man lay just inside the doorway, still frozen in a posture of struggle. A massive wound on his head oozed blood, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment and rage. Bai Jie's eyes reddened at the sight. She recognized this woman. Their neighbor, always gentle and kind, exchanging greetings in passing. She had often envied the couple's loving relationship, never imagining that the apocalypse would bring such tragedy. She didn't need to guess what the woman had just endured. A silent sigh escaped her. Without Lu Chen, she would likely have shared the same fate or worse. Bai Jie instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Chen's hand, looking up at him with even deeper gratitude and reliance. Lu Chen, witnessing the scene, felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. This was the apocalypse. Order had crumbled and human hearts had turned vile. The evil once hidden in the shadows now ran rampant without restraint. He said no more, simply took Bai Jie's hand and whispered, "Let's go home." Bai Jie nodded obediently, holding her child close as she followed him into his home. She placed the child on the bed in Lu Chen's bedroom, then turned to face the man whose gaze was filled with earnest concern. Her voice was soft, tinged with shyness and hesitation. "Lu Chen, can I take a shower first?" She didn't expect him to agree, knowing full well how precious water was now. Barely enough to drink, let alone bathe. Yet she still wanted to try. She didn't want her man to see her unclean, and she yearned to show him her best side. "Sure, there's water in there. Use it as you like," Lu Chen replied. At his words, Bai Jie's anxious heart settled. She then kissed his cheek, turned, and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. The sound of water splashed from the bathroom, and the frosted glass door silhouetted Bai Jie's graceful figure, causing Lu Chen's Adam's apple to bob slightly. He had just sat down on the living room sofa when a startled cry came from the bathroom, followed by the thud of a fall. Lu Chen's heart tightened, and without a second thought he rushed over and pushed open the bathroom door. "Bai Jie, what happened?" As the door swung open, a wave of warm steam hit him. Bai Jie was lying on the non-slip mat, wrapped only in a thin bath towel. The fall had loosened it, leaving it hanging precariously. Large patches of her fair skin were exposed, her wet hair clinging to her neck and collarbone, water droplets trickling down her body, exuding a damp, alluring charm. Seeing Lu Chen burst in, Bai Jie froze, her face turning crimson in an instant, even the tips of her ears burning red. She quickly grabbed the towel to cover herself, shrinking into a corner, her head nearly buried in her chest. I just slipped." Her voice was barely a whisper, her shame so overwhelming she wished she could disappear into the floor. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, averting his gaze and reaching out to help her up. "Are you okay? Did you hurt anything?" His hand touched her arm, the warmth of her skin sending a jolt through both of them, making their bodies stiffen momentarily. Bai Jie's heart raced like a wild rabbit. She kept her head down and murmured, "No, It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle. Lu Chen looked down and saw that her ankle was already red and swollen. Without a word, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. Bai Jie let out a startled gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her flushed cheek pressed against his chest where she could clearly hear the steady, powerful beat of his heart. The strong masculine scent that filled her nostrils deepened her blush, and her body went limp, melting like water in his embrace. Lu Chen carried her to the living room sofa and gently set her down before fetching the medical kit. Crouching before her, he took her delicate fair foot and softly applied the ointment for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruising. His movements were exceedingly tender, the warmth of his fingertips seeped through her skin, sending a tingling sensation through Bai Jie's entire body, causing even her translucent toes to curl involuntarily. Gazing at his focused profile, her heart felt as though it held a flickering flame, warm and restless. They're all done. Try not to walk too much these next 2 days and don't twist your ankle again. After finishing the application, Lu Chen put away the medical kit and lifted his head to meet her eyes, offering a gentle smile. Bai Jie quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and murmured a soft reply. Thank you. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the same building inside a certain room, a burly bald man sat on the sofa puffing on a cigarette as he stared out at the pitch-black night, his eyes lost in thought, pondering something unknown. Suddenly the door burst open with a loud bang. A pale-faced, debauched-looking young man with a lecherous air rushed in, his voice trembling. Master, it's terrible. Something huge has happened. Su Meng frowned, taking the cigarette from his mouth. What's all the panic? Has the sky fallen? No, master. Big 8 was killed. Xiao Liao cried out urgently, his voice choked with tears. The 12 brothers he took with him. All dead. Not a single one survived. Su Meng's hand froze mid-motion, his eyes narrowing sharply. What did you say? The atmosphere in the 3rd floor room instantly grew heavy with tension. Su Meng sat on the sofa listening as Xiao Liao animatedly recounted the scene, his grip on the cigarette tightening with every word. That man just one punch. He smashed 2 of Big 8's brothers straight into the wall. They couldn't even be pried out. A single slap snapped Green Hair's neck clean. When Big 8 came out, he didn't even finish a sentence before that guy crushed his throat like he was squashing an ant. Master, he's not human. He's a demon. Xiao Liao spoke with spittle flying, his face etched with lingering terror. Su Meng remained silent for a long, while his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cigarette, but his expression dark and unreadable. He was a trained martial artist and heir to the Tongbei Fist, having honed his hardstyle skills for over 20 years, believing himself unrivaled in the area. Yet even he could never punch a man into a wall, let alone snap a neck with a single slap. This person was undoubtedly a true top-tier master. So seek revenge for the junior brother. Ridiculous. That yellow-haired punk was his master's own son. Arrogant, bullying, and lecherous. Had long grown tired of him, having advised him countless times to no avail. His death was well-deserved. Only a madman would offend a killing god capable of punching through concrete walls for the sake of a dead man. Su Meng stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and looked up at Xiao Liao. Go gather everyone. I have something to say. Oh, and bring that silver treasure chest from my study. Xiao Liao froze, his face full of bewilderment. Gather everyone. Bring the treasure chest. Was Master planning to avenge Big 8? His heart skipped a beat as the terrifying image of the killing god replayed in his mind. Master, that guy is too ruthless. If we go for revenge, I'm afraid. Who said anything about revenge? Su Meng shot him a glare. Just do as I say. Why all the chatter? Xiao Liao dared not argue further, quickly nodding and retreating with a heavy heart to follow Su Meng's orders. The room fell silent, leaving only Su Meng. He let out a heavy sigh, slumping back on the sofa, muttering under his breath. Master, before you left you always told me to look after the junior brother, and I promised. But the problem is, even when you were alive he was already like this, incorrigible. And with you gone he became even harder to control. And Master, I can't help but feel that being your disciple doesn't exactly lead to a long life. Of the 8 of us, only I and 3rd senior sister remain. Sigh. So. Su Meng gazed at a black and white portrait before him, then knelt and kowtowed 3 times deeply. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly threw a punch. With a loud crack, the portrait shattered into pieces on the floor. I need to find a new master, a new leader. Times have changed. I know I can't make it on my own, but others can. Meanwhile, at Lu Chen's home, Bai Jie had changed into a clean set of loungewear. Her hair dried and softly draped over her shoulders, her cheeks still carrying a faint blush, making her look exceptionally gentle and alluring. Lu Chen first checked on Jiang Wanqing in the next room. The girl was still fast asleep, breathing steadily with no issues. Only then did he feel relieved and turned to head back to the bedroom. As he entered, he saw Bai Jie sitting on the bed, having deliberately left a large space beside her. The baby in the stroller slept soundly, its little face rosy and adorable. Seeing Lu Chen come in, Bai Jie's face reddened again. She instinctively tugged at the bedsheet and murmured softly, "You're done. Come sit down." A warmth surged in Lu Chen's heart as he walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. The room's lighting was warm, casting a soft glow on Bai Jie's face. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows, and her pink lips looked incredibly tempting. A sensual atmosphere slowly filled the room, and both their breaths grew quicker. Just as Lu Chen took off his jacket, ready to get into bed, a loud knock echoed from outside the door. Lu Chen frowned, a surge of irritation rising within him. Damn it, is this never going to end? He got up and walked to the door, his gaze turning cold. Peering through the peephole, he saw nothing. The corridor was empty. But with his perception far superior to an ordinary person's, he could clearly hear the breathing and suppressed rapid heartbeats of over a dozen people outside. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. Trying to play dirty, not afraid of dying, still daring to come knocking. Without further hesitation, he yanked the door open. The next second, he was stunned. The moment the door swung open, Lu Chen stood frozen in place. There in the corridor knelt a full dozen men. Each of them was bare-chested with several wooden sticks strapped to their backs. Some, unable to find sticks, had tied a few chopsticks with rope, looking comical yet solemn. Kneeling at the very front was a towering bald man over 9 meters tall. His muscles were sharply defined like forged iron blocks, and 3 thick steel bars were tightly bound to his back with rope. The steel bars had chafed his back raw, even drawing blood, a painful sight. It was none other than Su Meng. Seeing Lu Chen open the door, Su Meng's originally stern, fierce face instantly twisted into a smile uglier than tears. He lunged forward and grabbed Lu Chen's leg. "Master Lu!" He knew Lu Chen's name simply because in this building asking around would always yield an answer. Su Meng's voice carried a deliberately forced sob as he began reciting his pre-prepared lines. "I, Su Meng, have drifted through half my life and never submitted to anyone. But today, witnessing Master Lu's might, I feel as if I've been enlightened, my mind suddenly cleared. I am willing to recognize Master Lu as my leader, to go through fire and water without hesitation. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to hit a dog, I won't chase a chicken." He stammered through the speech. The first few lines were awkward, but he grew more fluent with each word. After finishing, he lowered his head, and in that instant rubbed his eyes fiercely with a hand smeared with chili. When he raised his head again, his eyes were bloodshot, his face a mess of tears and snot. He cried out, "Master Lu," once more, his voice, that of a tall, sturdy man, brimming with emotion enough to stir pity. He made a move to grab the hem of the man's trousers, intending to rub against him. Lu Chen's forehead tensed, his lips twitching as he kicked him away. "Damn it, get away from me, don't smear that on my pants." Kicked aside, Su Meng showed no anger. Instead, he grew more respectful. He quickly shuffled forward on his knees, kneeling before Lu Chen again, and hastily explained. "Master Lu, I know you must be wondering. That blonde-haired man who just died, he was my master's biological son. By seniority, I should call him junior brother. But I've advised him countless times. The world has changed and living peacefully is most important. He wouldn't listen. He insisted on leading people out to bully others, and I couldn't control him. Now that he's dead, it's his own doing. It has nothing to do with you, Master Lu. I, Su Meng, am a rough man, but I know this: the way of heaven has changed. Only by following a man of true skill like you can we survive. I beg you, Master Lu, take us in." Lu Chen looked at him, a glint of scrutiny in his eyes, but his mind was already racing with calculations. He was right. The apocalypse had arrived, and chaos would only worsen from here. Alone he could manage, but he was accompanied by 2 women and a child. For now it was manageable, but as the apocalypse evolved and new members joined, he would inevitably be stretched thin when facing certain situations. A single oversight then could spell disaster. But with a group of subordinates like this, they could handle trivial matters, and even venture out to search for supplies once the white mist dissipated. They could also guard the home in his absence. With this in mind, Lu Chen's expression softened slightly. He looked down at Su Meng kneeling on the ground and spoke coolly. "If you want to follow me, you can. But I have rules." Su Meng's eyes lit up instantly, and he kowtowed hastily. "Speak, Master Lu. Even if it's 100 or 1,000 rules, we'll obey them all. No hesitation. First, no killing the innocent, no bullying women or children, and no stealing from ordinary residents." Lu Chen's voice turned cold. "Second, obey my commands in all actions. Disobedience means death. Third, betray me and you know the consequences. 3 simple clear rules carrying an undeniable pressure. Understood. We all understand. Su Meng nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Rest assured, Master Lu. If any of us dares to break the rules, I'll deal with them myself before you even lift a finger. The dozen or so lackeys behind him also kowtowed in unison, their voices filled with awe. Lu Chen nodded, about to tell them to rise when Su Meng quickly spoke again. Master Lu, to show our sincerity, I've prepared a tribute for you. He waved behind him, and 2 lackeys hurried over carrying a silver-white metal case which they carefully placed before Lu Chen. Master Lu, this is a treasure passed down through our sex generations. It's the only one of its kind in the world, and only someone of your caliber is worthy of wielding it. Su Meng said respectfully. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution in his heart. You can know a person's face but not their heart. He wouldn't let down his guard over a few honeyed words. What if it contained a bomb or some trap meant to harm him? That would be a loss not worth taking. Su Meng, a seasoned player, saw Lu Chen's wariness at once and signaled to the lackey beside him. Open it. Show Master Lu. The lackey stepped forward, entered the password, and opened the case. With a click, the lid sprang open, revealing a black velvet lining. In the center lay a folded long weapon. The weapon was entirely silver-white with matte black edges, its lines sharp and fierce, clearly no ordinary piece. Folded, it was only half a meter long, fitting perfectly in the case, its structure intricate and obviously designed for extension and assembly. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He reached out and lifted the weapon. It was heavy in his hand, likely weighing 70 or 80 jin. He pressed a mechanism with his finger and flicked his wrist. With a few crisp clicks, the weapon snapped open, transforming into a halberd over 2 meters long. The shaft gleamed coldly, the blade razor-sharp. The crescent blades on either side exuded a murderous aura, its design majestic and imposing, radiating an unstoppable power just by sight. This is the dragon-shattering halberd forged during the Republic era by our founding master, who commissioned a top weaponsmith. It's made from meteorite iron, can extend and retract, and is incredibly sharp, perfect for slashing, thrusting, and parrying. Su Meng explained fervently. It's been passed down for generations. No one but our founding master could wield it, and only someone with your innate strength, Master Lu, is worthy of it. Lu Chen said nothing. Gripping the halberd, he gently swung it a few times in the corridor. The 70 or 80 jin weapon felt weightless in his hands, whistling through the air with a fierce wind. The gust stung the faces of those nearby, yet he controlled it effortlessly, not once touching the walls. Su Meng and his lackeys were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock and adoration. Good heavens! This halberd was a solid 70 or 80 jin. 2 men usually struggled to lift it, yet Master Lu could swing it so effortlessly with one hand. Was he even human? One lackey, snapping out of his daze, shouted at the top of his lungs. Master Lu is a beast. In an instant, the entire corridor erupted. Master Lu is mighty. Master Lu is incredible. With Master Lu well survive. The shouts echoed, shaking the corridor. Every gaze fixed on Lu Chen burned with fanatical reverence. Lu Chen raised a hand and silence fell instantly. No one dared even to breathe loudly. I accept the gift. It's thoughtful of you. Lu Chen looked at Su Meng and spoke calmly. Tomorrow morning, take your men and tally the residents of this building. At 9 o'clock, gather all surviving residents in the first-floor lobby. Those who comply can stay. Those who don't, we won't force them. They can remain in their rooms. Understood. Rest assured, Master Lu. I'll handle it properly. Su Meng responded respectfully. Lu Chen nodded, said no more, and turned to close the door. Outside the door, Su Meng and his group of lackeys were flushed with excitement. They gestured wildly, feeling they had made the right move today. Inside the room, Lu Chen stored the broken foam dragon halberd into his spatial ring, feeling a surge of relief as he turned and walked back to the bedroom. Bai Jie was sitting by the bed. Seeing him enter, she quickly spoke in a hushed tone. What happened outside? Nothing went wrong, did it? Nothing. A few who wanted to follow me. I've already sent them away. Lu Chen chuckled, walked over to the bed, sat down, and reached out to pull her into his embrace. Bai Jie let out a soft gasp, sinking pliantly into his arms, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, her heart raced wildly, a mix of fluster and tenderness swirling within her. Lu Chen's large hand slowly slid down along her waist, his fingertips carrying a scorching heat. Bai Jie's entire body trembled. She hastily reached out to stop his hand, her face red as she murmured softly, "Don't. The child is still right beside us." Lu Chen lowered his head, letting out a low chuckle near her ear. His warm breath swept across her earlobe, turning it instantly bright red. It's fine, some things need to be learned from an early age. The room's light dimmed and the temperature skyrocketed in an instant. Just then, the system's announcement suddenly echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing Bai Jie, triggering the infinite-level sign-in reward. Before the words could finish, the system seemed to suddenly sense something. The announcement stuttered abruptly, then fell silent, not a sound afterward. A long while passed. Bai Jie lay limply in Lu Chen's arms, too exhausted to even lift a finger, her face as red as a ripe apple, her breath still trembling with faint aftershocks. Lu Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction mingled with an unexpected surprise. He had always believed that Bai Jie with a child was a gentle and mature young woman. Who could have imagined that this woman with her tender and alluring features was still an untouched maiden? It was only then that he learned the baby in the stroller was left by her sister and brother-in-law, who had died in a car accident. Moreover, with the apocalypse descending and the world so harsh, she not only refused to abandon the child, but had fought desperately to protect it until now. This resilience only deepened the possessiveness in Lu Chen's heart. As he pondered, he finally looked at the notification the system had sent earlier. Infinite level sign-in reward, Dao heart implanting demon skill. Without level, just a glance at the name made Lu Chen's eyes light up, and he inwardly exclaimed, "Awesome! This system truly understood him, giving him exactly what he lacked." He quickly scrolled down to read the skill description. Dao heart implanting demon allows the host to condense 3 core demon seeds within their body. Implanting these seeds into others can subtly influence their minds, fostering absolute loyalty to the host, making them demon slaves. The success rate of implanting a core demon seed depends on the target's strength. The higher their power, the easier it is to detect, while the weaker they are, the faster their mind is corroded. The host can determine the life or death of a demon slave with a single thought: absorb their power through the seeds or transfer their own power to them via the seeds. A two-way empowerment, domineering and unmatched. The number of demon seeds can increase as the host's strength grows. After reading the description, only 2 words remained in Lu Chen's mind. Awesome. 3 core demon seeds meant he could directly control 3 utterly loyal subordinates. Joy surged within him. With this, he would never have to worry about betrayal from his followers again. Lu Chen suppressed the urge to rush out and implant demon seeds into Su Meng and the others, taking a deep breath. The days ahead were looking brighter and brighter. He glanced down at Bai Jie asleep in his arms, then at the child sleeping soundly in the stroller. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he pulled Bai Jie closer, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lu Chen opened his eyes to find his arms empty, with only a faint lingering fragrance and residual warmth. He looked up and saw Bai Jie standing by the stroller, gently coaxing the child, who had just woken up, moving with care. Clad in a pink nightgown that outlined her slender soft waist, the faint red marks from the night before peeked out from her collar, accentuating her snow-white skin. Overnight, her womanly charm had grown even more pronounced, the gentle and tender aura from her very bones stirring an itch in Lu Chen's heart. Bai Jie turned and caught Lu Chen awake, staring at her. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Remembering the wildness of the previous night, she couldn't even meet his gaze, hurriedly looking away in a fluster. Lu Chen let out a low laugh, threw off the covers, and rose, walking over barefoot. From behind, he pulled her soft body into his arms. Bai Jie's delicate frame trembled violently. Feeling his searing heat pressing against her, she quickly shot him a reproachful glare. The child is still watching. What's the matter? Isn't the little one still asleep? Lu Chen lowered his head to nibble on her reddened earlobe, his hands never pausing. A long while later, Lu Chen released the limp Bai Jie, with a satisfied expression, turned around, and exited the room to wash up in the bathroom. Inside, Bai Jie blushed as she grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, muttering a soft "scoundrel" at his retreating back. Then she turned to look tenderly at the bewildered child in the stroller, straightened her clothes, and tiptoed out. After washing up and emerging from the bathroom, Lu Chen found that Jiang Wanqing was still not up. Not a sound came from her room. He raised an eyebrow, walked straight to her door, turned the handle, and stepped inside. The room had its curtains drawn, casting a dim light. Jiang Wanqing lay on the bed, clad only in a thin white silk nightgown, her long hair spread across the pillow, her long lashes resting gently, her face fair and soft. The collar of her nightgown had slipped down, revealing her delicate collarbone and one rounded shoulder. Her slender legs were uncovered, her skin dazzlingly pale. With his perception far beyond ordinary, Lu Chen could clearly hear that the girl's breathing had long since become irregular. The moment he opened the door, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She had clearly been awake all along, pretending to sleep. Lu Chen didn't expose her. He moved softly to the bedside, lifted the covers without a word, and lay down, pressing close against the girl's warm body. As expected, Jiang Wanqing's body trembled violently again, and she even held her breath, her heart racing with panic as she kept her eyes tightly shut, continuing her charade. Lu Chen let out a low chuckle, stretched out his arm, and pulled her fully into his embrace, turning her to face him. The girl's pretty face was inches away, her long lashes like two tiny fans tightly closed. Her eyelids quivered faintly, her nose was delicate, and her lips were soft and pink. Even with her eyes shut, she couldn't hide her nervousness. Without a word, Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her directly. Mm. Jiang Wanqing let out a muffled groan, her body instantly softening as her small hands tightly gripped his clothes, yet she showed no intention of resisting. After a long moment, their lips parted. Jiang Wanqing's delicate face was already flushed crimson, the corners of her eyes tinged with red, and she finally couldn't help but open her eyes. Her moist gaze met Lu Chen's, brimming with unspoken grievance and unease. Lu Chen. Her voice carried a tearful tremor as her small fingers clung desperately to the hem of his clothes. Now that you have Sister Bai Jie, will you abandon me in the future? Since the apocalypse descended and she had crossed that line with Lu Chen, she had become utterly dependent on him. She wasn't unaware of his capabilities, and had long sensed that more women might join his side. She repeatedly told herself not to overthink that Lu Chen held her in his heart. Yet when she woke in the dead of night to an empty bed, that hollow panic still gripped her tightly. She was too afraid. Afraid she wasn't good enough. She feared that once Lu Chen found someone new, he would cast her aside. Silly girl, what are you imagining? Lu Chen looked at her tearful expression, his heart softening. He raised a hand to wipe away the moisture sliding from the corner of her eye. When did I ever say I'd abandon you? But Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, but the tears still streamed down uncontrollably. I only have you, Lu Chen. I love you so much. I can't live without you. Just then, a system notification chimed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that host's companion Jiang Wanqing's affection has reached 100, triggering the infinite level check-in reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the beauty illustration. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the beauty illustration can merge with the system, initiating secondary upgrade enhancement. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, staring at the glaring 100-point affection value on the panel. Even without experience, he understood what a full affection score signified. It meant a woman had placed her entire being, without reservation, entirely on him. Lu Chen felt as if something had slammed into his chest, a surge of overwhelming guilt washing over him. He had to admit that his initial approach to Jiang Wanqing had been driven by lust for her beauty and body, a man's most primal desire. Having grown up alone and witnessed the coldness of human nature, he had long abandoned high expectations for human emotions. He only sought to maintain their relationship through mutual benefit. But at this moment, Jiang Wanqing's unreserved, scorching love made his scheming and indifference seem utterly ridiculous. Lu Chen instinctively tightened his arms, holding the lovely woman closer. But just then Jiang Wanqing suddenly broke free from his embrace and sat up abruptly. Her silk nightgown, already loose, slipped from her shoulders with the sudden movement, revealing her expanse of snow-white skin under the dim light. Yet she paid it no mind, hastily wiping the tears from her face before throwing herself back into Lu Chen's arms. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, burying her face deep in the crook of his neck, her voice trembling with tears. Lu Chen. Love me. Lu Chen's heart warmed, and he held her firmly in return. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Bai Jie stood before the stove, slowly simmering millet porridge in the pot, preparing breakfast. Having given herself entirely to Lu Chen, she naturally regarded him as her pillar of support. In the current dire situation, being with a capable man like Lu Chen was her fortune. Yet she also knew that a man wouldn't keep a useless beauty forever. Once the novelty faded, her value would only diminish. By then, many things would be out of her control, so she had to give her all to compensate in other ways. For instance, preparing 3 meals a day, keeping the home in order, and attending to Lu Chen's every comfort. All to secure her place in this new household and avoid his disdain. Just then, faint sounds drifted from the adjacent bedroom, along with some stifled human noises. Bai Jie's face flushed crimson in an instant. She knew exactly what those sounds were, considering she had made even louder noises the night before. Unbidden images from last night flooded her mind, and Bai Jie's cheeks grew hotter, reddening to the point of bleeding, even her ears burning. She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel those sensual scenes, but her heart raced faster, impossible to suppress. Unconsciously, her legs felt weak, and she pressed her temples firmly, forcing herself to focus and ignore the alluring sounds. Before long, the bedroom door opened. Lu Chen carried a limp, sweat-drenched Jiang Wanqing into the bathroom. Hearing the commotion, Bai Jie lowered her head, further concentrating on stirring the porridge, not daring to glance that way. By the time Lu Chen finished washing up Bai Jie, had already set breakfast on the table. She sat beside it spoon-feeding the child warm water. Soon Jiang Wanqing emerged from the bathroom in clean clothes, her face still flushed. Their eyes met across the dining table. In the next second, both quickly averted their gazes, their cheeks burning red, the atmosphere instantly awkward to the extreme. Bai Jie's heart was in turmoil. She knew Jiang Wanqing had been with Lu Chen first and was the rightful one. Meanwhile, she felt like an interloper, a mistress who had come later. Bai Jie was flustered and anxious, afraid Jiang Wanqing would hold a grudge. Jiang Wanqing was equally embarrassed. First, the noises from the room had surely been heard by Bai Jie outside. Second, facing the gentle and beautiful Bai Jie, she was at a loss for words. She could only stand there twisting her clothes at a loss. Lu Chen, however, felt no embarrassment and walked to the table to sit down. He picked up a steamed bun, took a big bite, and closed his eyes to check the system's newly refreshed daily check-in reward. Ding! Today's check-in reward has been refreshed. Rewards are as follows. 1 ton of celestial meteorite iron fairies, bellyband. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with ecstasy. Celestial meteorite iron. This was a treasure. After all, the Po Feng dragon halberd he had obtained last night was forged from celestial meteorite iron. Its feel and hardness were leagues above the artisan-grade Tang saber he had previously acquired from check-ins. Before, he was just a delivery driver running orders like crazy with no chance to encounter such treasures. He had only heard online that celestial meteorite iron varied in quality. Poor quality ones were severely weathered and riddled with impurities, unable to guarantee even basic hardness for forging weapons. High-quality meteorite iron was pure in texture and dense in structure, capable of cutting through iron like mud, without chipping or dulling, and never rusting for millennia. But given the system's long-standing nature, what it provided was always the best of its kind. Lu Chen clicked on the description just as he had anticipated. A metallic core from an asteroid fell to Earth, refined through high-temperature friction with the atmosphere into a naturally pure iron-nickel alloy, its performance surpassing all man-made steel. The real-world prototype of the mystic divine iron from martial arts novels. Holy crap! Amazing! Lu Chen exclaimed inwardly. The system truly understood him. With this ton of meteorite iron, he would have more than enough to repair and strengthen his dragon halberd or forge new weapons to his liking. The 80-pound blade dragon halberd felt like a dry wooden stick in his hands. Though it whirled with a fierce gust, no matter how he swung it never felt right. Lu Chen glanced at his combat power, which had unknowingly surged to 140. He had not neglected his training these past 2 days. Even while doing mundane tasks, his cultivation method operated subconsciously. His goal was to fully master the level 5 skills, engraving them into his very bones. His strength had already exceeded 1 ton, though he could not measure the exact value himself. He would have to wait until he could obtain a strength tester from the system, or once the white mist dissipated, find equipment at an outdoor gym to check. Lu Chen then turned to the second reward and nearly spat out the bun he was eating. A celestial maiden's bellyband. What the hell was that? System, you can sign in for something like this? Lu Chen twitched his mouth and opened the item description. Celestial maiden's bellyband. Description: a personal undergarment carelessly left by a saintess of a cultivation sect in a hot spring while bathing. The fabric is silky and soft, lingering with a faint fragrance of the saintess body and a gentle spiritual aura. Effect: wearing it close to the body calms the mind, dispels negative emotions, exudes a subtle pure scent, and harbors a trace of celestial aura. Other uses remain undiscovered. Lu Chen was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell did he mean by wearing it close to the body? What the hell did he mean by exuding a subtle scent? He was a grown man. What would he do with a celestial maiden's bellyband? Why was this system so frivolous at times? Yet reading the description, a flicker of curiosity inexplicably arose in his heart. Just how fine was the fabric of this celestial maiden's undergarment? How did it differ from ordinary clothes? And was the calming effect truly that effective? Lu Chen clicked his tongue, resolved to find a chance tonight to test how well it worked. As he pondered over the bellyband, Bai Jie took a deep breath at the dining table and mustered the courage to stand up. It wouldn't do to keep things awkward. Since they were all following Lu Chen, she might as well break the ice first. She carried a glass of warm water over to Jiang Wanqing, speaking softly with a flushed face. "Hello, Bai Jie. You must be Sister Wanqing. Please have a seat. Breakfast is freshly made and still warm." Jiang Wanqing paused quickly, took the glass, and replied softly, her cheeks also reddening. "Hello, Sister Bai Jie. Jiang Wanqing. Thank you." Both were perceptive women, well aware of the current state of the world. In this apocalypse, being able to survive by following Lu Chen was already an immense fortune. Why would they waste energy on internal conflicts? Soon enough, with words exchanged back and forth, the awkwardness dissolved. Bai Jie was gentle and considerate while Jiang Wanqing was soft and lively. Before long, they were chatting like real sisters, laughing and talking over their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Lu Chen glanced at them, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. Just then the system's chime rang out again. Ding. The beauty illustration feature has been fully loaded. The host may now view the attribute panels of all recorded companions at any time. Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately opened the newly unlocked beauty illustration. 2 clear attribute panels appeared before him, along with a detailed explanation of affection levels. Affection level explanation, 0-30. Casual acquaintance, faint goodwill, may decline at any time 3060. Developing fondness, willing to be close, risk of decline exists 60-70. Growing dependent, stable goodwill, affection never decreases 70-80. Absolute loyalty, unwavering devotion, incapable of any action that harms the host or damages the host's interests. The host can monitor the location of companions at any time and control their fertility. 80-90. Life and death bond, can mutually teleport to each other ignoring spatial distance, limited to 3 times per day. 90,100. Conjoined hearts unlocks shared cultivation and shared life. The host can temporarily lend power to companions or receive power from them. The host can choose to share damage with companions. Fatal damage to companions can be assumed by the host. 100. Undying devotion, companions have 1 resurrection chance per day. If the host dies, they can sacrifice all their cultivation and life to revive the host at full status. After reading, Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter, holy crap. These functions were each more outrageous than the last. Not to mention the teleportation ability, just the resurrection feature alone. In other words, as long as he and his women weren't killed in one blow, the more women he had, the more resurrection opportunities he possessed. It was like a mechanism of perpetual motion. By that logic, 1 woman granted him 2 resurrection chances per day. Wow, so this was what it felt like to cheat. Loved it, loved it. He quickly looked at the 2 attribute panels. The first was Jiang Wanqing's companion, Jiang Wanqing, age 21, life level tier 0, constitution 5, strength 4, agility 6, spirit 7, charm 92, affection 100, undying devotion, corruption source Lu Chen, corruption count 5, comprehensive combat power 8. The second was Bai Jie's companion, Bai Jie, age 26, life level tier 0, constitution 5, strength 4, agility 5, spirit 8, charm 91, affection 87, life and death bond, corruption source Lu Chen, corruption count 2, comprehensive combat power 6. As soon as Lu Chen closed the panel, Bai Jie's affection value suddenly jumped from 87 to 92. He turned his head and saw Jiang Wanqing animatedly telling Bai Jie something, her hands gesturing wildly. Bai Jie listened with sparkling eyes brimming with excitement. She happened to look up and meet Lu Chen's gaze, then quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This girl was praising him behind his back, and she had directly boosted the affection value by 5 points. That was truly impressive. With his current perception, he could clearly hear everything the 2 women said if he focused. But seeing their harmonious state, there was nothing to worry about. In fact, he felt even more satisfied with Jiang Wanqing. After breakfast, Lu Chen dragged a sofa into the living room, sitting with Bai Jie on his left and Jiang Wanqing on his right. Eating fruit and chatting with them, time passed in delightful leisure. Just then the doorbell of the unit rang. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He knew it was Su Meng and his men arriving. He casually picked up a bunch of grapes, eating as he rose and walked to the door. Outside the door stood Su Meng, flanked by 2 subordinates, all standing at attention with respectful expressions. Seeing Lu Chen, they immediately called out in unison, Master Lu. Lu Chen waved his hand, bit a grape, and walked forward, gesturing for Su Meng to follow. Tell me, what's the situation in this building now? Su Meng quickly fell into step, reporting respectfully as he walked. Master Lu, as per your orders, I thoroughly inspected the entire building last night. Mr. Lu, this building has 25 floors with 4 units per floor. Originally, nearly 300 people lived here. Only 4 days since the white fog descended, and more than half are already dead. Now less than 100 remain. Most of the survivors are able-bodied young men and women. The elderly and children barely add up to a dozen. Last night, the troublemakers, led by 8, were dealt with. Now most people are gathered in the lobby downstairs, as you instructed. A dozen or so have locked themselves in and refused to come down. We didn't dare force them. We await your decision. Lu Chen nodded silently. He was well aware of the situation. In just 4 days since the white fog arrived, so many had perished, stretching everyone's sanity to its breaking point. Moreover, he had killed someone last night, the scent of blood still lingering in the corridors. Now suddenly summoning everyone, it was inevitable that fear would grip their hearts. To be honest, he was somewhat astonished that so many had heeded Su Meng's call to gather downstairs. He had initially thought that half of the building's residents daring to come down would have been a miracle. Of course, there was a chance that Su Meng and his men had manipulated the situation, but what of it? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessary. As for those few who cowered in their rooms, he could only think of 3 reasons. Either they feared their meager rations would be seized, so they bolted the door to cling to life. Or they had extra supplies and clung to the faint hope of waiting things out. Or they still lived in the old order, vaguely hoping for rescue while stubbornly refusing to accept anyone else's authority, asking why they should obey. But none of this mattered to him. Time would prove everything. Besides, he hadn't gathered these people out of some misguided sense of compassion or a desire to play savior. In the apocalypse, human life was the cheapest thing. Yet, conversely, controllable, useful, and willing hands were the most valuable. This 25-story residential building was his only safe fortress for now. Outside, the white fog showed no sign of dissipating. As supplies of food and water dwindled, the scattered residents without any management would inevitably see some break their inner limits and become rabid beasts. Today it was 8, tomorrow it would be 9, and the day after 10. With such internal attrition, they would consume themselves long before the white fog cleared. What he needed to do was to seize complete control of this building and establish a system entirely his own. He would select capable and obedient individuals to form his core team. He would manage the rest, extinguish the sparks of internal conflict, centralize resources, and coordinate efforts to survive the unknown dangers of the coming apocalypse. His new skill, Dao Heart Demon Seed, was perfectly suited for building a force and controlling key subordinates. As for those who refused to come down, as long as they followed the rules and caused no trouble, their life or death was none of his concern. But if they dared to cross the line and stir up trouble, the fate of 8, whose corpse lay in the corridor last night, would be their end. Lu Chen casually handed the half-eaten grape to Su Meng behind him. Su Meng was stunned, his face instantly flooding with flattered surprise. He quickly bent over, accepting the grape with both hands, not daring to breathe too loudly. His heart pounded like a hammer, his chest churning with excitement. Mr. Lu had casually handed him the very fruit he had been eating. What immense trust and regard was this? In an instant, a tingling sensation surged through Su Meng's body. Just as he was about to look up and express his gratitude to Lu Chen, he felt Lu Chen give his shoulder a light pat. Good work. A single word, a single gesture, and Su Meng's blood instantly boiled. He stood ramrod straight, his eyes brimming with fervor, ready to charge out and subdue anyone who dared defy Mr. Lu. He was completely unaware that the moment Lu Chen's fingertip touched his shoulder, an invisible demon seed, tinged with faint black qi, had silently formed and burrowed into his body through his pores. Lu Chen, walking ahead, curled his lips into an imperceptible smile. In his perception, an invisible bond had been firmly forged between him and Su Meng. This bond was deepening at a terrifying speed, a submission etched into the very marrow. It was like a cub recognizing the alpha wolf, pledging eternal loyalty, never to betray. At the same time, Lu Chen could feel a life force being drawn from Su Meng's body by the demon seed. It flowed into him through the invisible connection, slowly enhancing his physical constitution. With a mere thought, he could even drain Su Meng's life energy completely through the demon seed all at once. What a formidable power! But of course he wouldn't do that. Lu Chen silently called upon the system in his mind. Can the Dao Heart Demon Seed skill be optimized into a visual attribute panel like the beauty illustration? Ding! The beauty illustration is an exclusive sign-in item that can be fused and upgraded with the system core. The Dao Heart Demon Seed is an exclusive sign-in skill that cannot be directly fused. However, a dedicated attribute panel can be generated for each demon slave, displaying core information such as loyalty, power level, talent, skills, and physical status in real time. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, satisfied with this outcome. Open the panel. Demon slave Su Meng, Master Lu Chen, age 33, life level tier 0, physique 14, strength 11, agility 10, spirit 9, skill Thruthback Fist LV 3, loyalty 70, continuously increasing. Note: once a demon seed is successfully planted, the starting loyalty is 70. 100 permanent solidification, never betray, conceptual level. Comprehensive combat power 43. After reviewing Su Meng's interface, Lu Chen was secretly astonished. This demon seed was truly domineering. Once successfully planted, it instantly turned someone into a devoted follower. Moreover, that guy actually had a combat power of 43. And that level 3 skill, it was actually the Thruthback Fist. Lu Chen was not unfamiliar with this martial art, as his inherited memories contained an introduction to it. Thruthback Fist, a northern practical boxing style emphasizing long-range strikes and using the waist and back to deliver penetrating whip-like force. He had never expected that the random follower who came to pledge allegiance was actually a martial arts master. After all, being able to train a martial art to level 3 was extremely rare in this era, let alone those level 4 grandmasters. Thinking this, Lu Chen's mood improved even more. Now he had someone suitable to serve as his sparring partner. Behind him, Su Meng carefully picked up a grape and put it into his mouth. The sweet, clear juice instantly burst on his tongue, and that long-lost sweetness slid down his throat, reaching straight to the depths of his heart. With just that one bite, his submission to Lu Chen unconsciously deepened, as if even his soul had been firmly tethered by that grape. If Lu Chen opened the panel again, he would find that this single grape had directly increased Su Meng's loyalty value by 5 points. And this was precisely the effect of the demon seed. Any action by the master was perceived by the demon slave as a reward, infinitely boosting their loyalty. Seeing the two lackeys beside him staring at the grapes with eager eyes and constantly swallowing, Su Meng put on a stern face, reluctantly pinched 2 grapes and handed them over, muttering fiercely in a low voice, "Eat sparingly. This is Lord Lu's reward." With that, he quickly devoured the remaining grapes in a few bites. The group descended the stairs and soon arrived at the first-floor lobby. In the modest hall, nearly 80 to 90 people were packed tightly, filling the space to the brim. Only 4 days after the white mist descended, the neighbors who once met daily had already lost all semblance of humanity. Some, having gone hungry for 3 days, had sunken faces, dark circles under their eyes, and lips cracked with blood, barely able to stand by leaning against the wall. Others were disheveled, their hair matted with grease, clothes stained with dried grime and blood spots, exuding a sour, rancid smell of sweat. Many more, having lost loved ones, had their light extinguished, leaving only bone-deep terror and numbness toward the future. Only the dozen or so people hiding at the back of the crowd still had relatively neat clothes and well-combed hair. Though fear showed on their faces, they lacked the desperation of the others. Clearly they had stocked up on supplies at home with ample reserves, and their circumstances had not yet reached dire straits. The hall was noisy like a pre-apocalypse market, filled with the buzz of murmurs. Several of Su Meng's underlings, wielding steel pipes and wearing stern expressions, attempted to maintain order, but their efforts did little to quell the crowd's panic and murmurs. The underling stationed at the stairway entrance, sharpied, spotted Lu Chen descending at once. He straightened his back and bellowed at the top of his lungs with all his might, "Greetings, Master Lu." This shout, like a thunderclap, instantly drowned out the clamor of the hall. The surrounding underlings snapped to attention, stomped their steel pipes on the ground, and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Master Lu." The synchronized roar made the hall windows tremble, faintly carrying an awe-inspiring pressure. The previously raucous crowd fell silent at once, all turning their heads in unison. They widened their eyes, craned their necks, and stared toward the stairway, their gazes brimming with shock and curiosity. Just who was this person who commanded such deferential respect from these ferocious thugs, earning the title master? Just then, Lu Chen's figure emerged step by step from the shadows of the stairway, fully revealing himself to the crowd. The instant they saw his face, the crowd erupted into an uproar. "Am I seeing things? Isn't that Lu Chen, the delivery guy from our building? It really is him. I ordered food from him last week. He was 2 minutes late and I gave him a bad review. No way, how did a delivery guy suddenly become the boss of these people?" At the front of the crowd, several residents who usually lived in penthouses and wore branded suits were stunned for a moment upon recognizing Lu Chen. Then undisguised disdain and contempt flashed across their faces as they muttered sarcastically, "I thought it was some big shot, but it's just a stinking delivery guy. How ridiculous. Delivering food for a few days and he actually thinks he's someone important. And he dares to summon us. Doesn't he know his place?" As soon as they spoke, sycophants nearby chimed in to echo them. The murmurs grew louder and some vulgar insults reached Lu Chen and Su Meng clearly. Su Meng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "I really want to beat you all to death, you reckless fools. How dare you insult Master Lu?" He nervously glanced sideways at Lu Chen, only to see that Lu Chen's face was utterly expressionless, his gaze as calm as deep water, revealing no hint of emotion. Su Meng's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He knew all too well that truly formidable people never show their anger on their faces. The calmer they appear, the fiercer their rage. Because his former master was exactly that kind of person. Damn it, Master Lu is truly enraged. Su Meng immediately shot a cold glare, and several nearby underlings instantly understood. Without a word, they gripped their steel pipes and charged into the crowd, grabbing the loudest troublemakers and striking their legs with the pipes. "Ah!" Several screams erupted instantly. After a few punches and kicks, the once defiant instigators collapsed limply to the ground. Their faces were pressed hard against the cold floor, blood streaming from their noses and mouths too weak even to groan. This had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. Some screamed at the top of their lungs, others shrank back, while a few stubbornly shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Assaulting people in broad daylight? Is there no law? I'm warning you. If you act recklessly, I'll call the police. They'll come and arrest you right now." Several elderly men and women pushed to the front, slapping their thighs and making a scene, spittle flying as they cursed and lunged at the underlings. The underlings surrounded held their steel pipes, but were uncertain whether to strike or not. Maintaining order grew increasingly difficult, and the situation teetered on the brink of total chaos. Yet a considerable portion of the crowd remained still. They watched the unfolding drama calmly, their eyes devoid of panic, filled only with scrutiny. Their gazes occasionally fell on Lu Chen, tinged with curiosity. They knew better than anyone that from the moment the white fog descended, the old laws and order had shattered into irreparable fragments. And the one who had killed men like Brother 8 and then subdued Su Meng and his crew was certainly no ordinary person. So they wanted to see what abilities this unremarkable deliverman possessed to take control of this mess. Lu Chen watched the chaotic scene before him, his face still showing no ripple of emotion, not even a furrow of his brow. He stepped forward, walking through the crowd to the very front, standing at the center of everyone's gaze. He lifted his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire hall. His thin lips parted, and he uttered only 2 words. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating force, reaching every ear clearly. Silence. In an instant, the hall, which had been in an uproar, fell utterly quiet. Even breathing seemed to soften, so still that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was subdued by the pressure in his eyes, instinctively closing their mouths. But the silence lasted only 3 seconds. At the front, several instigators who had been stirring up trouble, but escaped the beating, emboldened by the crowd, craned their necks and shouted again, their tone dripping with contempt. "Who the hell do you think you are? Telling us to be quiet just like that? A stinking delivery guy pretending to be a big shot. You're nothing but—" Before he could finish, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and his aura instantly turned icy cold. Only a faint afterimage remained as he vanished from his spot in a flash. Bang! 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 Crack! Several deafening explosions mixed with the crisp sound of shattering bones erupted in succession. The crowd only saw a blur, unable to grasp what had happened. By the time they came to their senses, the instigators who had been cursing moments ago were already flying sideways like sacks of rags, hurtling over 10 meters. They slammed violently into the concrete wall behind them, then slid to the ground, spitting blood. Their heads lolled to the side, and they died on the spot without even a groan. The wall they struck bore several deep dents with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Deathly stillness. Everyone stood petrified, their eyes wide as brass bells, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg, their faces etched with disbelief, even forgetting to breathe. Holy shit! Is this even humanly possible? Sending people flying over 10 meters with one punch and cracking a concrete wall. This is demonic. The elderly, who had been causing a scene, instantly fell silent, their faces pale as paper. They trembled and shrank back, not daring to breathe, terrified that they might be the next to be sent flying. The residents who had been sneering moments ago were so terrified that their legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, shaking uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to lift their heads and look at Lu Chen. Su Meng and his underlings, watching Lu Chen's back, felt their admiration and fervor nearly overflowing. They stood even straighter and gripped their steel pipes more tightly. Especially Su Meng, who, after witnessing Lu Chen's terrifying power firsthand, felt his loyalty skyrocketing, reaching over 90 in an instant. Only one step away from achieving conceptual absolute loyalty. This is Master Lu. This is the man they follow. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, sweeping over the now utterly silent crowd before speaking again. His voice was flat, devoid of any fluctuation, yet carried an unquestionable pressure weighing down on everyone's heart like a mountain. "Now can you listen to me properly?" No one dared to utter a sound. The entire hall was filled only with the urgent and suppressed breaths of the crowd. Wherever Lu Chen's gaze fell, people immediately lowered their heads, burying them like ostriches, lacking even the courage to meet his eyes. Then Lu Chen's magnetic voice slowly arose in the silent hall, forming a stark contrast with the lifeless, endless white fog outside the window. The moment he spoke, he shattered everyone's last illusions. "I know many of you are still clinging to wishful thinking, waiting for the government to rescue you, for the military to restore order, hoping the white fog will dissipate and everything will return to how it was." He paused, his tone icy, each word piercing the heart. "But let me make this clear to you today. Stop waiting. No one is coming to save you. The white fog has sealed the city for 4 full days. All communications are cut off. Forget rescue troops. You haven't even received a single official broadcast. The apocalypse is here. The old order, the old identities, the old rules. All of it is gone. In this world, now what keeps you alive isn't the money in your bank, the luxury car you drive, or your former social status. It's the food in your hands, the blade you wield, and whether you can harden your heart. Ask yourselves, how many more days can your rations at home last? How many more sips of water do you have in your buckets? In 3 days, at most 5 people driven mad by hunger will do things you understand far better than I do. For half a biscuit, they'll stab their neighbor to death. For a mouthful of water, they'll sell their own wife and children. Last night's troublemaker 8 is the perfect example. He's dead today. Tomorrow there will be a second, a third, until everyone in this building has slaughtered each other to the last. A stifled sob rose from the crowd. Some trembled all over, others turned deathly pale, for Lu Chen's words were precisely what they feared most. Watching their reactions, Lu Chen's tone did not soften. He continued, "My name is Lu Chen. I live in this building. I've gathered you all here today for one thing only. I'm going to establish a new order in this building to form a force that can help everyone survive. Those willing to follow me abide by my rules and obey my commands. I, Lu Chen, promise here and now. You will have food, water, and a safe place to stay. I will lead you through this damned apocalypse and keep you alive. For those unwilling to follow me, I won't force you. But remember this in this building, don't cause trouble, don't make things difficult for me, and don't scheme behind my back." His gaze turned sharply cold, sweeping over the few troublemakers who had already fallen dead on the ground, his tone dripping with bone-chilling murderous intent. "Otherwise those few just now will be your fate." As Lu Chen's words fell, a rustling stir broke out among the crowd once more. Everyone exchanged glances and whispered to each other, their eyes filled with eagerness, yet shadowed by deep hesitation. No one dared to be the first to step forward. After all, words were empty. In the apocalypse, promises were the least valuable currency. After a long moment, a frail young man with glasses stepped half a pace forward. He swallowed hard, gathered his courage, and spoke. His voice trembled slightly but was clear and distinct. "Why should we trust you? Right now, food and water are more precious than life itself. You say, well, have food and water. What guarantee do you have?" Lu Chen looked at him, not angry in the slightest, but instead a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He appreciated people who dared to speak their minds openly 100 times better than those sneaky rats who fanned flames and pulled strings in the shadows. His gaze casually swept over the well-dressed white-collar homeowners at the back of the crowd, whose eyes flickered with unease. Behind those troublemakers who had stirred up the commotion earlier, there might well be these individuals' instigation. Lu Chen said nothing more, simply clapped his hands softly. Su Meng behind him instantly understood, waving to summon a few underlings. From the storage room next door, they carried out box after box, neatly stacking them in the center of the hall. The transparent plastic bins were packed to the brim with supplies. Vacuum-packed compressed biscuits, whole cases of canned luncheon meat and beef, and 5-liter barrels of purified water. There were even frozen slabs of pork belly and ribs in insulated containers, along with a basket of fresh vegetables. Box after box formed a pile as tall as a person's waist. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Everyone's eyes went wide, fixed on the stockpile, their gazes nearly glued to it, brimming with wild greed and craving. Especially the rows of water barrels, which drew everyone's attention like a magnet. On the first day of the apocalypse, the tap water in this building had turned murky and foul due to some unknown cause, cutting off the entire building's water supply. For 4 days, everyone had survived on the few bottles of water they had hoarded at home or the moisture from fruits and vegetables. Most had been without water for over 2 days, their lips cracked and bloody, the taste of iron filling their mouths with every word. Some, desperate from thirst, had even started drinking their own urine to stay alive. Now, when they spoke, they barely dared to open their mouths lest the stench of ammonia bring tears to their own eyes. Water was now their very lifeblood. If not for the group of underlings standing around gripping steel pipes with fierce eyes, and if not for the terrifying strength and skill Lu Chen had just displayed, they would have swarmed forward long ago to snatch the supplies. Watching the crowd's reaction, the smile on Lu Chen's lips deepened. He knew that from this moment on, this building was firmly in his grasp. He raised his hand and the restless crowd instantly fell silent. All greedy gazes reluctantly tore away from the mountain of supplies and fixed on him. "I, Lu Chen, keep my word. Every spit becomes a nail." He tapped the storage bin beside him with his fingertip, his voice cutting through the dead silence of the hall and reaching everyone's ears clearly. "Everyone here today, whether you choose to follow me or not, as long as you abide by my rules and cause no trouble, you can receive a survival package right now. 2 bottles of purified water and 2 packs of compressed biscuits. At these words, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, stifled exclamations, rising one after another. 2 bottles of water. 2 packs of biscuits. For those who had been starving and parched, teetering on the brink of death for nearly 2 days, this was nothing short of divine intervention, even a life-saving grace. The crowd, moments ago rife with hesitation, now regarded Lu Chen with palpable gratitude and awe. Lu Chen's tone shifted abruptly. His glacial gaze swept across the assembly, silencing the clamor once more. If you wish more than others, more than survival, then you must pay. With your strength, your life, or with your skill. He tilted his chin towards Su Meng beside him. Instantly, Su Meng stepped forward, his towering frame looming before the pile of supplies. With a thunderous thud, he slammed his steel pipe onto the floor and bellowed in his booming voice, "Listen up. Lord Lu is forming a security squad. Recruitment begins now. First category men aged 18 to 40, strong, fearless, unflinching in battle. Join the squad and you'll receive 2 full meals daily. Dry rations every time and meat at least once a week. Outstanding performers will earn canned food and purified water as rewards. Second category specialists. Doctors, electricians, plumbers, mechanics. Anyone with genuine usable expertise will be given priority. Compensation doubles and safe separate housing will be provided. All applicants, line up here one by one. Attempt deception and this steel pipe won't spare your bones." Hardly had the words left his mouth when over half the crowd surged forward, jostling desperately toward Su Meng. Especially the young, robust men, their eyes alight with sudden hope. Among them, several elderly doctors with silver hair and utility workers in grease-stained coveralls leaned on each other as they walked forward, relief softening their weary faces. Indeed, a true skill remains one's anchor. Even in the apocalypse, it grants the quiet confidence to endure. At that moment, 3 sharply dressed white-collar men, slick-haired, impeccably suited, pushed their way through the crowd. They were the very instigators Lu Chen had noted earlier, whispering unrest from the shadows. Grinning obsequiously, they bowed before Su Meng and declared, "Brother Meng, we're enlisting. All 3 of us graduated from top-tier universities. We manage teams at listed corporations. We handle accounting, personnel discipline. We can help Lord Chen organize and govern the squad." As they spoke, they cast furtive glances toward Lu Chen. They'd already grasped the truth. He was consolidating dominion over this building, and with a fledgling force, leadership roles were ripe for the taking. Why slog as foot soldiers when with prior managerial experience they could ascend straight to command? Su Meng opened his mouth, only for Lu Chen's detached voice to cut in. "We have no use for empty talkers or backstabbers." The 3 men's smiles froze, their faces draining of color. Lu Chen's gaze locked onto them, cold, piercing like ice daggers sinking into flesh. "Those troublemakers who incited the riot earlier, you stirred the pot behind the scenes. Did you truly believe I didn't see? Still, you did me an inadvertent favor, forcing me to demonstrate my authority, delivering a proper warning to all present. Now, retreat to the rear, collect your 2 bottles of water and 2 packs of biscuits and return home. And remember, not a single covert move." The final sentence carried undisguised lethality. The 3 men trembled violently, their faces ashen, speechless. They slunk backward into the deepest recesses of the crowd, vanishing without a trace. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Everyone understood this Lord Lu was not only ruthless but perceptive. No scheme escaped his notice. Those among the crowd who'd harbored thoughts of deception instantly abandoned them, lining up obediently and without protest. Su Meng swiftly assumed command, assisted by 2 subordinates. One registering names, the other conducting preliminary screenings. The physically formidable passed immediately. Specialists faced rapid, incisive technical questions to verify authenticity. Efficiency was unmatched. Of course, no system could catch every prepared fraudster, but as the saying went, if you could sustain the charade, that too was a skill, deserving of its reward. Leaning against a load-bearing pillar in the lobby, Lu Chen observed the orderly scene with quiet satisfaction. Everything remained precisely within his control. And from this day forth, this building would serve as his first stronghold in the apocalypse. His gaze drifted idly across the supply line, then halted, fixed upon a figure at the very end. A man in his early 30s, gaunt, draped in an ill-fitting black jacket, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, his face smudged with grime. Lu Chen arched a brow. Something was off. He studied the man again. Then a faint, knowing smile curved his lips. Well, what an unexpected reunion. Even now haggard and diminished, nearly invisible amid the throng, Lu Chen recognized her instantly. Yes, the woman whose beauty was undeniable yet whose arrogance was legendary. The one who, whenever they crossed paths in the apartment complex, would glance at him with undisguised disdain. Truth be told, If not for this encounter rekindling his memory, he might never have recalled her at all. After all, her treasure was notoriously diminutive, a trait Lu Chen found utterly unappealing. Meanwhile, Lin Xia's heart hammered with dread. She had never imagined that the mastermind orchestrating this gathering, the very person she'd habitually scorned, was none other than that deliver man. And worse, his power was staggering. As if sensing his gaze from across the hall, Lin Xia flinched and lowered her head, pulling her cap brim even lower. She silently prayed he wouldn't recognize her. Her past condescension had surely earned his enmity, and if discovered, images of beautiful women falling into cruel hands flashed through her mind, sending fresh shivers down her spine. Lu Chen watched amused as Lin Xia instinctively ducked her head the moment his eyes landed on her. So, she had recognized him. He stroked his smooth jaw. After all, when old acquaintances meet, surely a greeting is in order. Darkness churned in Lu Chen's obsidian eyes, turbulent and unreadable. He raised a hand and summoned a nearby underling. Go. Bring me the man in the black jacket at the very end of the line. The underling hesitated, glancing toward the spot, only to see an unremarkable, emaciated man, utterly ordinary. Puzzled, he said nothing. Without question, he snapped to attention and hurried off. Lin Xia kept her head low, her heart racing wildly, as she stared at the heels of the person in front of her. A single thought consumed her mind: grab the supplies, and rush home, lock the door tight, and never come out again. The outside world was utterly terrifying. She hadn't eaten much in over a day, and the last half bottle of water at home had been drained yesterday. If not for the brink of collapse, she would never have risked exposure by coming downstairs to join this commotion. To survive, she had even scavenged an old jacket from the trash, cut her long hair short, and tucked it under a cap, and used soot from a pot and an eyebrow pencil to paint a masculine disguise on her face. She dirted herself thoroughly, even deliberately mimicking a man's stride, terrified of being recognized as a woman. Yet even that wasn't enough. She sensed that several men around her had seen through her disguise. Their lecherous gazes sent chills down her spine. As her mind wandered in panic, a shadow suddenly loomed before her. Lin Xia froze, jerking her head up to see a thug wielding a steel pipe staring down at her as he spoke in a gruff voice. You come with me. Master Lu wants to see you. Master Lu. That deliver man. The blood drained from Lin Xia's face, and it felt as though every drop in her veins had frozen solid in that instant. Her first thought was, had she been discovered? Instinctively, she shrank back, pulling her cap brim lower, pinching her throat to force out a hoarse male voice and muttering with her head down. Big brother, you must have the wrong person. I'm just here for supplies. Less talk? The thug interrupted, impatiently thumping his pipe on the ground. Master Lu specifically asked for you. Move it unless you want me to get rough. The people queuing around them all turned to stare, their curious and probing eyes fixed on her. Lin Xia felt an icy chill engulf her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. She knew there was no escape. If she caused a scene here, her identity would only be exposed faster. Biting her cracked lips, she steeled herself, lowered her head, and followed the thug step by step toward the man leaning against a pillar in the center of the hall. With each step, her heart pounded faster. Her palms clutching the hem of her clothes were slick with cold sweat. Even when she stopped before Lu Chen, she dared not lift her head. She fixed her gaze on her own shoe tips, her whole body taut like a rabbit cornered at the edge of despair. Lu Chen looked at the person before him, curled into a ball, too afraid to raise her head, and saw an echo of the aloof, cold beauty from his memory. The one who kept her distance even in the elevator. A faint, ambiguous smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hey beautiful, we meet again. Those words struck Lin Xia's heart like a thunderbolt. She shuddered violently, jerking her head up so abruptly that her cap slipped off, revealing a face smeared with grime, yet still unable to hide its delicate contours. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and terror as she stared fixedly at Lu Chen. He recognized her. He actually recognized her. How could he, when she had ruined herself to this extent, still pick her out from such a distance? Was this man a devil? Lin Xia's lips quivered, but she couldn't force out a single word. Instinctively, she took a half step back, her body tensed like a drawn bowstring, as if she would bolt the next second. Lu Chen watched her, so startled and fragile, a barely perceptible smile curling at his lips. The once icy beauty, who wouldn't even spare him a glance in the elevator, her chin held so high it could pierce the sky, now lacked the courage to lift her head before him. He felt no vengeful satisfaction, only a dull emptiness. Just then Lu Chen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Something was wrong. By the usual pattern, whenever he encountered a woman meeting the criteria, the system would instantly trigger a recruitment prompt. Hadn't Bai Jie been the same? Yet from the moment he recognized Lin Xie until now the system interface was dead silent, not a flicker of activity. Lu Chen demanded in his mind, "System, what's going on?" Ding. System has received the host's query. The cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind, followed by an emotionless explanation. The Beauty Archive's inclusion criteria are based on a multidimensional comprehensive assessment, requiring simultaneous satisfaction of 3 core entry indicators: appearance, figure, and special talent. Target assessed Lin Xie. Comprehensive result: only the appearance dimension meets the minimum entry standard, the figure dimension falls below the threshold, and she possesses no special survival auxiliary or talent skills. Therefore, she does not qualify for archive inclusion, and no recruitment prompt is generated. However, if the host successfully recruits her, the system will still reward 1 unlimited level sign-in. Lu Chen sneered inwardly. So that was it. The woman who usually strutted like a proud peacock couldn't even meet the entry threshold by the system standards. His gaze swept over Lin Xie again, taking in her figure wrapped tightly in the oversized jacket, then her eyes filled with panic and utter lack of confidence. An idea quickly formed in his mind. He still had to take her in, not just for the unlimited level reward, but as his strength grew, 2 women would certainly not be enough to satisfy him. Besides, the 2 women at home were the ones he treasured most. He couldn't have them washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and attending to his daily needs every day. This woman before him all alone would have a tough time surviving in this cruel apocalypse. And Lu Chen was willing to play the great benefactor, bringing her home to serve as a maid, saving him a lot of trouble. He pulled himself from his thoughts, looked at Lin Xie's pale face, and said flatly, "Come with me." Lin Xie jerked her head up, her eyes wide with shock. "You? Where are you taking me?" A torrent of horrifying scenarios flooded her mind. She had been so cold to Lu Chen before, even disdainful. Now that he held the power of life and death, would he take revenge? Would he treat her as a plaything? Yet she dared not resist. The scene of Lu Chen killing the troublemaker with a single punch was still vivid in her memory. She feared that if she uttered a single word of refusal, her fate would be no better than the corpses on the ground. Lu Chen didn't waste words. He turned and strode towards Su Meng. Biting her cracked lips, Lin Xie could only lower her head and follow him step by step, like a kitten being dragged by the scruff of its neck. "Master Lu!" Su Meng stopped his registration work and stood at attention respectfully as he approached. Lu Chen glanced at the register and said casually, "Almost done screening everyone." "Almost." Su Meng replied promptly. "We've recruited 27 strong men for the guard team, all willing to use force. 8 skilled workers, 3 retired doctors, 2 electricians, 1 mechanic, and 2 former hotel chefs. Their abilities have been verified. No fakes." "Good." Lu Chen nodded, his tone turning icy. "As discussed, divide the guard team into 3 shifts to guard the 2 building entrances, stairwells, and the rooftop. Assign a leader for each shift. Hold the leader accountable for any incidents. Those with skills form a separate team. Doctors, clear out the empty rooms on the 12th floor for a temporary clinic. Electricians and plumbers, inspect the emergency circuits and fire pipelines in the building first. Don't let any mistakes slip through. Register every household, not a single one missing." His gaze swept across the crowd, carrying a piercing chill. "From today onward, the rules of this building are my rules. Anyone who dares to steal, stir up discord, or gather a mob, don't bother reporting to me. Kill them outright and toss the body into the white mist." "Yes, rest assured, Lord Lu, I'll keep a close watch." Su Meng shuddered and immediately replied, "Once I've sorted out the personnel assignments and duty rosters, I'll bring the ledger to report to you." Lu Chen tossed out these words and didn't bother with anything else. He turned and, with Lin Xie cowering behind him, strode toward the stairwell. The elevator was out of the question now. What if the power suddenly cut off and trapped him inside? After all, since the apocalypse erupted, the authorities had already gone silent. Whether anyone was still maintaining those power plants was anyone's guess. In the narrow stairwell, Lin Xie's eyes were fixed on the tall figure ahead of her, her heart in turmoil. Finally, they reached Lu Chen's own home. Just as they approached the door, it swung open from inside. "Lu Chen, you're back!" Jiang Wanqing's joyful voice rang out as she hurried over, threw her arms around his neck, her eyes brimming with delight and dependence. Bai Jie, following close behind, stepped forward and handed him a cup of warm water, smiling. "Did everything go smoothly? We've been waiting for you for a while." But the smiles of both women froze instantly when they saw the young man, in a loose jacket, face smeared with grime, hunched behind Lu Chen. Joy in their eyes turned to surprise along with undisguised vigilance. Jiang Wanqing paused and whispered, "Lu Chen, who is this?" The 2 women were puzzled, their bodies tense, as they looked at Lu Chen in confusion. They never expected their man to bring back a strange man after going out. Their small minds were filled with great bewilderment. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling them to relax. He grabbed Lin Xie by the arm and dragged her into the bathroom. Jiang Wanqing and Bai Jie exchanged glances, even more perplexed. Inside the bathroom, Lin Xie stumbled as he pulled her in, was shoved into the room, and the door slammed shut with a bang. Locked. In the cramped bathroom, steam hung in the air. Lin Xie trembled with fear, her back against the cold tiled wall, staring at the approaching Lu Chen, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Lu Chen, what exactly do you want? I was wrong before, I apologize. Don't. Shut up, Lu Chen said coldly. In the apocalypse, anyone could be hiding a knife. I need to frisk you to make sure you haven't brought anything dangerous inside. With that, he acted without hesitation. His movements were simple and rough. He tore off her bulky jacket in one go, tossed it on the floor, and then began a thorough search from top to bottom. He checked the cuffs, collars, pockets, seams of her pants, and even pulled off her shoes to inspect the soles. Lin Xie initially tried to struggle, but her strength against Lu Chen was like a kitten's scratch. Easily pinned down and immobilized. With his movements, her clothes were pulled into disarray. The unfamiliar touch through the fabric sent uncontrollable goosebumps across her skin. From her cheeks to her earlobes and down to her neck, a layer of enticing blush spread. She bit her lip hard to keep from crying out as humiliation and shame flooded over her like a tide. Yet tears still betrayed her, streaming down her cheeks, washing away the grime and leaving two clear streaks. He searched every inch of her, inside and out. Especially the hidden crevices where things might be concealed. Lu Chen was exceptionally thorough. Only after confirming there were no knives or dangerous items did he wash his somewhat sticky hands with satisfaction. He looked at Lin Xie, who was so weak she could barely stand, and casually tossed her a clean towel and a set of women's loungewear. Wash up, wipe the grime off your face, change your clothes, and come out. He left these words, turned open the door, and walked out. Leaving Lin Xie alone in the bathroom, she slowly slid down the wall to sit on the floor, finally unable to hold back, covering her face and sobbing quietly. Outside, Jiang Wanqing and Bai Jie immediately gathered around him when he emerged. Lu Chen, she. Her name is Lin Xie, an owner in this building. She'll stay here from now on as a maid. Washing, cooking, and cleaning. Lu Chen explained with a smile, reaching out to ruffle Jiang Wanqing's hair and pat Bai Jie on the shoulder. He had already decided. A weak woman like Lin Xie with no real skills and all alone couldn't cause any trouble. So there was no need to plant a demon seed in her. That would be a pure waste of resources. With that in mind, Lu Chen took advantage of the time Lin Xie was bathing. Through the beauty encyclopedia system, he shared a portion of his physical attributes and strength with Jiang Wanqing and Bai Jie. Now both women were more than capable of handling 3 to 5 strong men. Even if he wasn't home, if Lin Xie harbored any ill intentions, she would be no match for them. The two women finally breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances as understanding dawned. So that grimy kid was actually a woman. At the same time, Lu Chen informed them of some rules for Lin Xie's stay, and they listened carefully. Upon learning that Lu Chen had shared his strength with them, the two women looked at him with eyes that seemed to melt. Jiang Wanqing was so thrilled, she threw her arms around Lu Chen, repeatedly calling him husband. If it weren't daytime, she would have battled with him for 300 rounds to express her deep love. Seeing Jiang Wanqing directly address Lu Chen, as husband, Bai Jie felt a wave of shyness, then softly called out to him in a tender voice. She was then pulled into his arms by Lu Chen, her flushed face buried in his chest. Not long after the bathroom door opened, Lin Xie emerged in clean cream-colored loungewear, her face washed clean, damp, long hair falling over her shoulders, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Yet her complexion remained pale, her eyes red-rimmed. She stood at the doorway, head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to take a step forward. But even in her current state of dishevelment and timidity, her striking features couldn't be hidden, truly worthy of the title of a haughty peacock. Around noon, Jiang Wanqing and Bai Jie had already prepared the meal. 4 dishes and a soup laid out on the table. The aroma of braised pork filled the entire room, alongside stir-fried seasonal greens, tomato scrambled eggs, cold mixed with ear mushrooms, and a steaming pot of mushroom soup. Fluffy white rice filled the bowls, each grain plump and full. Lin Xie sat in a corner of the dining table, staring at the feast before her, her eyes wide and her throat involuntarily bobbing. She hadn't had a proper meal in 3 days, barely surviving on half a biscuit crumb a day with clean water nearly out of reach. Now to see such a lavish spread. In this apocalypse, it was beyond her wildest dreams. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and she quickly lowered her head, afraid to be seen. "Let's eat," Lu Chen said blandly, picking up his chopsticks. Jiang Wanqing gently handed Lin Xie a set of bowls and chopsticks, smiling. "Don't be shy, eat up. There's more if you need it." Lin Xie took the utensils, whispered a thank you, and as she shoveled rice into her mouth, tears still spilled into her bowl. Throughout the meal she ate cautiously yet ravenously, as if trying to make up for all the hunger of the past few days. After lunch, Jiang Wanqing and Bai Jie cleared the dishes and Lin Xie quickly rose to help. Lu Chen had already shared his location at home with her. At first she bristled inwardly. But upon meeting two women equally beautiful as herself yet possessing even more striking figures, she fell silent. Thus, after this deeply satisfying meal, she no longer resisted her role as a maid. "Master Lu, it's me, Su Meng." Lu Chen lifted his chin slightly. Bai Jie immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Su Meng strode in briskly, clutching a thick registration ledger, and stood respectfully before Lu Chen. "Brother Chen, everything has been arranged. Here are the resident registry and duty rosters. Please review." He handed over the ledger and continued his report. A total of 33 households, 87 residents, have all been registered meticulously, not a single one omitted. The 27-member security team has been divided into 3 shifts and is now stationed at all critical posts. Skilled personnel have been assigned appropriate roles. The infirmary has been prepared, and electricians and plumbers are inspecting wiring floor by floor. Those white-collar agitators who stirred unrest earlier collected their supplies and retreated to their rooms without incident. We've placed observers on them. Lu Chen flipped through the ledger and nodded, finding no flaws. "Well done," he said, setting the book aside and fixing Su Meng with a stern gaze. "Now I have 2 new assignments for you. Say the word, Brother Chen." Su Meng snapped upright instantly. "First, lead the security team to conduct a thorough sweep of this entire building, from the penthouse to the ground floor, checking every household and every corner for concealed weapons. Second, while conducting the sweep, reinforce and seal every window with steel plating and rebar." His gaze drifted toward the outside, toward the endless blinding white fog, and his expression deepened with resolve. "Leave only a few essential ventilation openings, each fitted with high-density filtration mesh. The fog hasn't lifted, no one knows what dangers may yet emerge. I want this building transformed into an impregnable fortress. Need materials? Take whatever you require from the storage room downstairs." Earlier I'd already moved construction tools and supplies there into the lobby storage area. Second, during your search, remove all corpses from the building and thoroughly disinfect every space to prevent outbreaks of disease. Lu Chen knew full well that not everyone could immediately recognize or accept their loved ones' deaths. Many, bound by deep affection and grief, still kept bodies hidden inside their homes. This posed a grave risk plague, and as the apocalypse evolved, no one could predict whether those corpses might mutate. Moreover, removing the dead was also an act of psychological severance, a necessary step toward emotional clarity, enabling residents to focus fully on the tasks Lu Chen assigned. After all, one must always look forward. Pausing briefly, Lu Chen asked firmly, "I expect results within 2 days. Can it be done?" "Yes, sir." Su Meng responded instantly, chest puffed out. "Rest assured, Chief. I'll execute it flawlessly. Not a single oversight." Lu Chen waved him off. The door closed behind him and silence settled once more over the room. Lu Chen walked to the window, gazing outward at the unrelenting deathly white fog shrouding the world. His fingers moved absently, tracing invisible patterns. The entire building was now under his control, yet this was merely his first step into the apocalypse. Lin Xie watched from a distance, and with that the last trace of resentment in her heart dissolved completely. In this merciless apocalyptic world, following a man of such strength, one who could offer safety and stability to those around him, was in truth not a bad fate at all. With that thought, Lin Xie gripped the mop handle tighter and pushed it across the floor with renewed vigor. Time flowed steadily. For the rest of that day, Lu Chen trained relentlessly in an adjacent vacant room, sparring with Su Meng to refine his combat skills. He checked his phone several times, only to confirm that all signals were utterly severed. Even Feixin, which had barely limped along before, had now collapsed entirely. Meanwhile, in a spacious flat on building, 2 dim lights flickered beneath the thunderous pulse of club music, so loud it seemed the floorboards might splinter. Inside, the air hung thick with cigarette smoke, liquor fumes, and cloying perfume. A crowd of half-dressed men and women clung together, gyrating wildly to the beat, indulging recklessly in decadence amid the ruins of civilization. Empty soda cans, wine bottles, and soiled novelty balloons littered the floor. At the center of it all, Wang Taijun slouched deep into a broad sofa, flanked by 2 stunning, voluptuous women. Their attire was little more than flimsy fabric, barely concealing intimate curves, exposing vast expanses of smooth, pale skin that swayed enticingly with each movement. Gazing upon this spectacle of hedonistic excess, Wang Tiejun's jowls bunched into a grin of utter satisfaction. "Ah, How splendid the apocalypse truly is. Take these two women for instance. Back when I was just the neighborhood security captain, every time they saw me they'd lift their chins skyward, eyes dripping with contempt, treating me like refuse, shouting orders without a shred of respect. But now, aren't they curled up in my lap like docile kittens, twisting and writhing, straining every nerve to please me? Wang Taijun opened his mouth, and instantly one woman understood. Her slender fingers delicately lifted a piece of cut fruit poised to feed him. But he shook his head, a lewd smirk curling his lips. Darling, try another way. I want you to feed me with your mouth. She glanced at his yellowed, nicotine-stained teeth, and revulsion flashed across her eyes, her stomach lurching violently. Yet the memory of Wang Tiejun's brutal blood-soaked violence surged anew in her mind, and her body trembled. Swallowing her disgust, she reluctantly took the fruit between her lips and leaned forward. The moment she drew near, he seized her waist and crushed her against his chest. Her stifled gasp vanished beneath his raucous, unrestrained laughter. Bang! The door burst open. A young underling with dyed blonde hair rushed in, his eyes flickering with undisguised greed as they swept over the woman in Wang Tiejun's arms. He quickly averted his gaze, straightened his posture, and bent close to whisper gravely into Wang Tiejun's ear. Boss, the scouts we sent to Building 3 have returned. They say, Building 3's people. He swallowed, hard voice trembling with fear. Are all dead. What? Wang Taijun's movements abruptly halted. He shoved the woman in his arms aside, sat up straight, and furrowed his brow. What the hell did you say? All dead. Weren't there over 200 people in that building? It's true, boss. The underling nodded hastily, his voice trembling. The deaths were too gruesome. Except for a few who died from the white mist poisoning in their rooms, the rest were covered in deep invisible claw marks, bones exposed as if torn apart by some wild beast. The hallway was full of blood already blackened. It was terrifying. A beautiful woman nearby turned pale with fear, hurriedly picking up her clothes to put them on. Her movements were so abrupt that a large expanse of fair, full skin trembled, causing the yellow-haired man to stare unblinkingly, swallowing hard. Slap! A sharp sound rang out as the yellow-haired man received a solid slap on the head, staggering him and nearly causing him to fall. Brat, what are you looking at? Never seen a woman before. Wang Taijun cursed viciously, then his eyes sharpened. I'm asking you what's the situation in the other buildings. Have you checked thoroughly? After the slap, the yellow-haired man dared not glance around anymore, hurriedly lowering his head to report obediently. Building 1 has been completely taken over. That building, like ours, is old, mostly inhabited by the elderly. When the white mist came, most of them died. Now there are fewer than 50 people left with little resistance. But the key point is their building's supermarket and convenience store still have plenty of supplies, and the supplies in each household are abundant too. Upon hearing the words plenty of supplies, Wang Taijun's eyes lit up instantly. Even the fear he had felt earlier upon hearing about the complete annihilation of Building 3 was now swept away by greed. The underling continued, also the toxicity outside is getting stronger. We tried it. Even with a wet towel over our mouths, we could only stay in the white mist for about 10 minutes before starting to cough. Driving is impossible too. We can't see the road, and it seems the exit is blocked by other chaotic vehicles. Building 4 is completely sealed off by the white mist. Our people can't even get close. Building 5 is too far, we haven't had time to check it yet. The closest one to us now is Building 6. Some brothers found a maintenance passage in the underground parking lot that can bypass the white mist and lead directly to the underground garage of Building 6. Wang Taijun narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping incessantly on the armrest of the sofa as he began to calculate in his mind. Oh boss, the underling seemed to recall something and added, before the communication was completely cut off, some brothers received news from Buildings 7 and 8, which are connected. They said those two buildings have been completely taken over by a woman with many women under her command, and her strength is probably not weak. A woman? Wang Taijun let out a scornful laugh as if hearing the biggest joke, his face full of disdain. A bunch of women. What can they amount to? Once I take Building 6 and free up my hands, I'll take over both of their buildings. When that happens, I'll have that leading woman warm my bed. He suddenly stood up, scanning the room full of people lost in debauchery, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Enough! Stop all this damn playing. Grab your weapons. Tonight we're raiding Building 6. Take that building first. Supplies and women all ours. As evening fell by, Jie and Jiang Wanqing took the lead in cooking while Lin Xie learned by helping on the side. A steaming hearty dinner was soon laid out on the table. In this apocalypse where everyone was starving, this table laden with meat and vegetables would make anyone's eyes turn red with envy. The four of them sat around the table eating with exceptional relish. And while they were enjoying their dinner in the underground parking lot of the complex, a group of people was making their way toward their building. Wang Taijun led over 20 underlings, each carrying steel pipes, machetes, and even homemade spiked clubs. With flashlights in hand, they walked cautiously in the pitch-black parking lot, stumbling with every step. The beams of the flashlights swayed in the darkness, illuminating only a few meters ahead. All around was impenetrable blackness, so quiet that only their footsteps and suppressed breathing could be heard. Damn it, this crappy place. The security camera indicators are still on, but the streetlights are all out. A young underling tripped over something, stumbled, and fell cursing as he got up. But as soon as he spoke, he felt something sticky on his palm. He raised his hand and shone the flashlight on it, instantly turning pale. His hand was covered in semi-dry, blackened blood. He shuddered in fright, nearly letting out a scream. "What are you yelling about?" Wang Taijun turned his head, abruptly cursing in a low voice, his eyes full of disappointment. "You can't even walk without falling. Are you starving? Do you want the people in Building 6 to hear us? It's just a bit of blood, isn't it? So many people have died these past few days. Can a little blood really scare you into such a sorry state?" "No, boss." The underling quickly tried to explain. But Wang Taijun wouldn't listen. After cursing, he turned around and continued walking without looking back. The underling stared at the blood on his hand, then at the faded sign on the wall reading Building 3 Underground Area. His lips trembled a few times, but in the end, he helplessly shut his mouth and quickened his pace to follow. The group pressed deeper into the darkness, which grew thicker, almost tangible, swallowing the light from the flashlights. The silence around them grew increasingly eerie. The distant sound of dripping water, which they had heard earlier, had inexplicably vanished. Only their own footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot, piercingly loud. Suddenly, a short, shrill scream erupted from the end of the line, cut off abruptly, as if someone's neck had been snapped. "What's going on?" Wang Taijun stopped abruptly, demanding harshly, shining his flashlight toward the back of the group. But the end of the line was empty. The underling who had been walking last was gone. Only a fresh pool of blood and a fallen machete remained on the ground. He was right next to me just now. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Not even a sound. The underling beside him was trembling with fear, his teeth chattering, his voice filled with sobs. Wang Taijun's heart skipped a beat as a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He forced himself to stay calm and cursed. "What are you panicking for? It's just one person missing. He probably fell somewhere himself. All of you snap out of it. Pair up back to back. Anyone who runs off, I'll cripple them first." The group quickly paired up, gripping their weapons, tightly scanning the surrounding darkness warily. But in that darkness, it seemed a monstrous beast lurked, waiting to devour them, staring at their delivered prey with cold, unblinking eyes. The team continued to advance, their pace much slower now. Everyone was terrified, their hair standing on end. Yet the eerie occurrences did not cease. Every few minutes someone would vanish without a sound. No screams, no struggle, not even the slightest disturbance. As if they had evaporated into thin air. When those ahead turned back to look, all that remained was a pool of blood. "Boss, something's wrong. People are disappearing. My brother's gone. He was right beside me just now." Panic spread through the team like a plague. Wang Taijun swept his flashlight around his face, turning deathly pale. The group of nearly 30 that set out now had less than 10 standing before him. Wang Taijun felt the cold sweat on his back soaking through his clothes. "What is it? What the hell is it? Come out." A subordinate completely lost it, waving his machete and screaming hysterically into the darkness. Just then, two crimson lights flickered in the darkness not far away. Like two ghostly flames, they locked onto the group. Following that, a low, raspy growl like sandpaper scraping echoed through the dark. "Run! Run for your lives!" Someone shouted, and the remaining people instantly broke into a frantic sprint toward Building 6. Wang Taijun, scared out of his wits, forgot all about the night raid, the supplies, the women. All that was left in his mind was a single word: run. The dark figure shot out of the shadows, moving with lightning speed. Only then did the group see it clearly. A cat-like monster over 2 meters long and a meter tall. Its fur was pitch-black, muscles like steel cables, claws gleaming with cold light, each over 10 centimeters long. Its crimson eyes were filled with bloodlust, fixed on the fleeing group. The monster was too fast. In an instant, it caught up to the last man. A piercing scream rang out as the man was pounced on. A swipe of its claws sent blood splattering everywhere. Wang Tiejun, running at the front, heard the growls and screams closing in, his heart nearly bursting with fear. He caught a glimpse of a subordinate lagging half a step behind. Without a second thought, he reached out, grabbed the man by the collar, and shoved him backward with all his might. "Boss, what are you doing?" The man let out a desperate scream as the monster pounced on him. Wang Taijun seized the brief moment to dash forward with all his strength. Finally, he spotted the iron door to the underground garage of Building 6 ahead. With his last 4 men, he scrambled over, slammed the door open, and locked it behind them. Clang! As the heavy iron door shut, the monster's frantic pounding and piercing screeches echoed outside, rattling the door. Wang Taijun collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his throat. He looked at the 4 remaining men and thought of the 20-plus brothers who had vanished in the darkness. A bone-chilling cold spread from his feet through his entire body. He never imagined that what was meant to be a surefire night raid would turn into a desperate escape. Damn it! Wang Taijun pulled out a cigarette to calm his nerves. His trembling hands failed to light it several times. Finally, one of his men lit it for him. "Boss, what do we do now?" a subordinate asked, dazed. Wang Taijun took a deep drag, about to speak, when a shout came from the stairwell door nearby. "Who's in there?" In Building 7, inside a cozy and exquisitely decorated room, several large screens were spliced together, displaying surveillance feeds from various corners of the complex. Wang Taijun's ordeal in the underground garage was playing on the main screen. Before the screen sat a beautiful, lowly, barely 1.5 meters tall, in a gaming chair. Her enormous chest pressed tightly against the desk, creating a massive curve. Her delicate fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a crisp clatter. She had twin tails, a round face, and big bright eyes now tightly furrowed in deep concentration. With Luo Yuk's final keystroke, the main screen zoomed in and froze on a close-up of the mutated giant cat. Its crimson eyes looked especially chilling on the screen. "Is this the thing that killed everyone in Building 3? Another woman's voice sounded in the room, melodious like an Oriole song, yet carrying a hint of coolness. Gu Qingning stood by the screen, her skin pale, her features sharp and exquisite. She wore a sleek black outfit that accentuated her tall, perfect figure. At her waist hung an ancient long sword in a dark scabbard, unadorned but exuding a sharp chill. Her clear eyes fixed on the monster on the screen, her gaze darkening as her hand instinctively gripped the sword hilt. Luo Yuk nodded, her small face serious, her voice carrying a hint of childishness but steady. "That's right, Sister Qingning. According to the surveillance footage 3 days ago, when the white mist first appeared, this thing was just an ordinary stray cat. It spent less than 2 hours in the mist and mutated into this. Its speed, strength, and bite force have increased dozens of times. Its claws can easily tear through normal security doors. It's extremely good at stalking in the dark, highly aggressive and bloodthirsty." Hearing this, Gu Qingning's brows furrowed even more. Her gaze swept over the other split screens, showing real-time feeds of Buildings 1, 2, 3, and 6. "Wang Taijun's group has entered Building 6. Yeah, they just got in and locked the garage door. They're safe for now." Luo Yuk switched the feed to the garage camera. "But that idiot led the mutated cat to Building 6's entrance. The people inside are in for trouble." Crash. Luo Yuk kicked her short legs in JK stockings, and her gaming chair slid over to Gu Qingning, stopping right beside her. Ignoring the cold woman's murderous glare, she buried her face in Gu Qingning's towering chest, nuzzling, and taking a deep breath, a look of bliss on her face. Sister Qingning, you smell so good." Gu Qingning looked at the lowly cuddled in her arms, whose little hands were far from idle, a helpless look flashing in her cool eyes as she let out a sigh. In a bedroom of Building 6, the warm yellow light scattered across the room, completely shutting out the chill and darkness beyond. Lin Xie shrank into the innermost corner of the large bed, her back pressed against the cold wall like a rabbit trapped in its burrow, not daring to look at Lu Chen. The loose silk camisole nightgown Lu Chen had casually found for her was as thin as gauze, barely concealing anything. And indeed, there was no need for concealment, as it was unnecessary. The neckline drooped low, revealing expanses of pale, flawless skin that appeared even more tender under the lamplight. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, trying to cover up, yet this motion only accentuated the graceful curves of her figure, making them more striking. Lin Xie's heart churned like a stormy sea, her eyes glistening with moisture. She knew that as a beautiful woman being brought home by Lu Chen would not end with mere chores. Yet when this moment truly arrived, a sense of grievance welled up within her. At this instant, she fervently wished it were all just a dream. To wake up and once again be the unattainable flower atop the clouds. Her moist eyes flickered with too many emotions, the resentment of yielding to Lu Chen due to the apocalypse and the fear of his terrifying power. As thoughts surged endlessly, Lin Xie slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze was resolute. She understood that nothing could ever go back. In this cruel apocalypse without Lu Chen, she probably couldn't survive even a single day. Submitting to him was her only path with no other choice. Lu Chen paced slowly to the bedside, looking down at her curled-up form, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He was no lecherous brute, bringing her back during the day. Partly to find a companion for the two women and partly for the system reward. Undeniably, though, he did want to witness how a haughty peacock like Lin Xie looked when she fell from grace. Like her clumsy stubbornness when playing the maid. Or now her weakness and helplessness in this seductive nightgown. But what of it? As always, he gave her a way to live and stability. In return, she paid what she owed. That was only fair. Lu Chen smiled. He leaned down, his broad palm brushing through her silky hair. The moment his fingertips touched, Lin Xie shuddered violently as if burned. She instinctively shrank back, but her back was already against the wall with nowhere to retreat. Eyes shut, lips pressed tight, tears glistening, her voice a fragile whisper laced with sobs. Lu Chen. I haven't backed out. I'm just a little scared. Scared. His voice was teasing, as if watching something amusing. Don't worry, it'll be gentle. Lin Xie's face flushed deeper, her head sinking lower, wishing she could disappear into the floor. Lu Chen found her fearful yet unresisting demeanor somewhat intriguing. His fingers traced down her cheek, gliding over her slender neck, then across her smooth, fair skin, traversing peaks and valleys until their breaths drew closer and intertwined on the verge of crossing the final boundary. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent heavy knocks suddenly erupted at the door, shattering the room's delicate atmosphere. Lu Chen's hand froze, the amusement in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an icy chill. Heh, was he doomed to be so unlucky? Always interrupted at this moment. Suppressing his rising anger, he casually grabbed a blanket and wrapped Lin Xie tightly, his voice low and emotionless. Don't be afraid, I'll go check. Buried under the blanket, Lin Xie's heart pounded wildly. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt an inexplicable pang of loss. Lu Chen threw on a jacket and yanked open the bedroom door, his face cold enough to freeze anyone. The subordinate waiting outside, seeing his expression, went weak in the knees, bowed low and stammered. Master Lu, sorry to disturb you, but something serious happened. 5 injured men broke into the underground garage, and Brother Su Meng has them detained. Lu Chen frowned. Underground garage. The white fog has sealed it for 4 days. How could anyone get in from there? It's the abandoned maintenance tunnel between the buildings. They came through that way. Now something outside is ramming the iron door like mad, and Brother Su Meng and the brothers can barely hold it. The subordinate quickly finished, not daring to breathe. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He had forgotten that in this old neighborhood's underground garage, maintenance tunnels connected the buildings. They were usually sealed, but he hadn't expected anyone to slip through. Still coming at night instead of during the day. They probably weren't up to any good. And something was ramming the door outside. Could it be a monster from the white fog? Curiosity stirred within Lu Chen. Lead the way. Without wasting a word, Lu Chen headed downstairs, the subordinate guiding him ahead, without daring to look back. They descended to the first-floor lobby, winding through corridors to the deepest corner. A rusted iron door stood before them with crooked red-painted characters. Abandoned escape route, no entry. The door was now thudding violently, each impact shaking plaster from the walls, as if it would burst open any second. Su Meng and 4 or 5 others were pressing their backs against the iron door, faces flushed red with effort. Beside them, several men gripped machetes, eyes fixed on the door crack, muscles taut and ready. Hearing footsteps, Su Meng spun around. Seeing Lu Chen, he breathed a half-sigh of relief. Master Lu, you're here. Almost as he spoke, the frantic pounding from behind the door abruptly ceased. The entire passage fell into a deathly silence, every breath audible. Lu Chen scanned the iron door, one eyebrow raised. As he descended, his perception had already spread wide. The ferocious creature behind the door seemed alive, and its aura was formidable. But what surprised him was that the moment he arrived, the aura faltered and retreated. So was this monster afraid of him? Curiosity flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he turned to Su Meng. What's the situation? Explain clearly. Su Meng reported promptly, his account orderly and calm. Master Lu, these 5 are from Building 2. Their leader is Wang Tiejuan, formerly the security captain of our complex. The bastard brought 31 men, all armed with steel pipes and machetes, planning to sneak through the maintenance tunnel to raid Building 6 for supplies. But they ran into a cat-shaped monster in the underground garage of Building 3. Of the thirdoplice, only these 5 escaped, the rest were lost. I've interrogated them. Every one of Building 3's 200 plus households, over 200 people, all slaughtered by that monster. Not a single survivor. Su Meng's thoroughness was evident in the precise numbers and details he had gathered. Lu Chen gave a slight nod, his gaze falling upon the 5 men, sprawled on the ground in the open space behind the iron door. At their head was none other than Wang Taijun. He was covered in blood, his clothes tattered and torn, with one leg injured. Yet, unlike his underlings who lay trembling on the floor, he propped himself against the wall, his eyes betraying little panic. Instead, he kept stealing glances at Lu Chen, his eyes darting rapidly as he clearly schemed something. To be honest, the moment he realized that even someone as formidable as Su Meng wasn't the building's leader. Wang Taijun already regretted his rashness today, a bitter ache swelling in his heart. Not to mention the mutated Great Cat's attack. Just dealing with Su Meng alone would have cost them several men. After all, the 5 of them together hadn't lasted a single round against that bald, burly man. And now, hearing that such a powerhouse wasn't even the building's leader, how terrifying must the real boss be? Yet, when he finally laid eyes on the leader, Wang Taijun was somewhat taken aback. Having served as the security captain in this compound for 5 years, he was a seasoned old fox, adept at saying the right thing to the right person, having seen it all. Of course, he recognized Lu Chen. He used to be a delivery driver who came to the compound daily, always handing him a cigarette with deference whenever they met. But times had changed. The kid had somehow taken over Building 6, and through unknown means won over someone as formidable as Su Meng. He certainly didn't believe Lu Chen had become as powerful as Su Meng in just a few days, so he remained utterly unruffled. Having navigated this compound for nearly a decade, Wang Taijun knew which building housed how many residents, where hidden supply caches lay, which fire escape led outside, and which underground pipes bypassed the white mist. These were things Lu Chen, a mere deliverman, could never master even if he lived here forever. This was his greatest bargaining chip, the foundation of his survival. Lu Chen regarded him in silence. Wang Taijun spoke first, without arrogance, threats, or foolish provocation. He fixed his eyes on Lu Chen, his tone steady, carrying the slickness of a seasoned player. Master Lu, I've heard much about you. Today's affair was my folly. I was bewitched into trespassing on your turf. I've fallen and I accept it. First he admitted defeat, lowering his stance, then he cast out his bait. But Master Lu, you know well I've been the security captain here for 5 years. I know every blade of grass, every pit and bump. I could describe them with my eyes shut. Which building hides backup supplies, which path bypasses the white mist, even where the compound wall has a gap leading to the supermarket outside. These are things you'll never grasp no matter how long you stay. He paused, gauging Lu Chen's expression, then added with a veiled escalation. And that woman in buildings 7 and 8, her background, what she's packing. I know it all. Master Lu, you'll have to deal with her sooner or later. With me around, you'll save yourself a lot of detours. This claim was of course Wang Taijun's bluff. But it didn't matter. In his view, as long as it fooled Lu Chen, it sufficed. Finally, he laid out his terms, neither humble nor arrogant. Give me a way out, a bite to eat, a sip of water, and I, Wang, will serve you like a beast of burden before and behind. It'll get you everything in this compound. Well, both profit. Better than you fumbling in the dark, don't you think? With those terrifying monsters outside, he couldn't return to his own turf anytime soon, so he had to stay in Building 6 for now, biding his time. His speech was watertight, admitting fault, showcasing his value without provoking Lu Chen. It was the mark of a true veteran. Su Meng, standing by, frowned and was about to curse when Lu Chen raised a hand to stop him. Lu Chen smiled, the corners of his mouth twitching, and walked step by step toward Wang Taijun without responding. Wang Taijun's heart tightened. He was about to speak again when Lu Chen raised his hand and gave a gentle pat on his shoulder. With that single touch, an invisible black seed of magic instantly burrowed into Wang Taijun's body. Wang Taijun felt a deafening buzz in his head, as if something had exploded. He began to convulse, violently crashing to his knees with a thud, clutching his head and letting out agonized howls. Within seconds, the screams ceased abruptly. Wang Taijun slowly raised his head. All the scheming shrewdness and slickness were gone. Replaced by an almost fanatical reverence and awe, he gazed at Lu Chen as if he were a living deity. He thumped his forehead against the ground, blood streaming, his voice hoarse with unparalleled devotion. Master, your subordinate Wang Taijun was blind to offend you. Punish me as you see fit. Through fire and flood, I will utter not a single complaint. The remaining 4 underlings witnessing this eerie scene were petrified, their faces turning deathly pale. With several thuds, they all knelt, kowtowing, frantically wailing for mercy. Spare us, Master Lu. Please. It was Wang Taijun who forced us. Well, never dare again. Lu Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, ignoring these insignificant minions. Those who obeyed would stay. Those who didn't would be killed outright. Just then, a crisp notification from the system echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Quest triggered, slay the mutated shadow cat. Quest reward, infinite level sign-in chance 1. Lu Chen's eyes brightened instantly, joy surging in his heart. He hadn't expected to trigger a system quest like this, and the reward was still infinite level. Since that was the case, why not seize the day and deal with the monster now? From his observations, the creature's external aura seemed formidable, but only to ordinary people. Compared to him, it fell far short. At the same time, he was intensely curious about what the monster lurking within the white mist truly looked like. Even if danger arose, he could swiftly use the beauty gallery function to teleport home. So Lu Chen turned to face the iron door, his expression calm, his tone indifferent yet brooking no dissent. Open the door. Su Meng froze, then immediately stepped forward to block Lu Chen, his face stern. Master Lu. No, that thing outside is too sinister. Over 30 men were slaughtered in an instant. You can't take the risk. If anyone goes, it should be me scouting ahead. Lu Chen could only marvel at the magic seed's effect. Its protective loyalty was crystal clear. It's fine, he said, raising a hand to pull Su Meng aside with a surge of force. No matter how sinister, it's just a beast. Worst case, you follow along. With that, he reached out and unlatched the iron door. Seeing he couldn't stop him, Su Meng shot a glance at his nearby brothers. Then he turned back to hastily instruct Wang Taijun. Both were bound by the magic seed, and Su Meng could sense the fervent worship for Lu Chen burning in Wang Taijun's heart, no less intense than his own. So he felt reassured. The men immediately tightened their grips on their weapons, forming a tight circle around Lu Chen, as if ready to embrace him. Su Meng himself took the lead, pulling open the iron door, first poking his head out to survey the surroundings. Only after confirming there was no danger did he turn back to let Lu Chen out. The scene made Lu Chen's mouth twitch. Was he really that weak? And if danger actually struck, who would be protecting whom? As they stepped out of the iron door, the chill of darkness, mingled with a thick bloody stench, assailed them. The underground garage was pitch black, with only the faint green glow of emergency lights barely illuminating the path beneath their feet. Sweeping the flashlight around the ground was littered with corpses that had died not long ago, their deaths horrendous. Wounds still oozed blood, pooling into a small hollow in the lowlying area, an utterly terrifying sight. Steel pipes and machetes were strewn everywhere, all left behind by Wang Taijun and his crew. Only then did they notice the large iron door behind them, covered in claw marks several centimeters deep, even the hard steel outer layer torn to shreds. Several underlings gasped in shock. If such claws struck a person, wouldn't they be torn in half? Lu Chen walked in the middle, his face expressionless, yet a strange feeling lingered. From the moment he stepped out of the iron door, a faint lingering sense of being watched clung to him. It wasn't from the monsters in the shadows, but from somewhere else. He remained calm, not pausing his steps, only swiftly scanning the ceiling with the corner of his eye. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So it's you, little darling. On the ceiling, a surveillance camera's red light flickered faintly, its lens aimed directly at him. There was more than one. Along the path to building 3, every dozen meters or so, a camera's red light glowed, all lenses trained on his route. Lu Chen hadn't expected that, even at a time like this, someone could still control these surveillance cameras to spy on others. As far as he knew, the estate's monitoring system should be shared, all located in the security control room. But with the white fog having descended days ago, how could anyone still be in that shabby control room? So who was this person in the shadows, and what were their intentions? He had no idea. This feeling of the enemy hidden while he was exposed was unsettling. But whoever it was, they would eventually show their hand. And he, Lu Chen, was not someone to be trifled with. With that thought, Lu Chen quickly formed a plan in his mind. He lowered his head, continuing to feign ignorance. At the same time, he extended his perception once more. He could clearly sense that the intense life force of the monster from earlier had vanished. But the residual traces in the air faintly pointed toward the path Wang Taijun and the others had taken. That was the direction of Building 3. Let's go. Lu Chen stepped forward, following the blood trail, his tang sword held steady, his face calm and unflustered. Su Meng and the others quickly followed, gripping their blades tightly, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Their faces were pale, clearly shaken by the horrific scene everywhere, but their gazes hardened with resolve as they glanced at the figure ahead. In the pitch-black space, only the rhythmic sound of splashing water echoed. As they reached a large pillar in Building 3, Lu Chen paused and uttered 2 words. Here it comes. Instantly, Su Meng felt a chill down his spine. Without a second thought, he tensed every muscle and spun around, slashing with his blade. With a loud clang, sparks flew. In that instant, Su Meng saw clearly what the attacking monster looked like: a large black cat over 2 meters long and nearly a meter tall, its muscles sharply defined. The force of the black cat's charge sent Su Meng stumbling back several steps, his large blade nearly slipping from his grasp. Seeing its ambush fail, the black cat instantly melted back into the darkness, seeking another opportunity. In Lu Chen's powerful perception, the cat's life force blazed like a torch, impossible to hide. Well, I had intended to test Su Meng's strength, but it seems his combat power of 43 is no match for the black cat. In his perception, their life forces seemed comparable. Perhaps Su Meng was indeed weaker, but not by such a margin. So judging an enemy's strength by their life force might not be entirely reliable. With that thought, Lu Chen ordered Su Meng and the others to step aside, ready to act himself. Su Meng's face flushed with shame as he quickly led the others to the side. Lu Chen walked straight toward the black cat's location, tang sword in hand. The black cat, noticing Lu Chen approaching its hiding spot, directly flickered a hint of confusion in its crimson eyes. It then moved like a ghost, shifting to another pillar. But it found that the man who instilled fear in it had turned and was walking toward it again. The black cat was startled. Unwilling to believe it, it tried to shift positions again, attempting another ambush. But it was no use, no matter what, the man's gaze was fixed on it. "Enough, stop running. Can't you face me like a man?" The man's impatient voice rang out from not far away. Hearing this, the black cat glanced down at itself, a flicker of confusion in its crimson eyes. Should it go out or not? Suddenly, the black cat's fur bristled as it let out a whimper, its claws digging into the ground before it vanished in an instant. The next second, a blade of light carrying immense force slammed down where it had been, striking the ground with a dull, thunderous roar. "Oh, pretty fast." Lu Chen was a bit surprised as he watched the large cat evade his strike. In that instant, he shifted his stance again. He held the tang sword steady before him, precisely blocking the cat's first pounce. Clang! A piercing metallic clash exploded, sparks flying everywhere. The tremendous force slammed into him, and Lu Chen deliberately swayed, stepping back 2 paces, feigning being shaken and strained. The black cat was sent flying by the recoil, crashing heavily to the ground and skidding several meters before stopping. Lu Chen weighed the tang sword in his hand, now gauging its measure. This thing is truly fast and powerful. No wonder Wang Taijin's group was routed so badly. But to him, it was merely so-so. However, the camera above was still blinking and the person in the shadows was still watching. He didn't want to reveal his true strength. The next moment, the black cat moved again, roaring at the group. Its form melted into the darkness, and faint black afterimages could be seen lunging at Lu Chen from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashes came one after another, sparks flashing incessantly in the dark. Lu Chen stood his ground, his tang sword whirling in an impenetrable defense, blocking all of the black cat's attacks. Yet he deliberately refrained from counterattacking, even leaving a few openings, pretending to struggle, shuffling his feet several times and nearly getting caught by the claws. Su Meng watched from the side, his heart in his throat, his grip on the blade white-knuckled. He wanted to help but feared causing trouble, so he just stared at the black cat's movements, ready to strike if needed. The two of them and the cat fought for over 2 minutes before Lu Chen found an opening and struck with force. He cleaved the blade into the black cat's shoulder, carving a deep gash that revealed the bone beneath. The black cat let out a piercing shriek and dared not fight any longer. It turned and bolted into the stairwell of Building 3, vanishing in a few bounds, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. "Lord Lu is running. Let's give chase," Su Meng urged, lifting his foot to pursue. "No rush," Lu Chen said, sheathing his blade. He deliberately took a couple of heavy breaths, feigning fatigue, and waved his hand. "That beast is wounded and won't go far. The stairwell is dark, there might be an ambush. Let's proceed cautiously." Lu Chen's earlier strike, though fierce, hadn't hit a vital spot. He had intentionally let it escape. After battling the oversized feline for a while, he hadn't noticed anything particularly special about it aside from its greatly enhanced physique. So he grew curious about the cause of the cat's mutation, suspecting it might lie within Building 3. Lu Chen's mind conjured images of celestial treasures and rare herbs from web novels. Moreover, once inside the stairwell, the surveillance would be gone and the hidden observers would lose sight of them. Then settling scores with the beast would not be too late. Su Meng immediately nodded at the words. He first walked to the stairwell entrance, shone his flashlight inside, and confirmed no danger before turning back to escort Lu Chen step by step into the building. As soon as they entered the stairwell, the stench of blood intensified dozens of times. It choked the few underlings, their faces turning pale, as they clamped their hands over their noses, stomachs churning, as if they might vomit. Corpses littered the stairwell, their deaths gruesome. All torn apart by claws with bones exposed. The walls and floor were stained with blackened blood. The entire building was eerily silent, devoid of any human sound, like a haunted house. All 200 or so people were truly dead. Unlike the others, Lu Chen felt a sense of relief. The deliberate exhaustion he had feigned on his face vanished without a trace. Su Meng led the way, scouting ahead. With every step, he checked the rooms on both sides, wary of any ambush. They followed the trail of blood up the stairs. Just as they reached the third floor, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from a nearby room, charging straight at Lu Chen. It was the same mutated black cat. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, instantly sensing something amiss. The deep gash he had carved into its shoulder in the garage had completely healed. Not even a scar remained. Good heavens, did this creature possess such formidable regenerative abilities? Lu Chen's heart stirred, and a desire to tame it arose. This creature was swift, adept at stealth, and capable of self-healing. In this perilous apocalypse, if he could take it as an enforcer, it would be a formidable asset. This time Lu Chen dropped the pretense. The tang horizontal blade in his hand vanished in an instant, replaced by a jet-black long halberd. The dragon-shattering halberd. The moment the halberd was drawn, a terrifyingly fierce aura radiated outward. The temperature in the entire stairwell seemed to drop several degrees, and the very air trembled. The black cat's fur bristled instantly, and for the first time extreme fear flickered in its crimson eyes. It could clearly sense the terrifying power within that halberd, power that could easily destroy it. It turned to flee, but it was too late. Lu Chen stamped his foot, his form blurring like the wind, and instantly blocked its path. The dragon-shattering halberd swept horizontally. With a wet thud, the halberd's tip sliced open the black cat's belly, creating a deep, bone-deep gash. Black blood splattered across the floor. The cat let out a shrill, agonized scream and crashed heavily to the ground. As it struggled to rise, Lu Chen lifted his foot and stomped down on its back, pressing down with the weight of 1,000 Jun, pinning it firmly to the floor, immobile. In less than 2 seconds, the black cat that had been ferocious enough to slaughter an entire building was utterly subdued. Su Meng stared wide-eyed and drew a sharp breath. Good heavens! Lord Lu had been holding back the entire time in the garage. His reverence and awe for Lu Chen deepened. Lu Chen pressed his palm against the black cat's head, gathering demonic essence to tame it. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Warning: the mission objective is to eliminate the mutant shadow cat. Taming it will result in mission failure and forfeiture of all rewards. Lu Chen frowned. Indeed, trying to exploit a loophole in the system didn't work. In his view, taming and killing were essentially the same. He certainly didn't want to give up the rewards from the infinite level sign-in. Yet the black cat's regenerative ability was truly rare. Killing it outright would be such a waste. He loosened his foot, slightly lifted the cat from the ground, and made a shallow cut on one of its remaining healthy legs, curious to see how the creature healed itself. But this time the cat's injuries were too severe. It lay on the ground, barely breathing, with only shallow, ragged gasps. The wound merely oozed blood, slowly, showing no signs of healing. It struggled, dragging its broken body inch by inch up the stairs, whimpering like a sob, leaving a long smear of blood on the floor. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't kill it, nor did he stop it. He simply followed, curious to see where it was desperately trying to go. The black cat climbed step by step, pausing every few steps to catch its breath, blood spilling everywhere along the stairs. It crawled all the way to the top floor, to the innermost apartment. The door was ajar, the interior silent. The cat nudged the door open with its head and crawled inside. Lu Chen pushed the door open and followed. The room was spotless, adorned with various potted plants. Though they were wilted, it was clear the owner had once been a very clean person. It was a world apart from the bloody stairwell outside. On the living room floor lay the corpse of an elderly woman with white hair, a deep gash on her forehead. It was evident she had died from striking the corner of a table. Her body had long since gone cold. And the black cat, which had been so ferocious moments ago, was now lying on the old woman's chest. Its wounds still bled profusely, but it seemed oblivious, gently nuzzling its head against her cold cheek. It let out mournful whimpers like a lost child. Hearing footsteps behind it, the cat jerked its head up, fur bristling instantly. It struggled to stand on its broken body. It stood firmly in front of the old woman's corpse, its pupils turning crimson again, a fierce glare fixed on Lu Chen as it emitted a threatening growl from its throat. Lu Chen looked at it, a suspicion forming in his mind. A shrill, despairing cry of a cat pierced the air. Then the black cat lunged once more, expending its last ounce of strength in a suicidal charge. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. With a swift thrust, he drove his broken Fang dragon halberd forward. Thrust. Its tip pierced the creature's heart with surgical precision. The shadow cat froze instantly, emitting one final anguished wail before collapsing heavily onto the floor. Yet it writhed, summoning its final breath of will, inching laboriously toward the old woman. and extended its rough tongue to gently lick her cold, lifeless cheek. The crimson glow in its eyes slowly faded, leaving only profound sorrow and unyielding reluctance. A single turbid tear traced a path down its furrowed temple, falling softly onto the woman's garment. Its head tilted sideways. Life extinguished. At that very moment, a gentle emerald light drifted from its body, spiraled once in midair, and slipped seamlessly into the plain jade bracelet encircling the old woman's wrist. The bracelet flared with a warm, lustrous green radiance, bright for several seconds, before dimming, gradually returning to its original unadorned antiquity. Then a system prompt resonated within Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the mutated shadow cat. Mission complete. Reward infinite tier sign-in bonus has been granted. Congratulations, host. You have signed in to the Artifact Compendium. Ding! Detected Artifact Compendium is compatible with core system. Initiating secondary upgrade and reinforcement. Merging and upgrading Artifact Compendium with System. 10, 50, 100. Upgrade complete. Ding! Artifact Compendium System officially activated. Ding! Detected an uncontained brank artifact. The bonding bracelet. Initiate containment now. Lu Chen arched a brow, knelt beside the old woman's still form, and removed the bracelet directly from her wrist. Smooth and unembellished, it bore only two faint, indistinct characters carved on its inner rim piece. The moment he held it, warmth bloomed gently in his palm. A soothing, comforting heat. Yet in the next breath, the jade turned ice-cold, radiating a wave of absolute aversion and rejection. Unfazed, Lu Chen smiled faintly and silently commanded in his mind, "Contain." With a soft shimmer, the bracelet vanished from his hand. Ding! Brank artifact. The bonding bracelet. Successfully contained. Now catalogued in the Artifact Compendium. No sooner had the words echoed than a torrent of vivid scenes flooded Lu Chen's consciousness, like reels of an ancient film unwinding at breakneck speed. He saw a Qing dynasty jade artisan hunched over an oil lamp in mid-Qing era, painstakingly polishing this very bracelet as a dowry for his daughter's wedding. He witnessed generations of couples wearing it. Through youth and age, through quiet devotion and unbroken harmony, never once raising their voices in anger. He saw a woman alone at the village gate wearing the bracelet as she waited her entire life for her husband lost to war. He saw famine years. Husband and wife gripping each other's hands, the bracelets pressed together, enduring the darkest days with quiet, unshakable resolve. Over 2 centuries passed down through 14 generations. 14 lifetimes of fidelity, of silent vows, kept all seeped deep into the slender band of jade. Finally, the vision settled upon the white-haired woman herself. She had spent her life with her husband. After his passing, she lived alone and took in a newborn black kitten. Her late husband had adored cats, so she poured every memory, every ache of longing into that tiny creature. Then came the apocalypse. The white mist sealed the neighborhood. Kind-hearted, she shared her hoarded rations with starving neighbors. But kindness met cruelty. A few men, envious of her remaining supplies, broke in at midnight to steal. She tried to stop them, was shoved violently to the floor, her skull striking the corner of a table. She died instantly. Long after they fled, a small black kitten emerged from beneath the bed. It lay motionless atop her chest. Not wailing, not moving. Just resting silently on her garments, neither eating nor drinking, keeping vigil through the night. From Lu Chen's vantage, he clearly saw emerald luminescence streaming from the old woman's bracelet, flowing into the kitten's body. When the kitten awoke again, its eyes burned with grief, and with a hatred so deep it gnawed at the bone. It left. That same night, one day later, screams tore through Building No. 3. Human cries of terror, muffled and swallowed by the thick, suffocating mist. After a long, hollow silence, descended once more a phantom black feline, massive as a tiger, materialized with uncanny grace. In 3 silent strides it reached the old woman's door and let out a soft, mournful call. Then it lay down beside her once more. The vision ended. Lu Chen stood frozen in place, eyes clouded with turbulent emotion, then exhaled deeply, a sigh heavy with revelation. Humans fall short of beasts, beasts fall short of artifacts. He raised his hand and opened the system interface, tapping the newly unlocked Artifact Compendium. Artifact name: Bonding Bracelet. Rank: Brank. Core obsession: Lifelong Fidelity, Eternal Guardianship. Innate ability: Guardian Healing. Description: Only pure, unadulterated emotion can earn the bracelet's recognition, and thus its aid. Compendium contained enhanced abilities. 1. Healing. Autonomous conversion draws upon the user's own reserves to generate healing energy. No cooldown. Mends internal and external wounds, suppresses pain, and soothes the spirit. Reservoir activation channels the century-deep reservoir of devotion stored within the jade. delivering exceptionally potent healing, even stabilizing those at the brink of death. This reservoir replenishes gradually, fueled solely by genuine emotion. 2. Shield. Manifests healing energy as a protective barrier, deflecting physical assaults and partially resisting mental incursions, while active it subtly accelerates natural recovery and grants a calming centering effect. 3. Avatar. May infinitely manifest jade bracelet avatars. Each avatar continuously soothes the spirit and enhances baseline self-recovery. In mortal peril, an avatar autonomously triggers a one-time emergency shield, followed by a 24-hour cooldown. Note: given the host's current cultivation level, up to 3 avatars may be sustained simultaneously. Lu Chen scanned the panel, and a fierce burning excitement surged in his chest. With a focused thought, a wave of momentary exhaustion rippled through him, and a luminous emerald bracelet materialized in his palm. This time no resistance, only a gentle welcoming warmth. Lu Chen closed his fingers around it, turned, and addressed Su Meng behind him. Let's go back. One last glance at the woman and the cat lying side by side. Then he strode out of the room and descended the stairs. At the stairwell entrance, he lifted his eyes, scanning the nearby corridor. His gaze lingered on the surveillance camera, facing the doorway, its red indicator light glowing steadily. A faint knowing smile curved his lips. Someone watched, hidden in the shadows. That was fine. He would wait. He intended to see precisely who lurked behind the veil. For some reason, Lu Chen recalled what Su Meng had told him earlier about the leader of Building No. 7. He wondered if it was her. Inside Building No. 7's surveillance room, Luo Yuk stared at the monitor. Her body jolting violently as Lu Chen's gaze, captured on screen, seemed to pierce straight through the lens. She slid right off her gaming chair, legs kicking helplessly in the air. Oh my god. Qingning Jie. He saw us. That look. He knew. Gu Qingning stood beside the screen, her cool sharp gaze locked onto Lu Chen's figure, her hand tightened, knuckles whitening around the hilt of the sword at her waist. She'd watched the garage fight, seen Lu Chen struggle, nearly wounded by the black cat. Yet something had unsettled her. A strange, indefinable dissonance. But that glance at the stairwell entrance, and the subtle chilling smile, made every hair on her body stand on end. Something was wrong. Profoundly, irrevocably wrong. Could anyone who'd dismantled that building-slaughtering monster in just 2 moves truly have fought so desperately in the garage? Unless... Gu Qingning's cool eyes narrowed. He'd known. Right from the start. He'd spotted the surveillance, deliberately concealed his strength, and performed just for them. This man possessed formidable power. Even she might not prevail against him in direct combat. And his intellect was razor-sharp, his intentions inscrutable. He was without question the most dangerous and least controllable entity they had yet encountered. On the way back, the group trod over the dried blood and grime on the ground, their soles scraping against the cement with a crisp sound. They glanced at the corpses strewn across the corridor, torn apart by the black cat. The chill that had clung to their necks earlier dissipated completely, and even their steps felt steadier. Several underlings trailing behind shrank their necks, stealing glances at Lu Chen's back ahead as they whispered in hushed tones. My legs went weak just now. That cat killed so many, yet Lord Lu pierced it through in just 2 moves. No kidding. Following Lord Lu, even if the sky falls, hell hold it up for us. Lu Chen, walking ahead, naturally heard the whispers from his underlings, and couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. He silently noted the face of the one who said, if the sky falls, hell hold it up. He resolved in his heart, when that day comes and the sky truly falls, I'll be the first to shove you out to bear it for me. You really know how to flatter me. Damn it, since when did I know I had such great power to prop up the heavens? Was he some kind of immortal? The underling behind suddenly felt a chill down his spine, shrank his body, nervously glanced around, and quickly moved closer to Lu Chen ahead. Su Meng walked half a step beside Lu Chen, his back ramrod straight, his hand always resting on the knife at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. His eyes swept over the darkness on both sides, never letting down his guard. The door lock clicked softly, distinctly audible in the night. Lu Chen pushed the door open, entered, and closed it behind him, the latch locking tight to shut out the damp cold outside. He glanced at his phone. The cold white light illuminated his face as he raised an eyebrow. The time had already jumped past 10 at night. He softened his steps, approached the bedroom door of Jiang Wanqing, and by Jia pressed his ear to the panel and listened for 2 seconds. Inside, 2 steady breaths sounded calm and deep, as if they were sleeping soundly without even a rustle of turning over. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, the coldness in his eyes softening as a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Perhaps in this cruel apocalypse to come they would be among his few remaining bonds. Then Lu Chen went to the bathroom again for a thorough wash, rinsing away all the bloodstains he had picked up outside. Click. The bathroom door opened again and Lu Chen stepped out simply in a pair of shorts revealing his broad shoulders, wide back and firm smooth muscles. Every line so graceful and full of explosive power. He walked softly to Lin Xia's door, didn't knock, and pushed it open directly. A warm yellow nightlight was left on the bedside, its glow spreading across half the bed. Lin Xia wasn't asleep, with the various scenes from the day kept swirling in her mind along with thoughts of Lu Chen. She tossed and turned until nearly 10, just beginning to feel drowsy, her little head hazy and muddled. The moment the door sounded, her back stiffened instantly, and she held her breath. But sensing that familiar masculine aura, she slowly relaxed again, still lying on her side, facing the wall, pretending to sleep. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat pounding against her ribs. Her long hair loosely covered her back, revealing a clean line of shoulder and neck, her skin glowing with a cold white light under the lamp. One slender calf was exposed outside the covers, her ankle delicate and skin smooth. She deliberately steadied her breathing, letting her chest and abdomen rise and fall gently, feigning deep sleep, but the tips of her ears slowly grew hot. Lu Chen looked at her feigned sleep with amusement and directly lifted the covers to lie in beside her. The bedding carried her faint fragrance, dispersing the slight malice in his heart. His palm covered her back through the thin nightgown, his fingertips touching a stretch of delicate skin warm with body heat as he slowly slid downward. Lin Xia's breath caught abruptly, her fingertips clutching the corner of the sheet tightly, a faint breathy sound escaping her throat before she swallowed it back. She dared not move, dared not open her eyes, only let him act, her body going limp and heavy. The tips of her ears and the back of her neck slowly flushed red, even her back tinged with a light pink. Her heart was in turmoil mixed with an anticipation she dared not admit. Lu Chen pulled his arm in, drawing her directly into his embrace, then turned over to face her. The person in his arms was burning up, her face fully flushed, long lashes trembling incessantly, eyes tightly shut with reddened rims, her breath barely audible, lips pressed together glistening with moisture. "Open your eyes." Lu Chen's voice was low with a hint of hoarse magnetism. Lin Xia's body trembled, her lashes fluttered several times before she lifted her eyelids. Her eyes were misty with moisture meeting his gaze, and she instinctively wanted to close them again, but he reached up and pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him steadily. "Lu Chen." Her voice was so soft, like a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her like this, Lu Chen held back, no longer leaning down to press over her. Lin Xia's hands suddenly tightened, her fingertips digging into his back. After a long while, Lu Chen looked at the sleeping Lin Xia beside him, his fingertip tracing her sweat-dampened hair. Seeing her adorable sleeping posture, his heart was filled with immense relief, and he immediately opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful recruitment. Reward 1 unlimited level sign-in chance. Ding! Unlimited level sign-in complete. Congratulations, you have obtained 1000 Flow Purifier 1 item. Description 1. Capable of infinitely purifying sewage, rainwater, river water, and other non-toxic water sources. No consumables, nowhere, permanent use. 2. Purifies 1000 liters of drinkable pure water per hour, stably sterile and impurity-free, ready for direct consumption. Lu Chen's fingertip paused and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In the apocalypse, nothing is more precious than weapons, food, and clean water. To be honest, he had been somewhat worried, because no matter how much water he had stockpiled, with so many people consuming it, how long could it last? Moreover, all water sources on Blue Star, except for packaged drinking water, had been contaminated. So when the packaged water ran out, if humanity hadn't found a new alternative or solution by then, wouldn't they be completely doomed? Of course, he wasn't afraid since he had the system. Even if these supplies eventually ran out, he could simply abandon everyone else and protect only his women. After all, building a faction was just for his own convenience. Now, looking at the purifier's description, Lu Chen's eyes burned even brighter. This thing fundamentally solved the team's long-term water needs. As long as Blue Star's water sources didn't dry up, he would never worry about water again. It just showed how well the system understood his needs. Otherwise, he would really want to swear brotherhood with the system, not asking for much. He'd be the big brother and the system could be the little brother. Turning his head to look at the person beside him, Lu Chen smiled, and with a thought, a palm-sized circular metal device appeared in his hand. Its body was matte black with simple scales on the side, serving as a power adjustment switch. At the same time, the method of using the item flooded into his mind. Lu Chen toyed with it for 2 seconds, then stored it back in the system space. He pulled Lin Xia close and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lu Chen, discontented with Lin Xia's frail constitution, dragged her to exercise for another hour before stopping. Exhausted, Lin Xia collapsed into his arms, lacking the strength to even lift her hand, ultimately being carried by him into the bathroom for a shower together. When the two emerged from the room, the aroma of rice porridge wafted through the living room. Jiang Wanqing and Bai Jie were at the dining table setting bowls and chopsticks, and upon hearing the noise they looked up in unison, their gazes sweeping over the two before settling on Lin Xie. Her walking posture was still somewhat awkward, her face flushed as she hid behind Lu Chen the entire time. The two exchanged glances, their chopsticks clinking against the bowl, both breaking into smiles. "Oh, Lu Chen Xie sister, you finally emerged. We thought you two would sleep until noon." Jiang Wanqing spoke first, raising her delicate eyebrows, teasingly saying, "This porridge has been heated twice already. If you don't come soon, we might finish it all." Bai Jie smiled and handed over bowls and chopsticks to the two, her voice soft. "Please sit down. Knowing you were tired, I specially cooked 2 extra eggs for Xie to replenish her energy." Lin Xie's face instantly burned as she buried her face in the bowl, poking at the rice with her chopsticks, secretly reaching out to pinch Lu Chen's waist lightly, not applying much force. Lu Chen chuckled softly and held her hand in return. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds of this, the girl had grown so bold, though he didn't mind too much. Pulling her down to sit, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the two, eating your meal and yet so chatty. His tone bore no hint of reproach, instead carrying a touch of indulgence. During the meal, Lu Chen casually completed today's daily check-in. The system's notification echoed in his mind as the rewards appeared in an instant. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows, not surprised. This morning's check-in yielded no surprises, only a batch of fresh potatoes and a basket of leafy greens. It seemed that last night's infinite check-in had drained today's luck. However, that was fine. Fresh vegetables were already rare in the apocalypse. Others couldn't even get their hands on them, which was certainly better than receiving a pile of useless scrap metal. After breakfast, Lu Chen's fingers moved slightly, using the magic seed implanted in the two to issue a command to Su Meng and Wang Tiejuan, instructing them to immediately converge on the rooftop. In less than 3 minutes, the two ran up, panting, standing straight in front of Lu Chen, their backs erect, shouting in unison, "Master Lu." Su Meng's gaze was sharp, carrying the aggression from just finishing a patrol. Wang Taijun looked simple-minded, rubbing his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation, waiting for Lu Chen's orders. Leaning against the concrete railing of the rooftop, Lu Chen held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze sweeping across the swirling white mist beyond the glass. Yesterday's black cat mutation and the healing energy of the jade bracelet had given him a theory, and today was just the right time to verify it with these two. "I called you over to give you a chance to become stronger." Lu Chen raised his eyes, his voice calm. "Whether you can handle it depends on yourselves." The two's eyes instantly lit up. Su Meng stepped forward, his tone urgent yet exceptionally respectful. "Master Lu, your command. We would go through fire and water for you without a word." Lu Chen said no more. With a wave of his hand, a warm green light spilled from his fingertips, enveloping Wang Tiejuan, the healing energy from the protective bracelet. Immediately after, a bulging backpack slid to Wang Taijun's feet, filled with high-energy compressed biscuits and pure water. "Go in." Lu Chen nodded towards the safety door, leading into the white mist at the edge of the rooftop. "Stay inside if you feel uncomfortable, say so immediately, and if you're hungry, eat. Don't stop." Wang Taijun looked down at the green light enveloping him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then glanced at the white mist before him. He had witnessed those who entered the white mist in the building. They coughed desperately within half an hour and perished within a day. Yet, under the influence of the magic seed, Lu Chen was the one he admired most deeply, the pinnacle of his soul. Without much hesitation, he solemnly declared yes. "Master Lu." With his words, he hoisted the backpack, opened the door, and the damp, cold wind laden with the stench of white mist rushed at him. But his steps did not falter as he walked directly into the mist, the door slamming shut behind him. Time passed second by second. Lu Chen's perception acted like a net, firmly locking onto Wang Tiejuan, his expression showing little fluctuation. Su Meng stood nearby, feeling somewhat tense as he fixed his gaze on the safety door, his back straightened, fearing any mishap with Wang Taijun. Both of them had the magic seed within them, creating a close bond that in less than a day made them feel like brothers. To say he wasn't worried would be a lie. 10 minutes passed, yet the expected sounds of coughing or spitting blood didn't come. The safety door was pulled open a crack, and Wang Taijun's big head poked out. His face was not flushed, nor was he out of breath, but his eyes bore an insatiable hunger, calling out in a muffled tone, "Master Lu, this mist isn't as choking as before. I'm just so hungry. My stomach feels like it's churning acid." "Eat," Lu Chen replied with a single word. Wang Taijun received the order and wasted no time, leaning against the door frame, tearing open the compressed biscuits and wolfing them down. With each bite of biscuit followed by a gulp of water, he stuffed his cheeks until they bulged as if he could never fill his stomach. Lu Chen's perception remained sharp. Every change in Wang Taijun's body did not escape his notice. He could clearly sense that Wang Taijin's life energy was steadily rising. In just 1 hour, his vitality had doubled, and even his physique was visibly growing stronger. Originally standing at 1.7 meters, he had now shot up to 1.8 meters. His shoulders had broadened significantly, his muscles visibly bulging, and even the sound of his voice had grown much deeper than before. The safety door was fully opened and Wang Taijun stepped out from the white mist each step, causing the concrete floor to tremble slightly, producing a dull sound. At this moment, he had transformed into a hulking figure over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like a moving black iron tower. His clothes were torn and tattered, stretched to the limit by his burgeoning muscles hanging loosely on him, with his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Su Meng, watching from the side, was taken aback, muttering softly, "Damn, has he evolved?" Lu Chen tapped the system panel with his fingertip, and the numbers were clear: battle power 47. This was more than triple the previous 13 points, exceeding Su Meng's original battle power by 4 points. However, Lu Chen also noticed that Wang Taijin's energy growth had ceased half an hour ago, showing minimal improvement, clearly having hit the bottleneck of this bodily evolution. Wang Taijun clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, as he felt unprecedented strength coursing through him. He knelt on one knee before Lu Chen, the concrete floor denting beneath him, his voice booming, "Thank you, Master Lu, for granting me strength." At this point, Lu Chen's speculation was fully confirmed, and he felt he had grasped a trace of the white mist's nature. Leaning against the railing, he tapped his fingers lightly on the banister, now with a clear understanding. The white mist itself might possess a potent catalytic effect on the evolution of living beings, serving as a gateway to evolution for all creatures in this apocalypse. Yet the problem was that an ordinary human body could not withstand the erosion of the white mist. During the cellular transformation, the cells would directly collapse, triggering a malignant stress response. Coughing, high fever, organ failure, and finally a miserable death. However, the healing energy of the Mutual Guardian Bracelet could continuously suppress and repair this erosive damage. It essentially provided a safety net throughout the entire cellular modification process, nipping any malignant mutations in the bud. Wang Taijin's frenzied eating was merely replenishing energy for the division and evolution of his cells. Of course, this was his assumption. The truth would depend on subsequent developments. But at the very least, it meant he held the most valuable asset in this apocalypse, a safe and controllable path to evolution. Having grasped the principle, Lu Chen lifted his chin and said to Wang Taijun, "Get up. Attack me." Wang Taijun was stunned for a moment, then quickly scrambled to his feet, hesitating slightly. "Master Lu, with all this brute strength, I'm afraid I might hurt you. Just do as I say. I want to see how useful this evolved strength of yours really is." Lu Chen rolled his eyes disdainfully. What a boast, as if he could actually injure him. Wang Taijun dared not argue further. With a low growl, he threw a fist the size of a cauldron whistling through the air toward Lu Chen. The wind from the punch tightened the skin on one's face, but in Lu Chen's eyes the movement was absurdly slow. Lu Chen sidestepped, and with a brutal elbow strike, he drove it into Wang Taijin's ribs. Wang Taijin's 200 frame staggered back over a dozen steps, crashing into the railing with a loud clang. After a few exchanges, Lu Chen had thoroughly assessed him. He possessed only a sudden surge of brute strength and a tough body with no combat skills whatsoever. His punches relied purely on raw force, leaving him riddled with openings. Su Meng, spar with him. Lu Chen stepped aside and lit the cigarette in his mouth. "Yes, Master Lu." Su Meng, already itching for a fight, drew the cleaver from his waist and beckoned Wang Taijun with a curl of his finger. Wang Taijun was speechless. He used fists while Su Meng used a blade. Truly shameless. The two clashed instantly. Wang Taijin's punches were heavy, but Su Meng's footwork was agile, constantly circling and keeping his distance. Wang Taijun couldn't even touch his clothes, and instead Su Meng struck him several times on the back with the flat of the blade. He howled in pain, his face flushed with frustration, yet utterly helpless. After over 10 minutes, Wang Taijun collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his spirit completely broken. The joy of gaining immense power had vanished from his eyes. He stared blankly out the window like a helpless child. Lu Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, a clear picture forming in his mind. Wang Taijin's strength was indeed monstrous. The system panel showed that his own strength value was 9, while Wang Taijin's had shot up to 21. At the same time, Lu Chen also discovered a fatal flaw in this evolution's severe imbalance. He repeatedly checked the data on the panel. He found that Wang Taijin's strength, physique, and agility had all doubled. Only his spirit attribute remained exactly the same as before the evolution, completely unchanged. This evolution seemed to only strengthen the physical body, offering no enhancement to mental fortitude, willpower, or perception. It was likely that those with weak resolve even after physical evolution would still be nothing but brutes with empty strength. Take Wang Taijun before him, for example. Having grasped all the details and risks, Lu Chen looked at the still-panting Wang Taijun and issued a direct order. Take your original team to Building 3 first. Bury the mutated black cat and the old woman together and clean out all the corpses in Building 3. Then gather the survivors from the other buildings. Those willing to submit distribute supplies according to the rules. Anyone who dares to resist, throw them out of the building. Leave no hidden dangers. Finally, secure Buildings 7 and 8. Before sunset today, the entire Chiefing residential area must be firmly in our hands. Yes, Master Lu. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Wang Taijun sprang up from the ground, instantly gave a half-hearted salute, and was brimming with energy. Though he couldn't beat Lu Chen or Su Meng, to him other ordinary people were just small fries. With this newfound strength, a few buildings were nothing. Even a dozen buildings felt like no problem. After Wang Taijun left, Lu Chen turned to Su Meng beside him and lifted his chin. Your turn. Su Meng's eyes lit up instantly. He stepped forward, unsheathed the blade from his back, and threw it on the ground without a moment's hesitation. Master Lu, I'm ready. Lu Chen also coated him with a layer of healing energy, tossed him a backpack containing higher energy meat and drinking water, and pointed to the security door. Go in. How far you can evolve depends on your own foundation. Su Meng shouldered the backpack, pulled open the door, and walked straight into the white mist. The door slammed shut behind him. This time Su Meng stayed in the white mist for a full 3 hours. During that time, Lu Chen could clearly sense his life force steadily climbing. The magnitude and speed of the increase far surpassed that of Wang Taijun, with no signs of stagnation. When Su Meng emerged from the white mist, even Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The number on the system panel had jumped to combat power 85. It had doubled from his previous 43 points. Unlike Wang Taijun's exaggerated physical transformation, Su Meng's figure hadn't changed much, only his shoulders and back had broadened slightly. His already solid muscles were now more compact and refined. Every muscle seemed to harbor explosive power, his whole being exuding a restrained ferocity, and his gaze was twice as sharp as before. Feeling the unprecedented strength within him, Su Meng knelt on one knee before Lu Chen, his emotions stirred. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Sure enough, like Wang Taijun, his strength, physique, and agility had all undergone a qualitative leap. Only his spirit attribute remained exactly the same, with no increase. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Lu Chen also confirmed a speculation in his mind. The tougher a being's foundation, the higher the ceiling for evolution, catalyzed by the white mist. Su Meng, Lu Chen said in a calm tone, his fingertips stroking the warm mutual guardian bracelet. You and your men will continue to hold Building 6. Set up defenses at all entrances and exits, and you personally patrol every hour. Yes, Master Lu. Su Meng clasped his fists firmly, his evolved strength giving his voice a powerful resonance. He turned and left to carry out Lu Chen's orders. Watching Su Meng depart to follow his command, Lu Chen tossed the cigarette, but aside, pulled open the door and walked in. Now it was his turn. The milky white mist, catching the scent of humans, surged forward with a pungent, fishy odor. For ordinary people, a single breath would induce a heart-wrenching cough or even cause immediate poisoning and death. Yet in Lu Chen's eyes, it was the purest catalyst for evolution. He sat cross-legged, and with a mere thought, piles of compressed food spread around him. The previous marrow-cleansing technique had already tempered his meridians and organs far beyond an ordinary person's. As the white mist entered his nostrils, it was instantly crushed and refined by his surging vitality. Transformed into evolutionary energy, it coursed through his meridians, widening them and tightening his muscle fibers with each pass. The acacia bracelet on his chest emitted a warm glow, neutralizing any lingering toxicity in an instant. As he devoured food to replenish his vitality, he meticulously deconstructed and refined the techniques of the 8 Extremities Fist in his mind. The sensation of qi in his dantian grew denser, and his aura became more profound and restrained. Meanwhile, during Lu Chen's seclusion for evolution, Wang Taijun's situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Initially, everything went smoothly. The aftermath in Building 3 was handled properly, and all the bodies in the corridors were cleared. With his body strengthened by the white mist, he was unafraid of its erosion and ventured alone into Building 4. The survivors inside, intimidated by his imposing aura, dared not resist. In less than half a day, they all surrendered, gathering over 100 people. As for Building 5, it was even simpler. Seeing Building 4 had fallen and fearing Wang Taijun's brute strength, they offered no resistance and opened their doors to surrender. Having captured 2 buildings in a row, Wang Taijun was in high spirits. Leading over 30 strong men, He charged straight to the entrance of the combined buildings 7 and 8. He held these two buildings in contempt. After all, he had learned that the leader was a woman and most of her followers were women and half-grown children. What trouble could they possibly cause? But he was unaware that in a room of Building 7, a dozen surveillance screens glowed with cold light. Luo Yuk with her doll-like face and voluptuous figure bit on a lollipop, her chubby cheeks tensed as her slender fingers flew across the keyboard. The screens clearly showed the entire process of Wang Taijun subjugating the two buildings and his approach to the unit door. Luo Yuk reported softly into her headset mic, her voice gentle. Sister Qingning, there are 32 of them, all armed with steel pipes and machetes. Their leader Wang Taijun seems to have mutated and is incredibly strong. There at the unit entrance. A cool female voice came through the earpiece, devoid of any emotion, crisp and decisive. Understood. Let them all enter the unit, then release a volley of arrows. Don't give them a chance to charge up. At the corner of the second-floor stairwell, Gu Qingning held a tang sword, its blade gleaming with cold light. Behind her, dozens of homemade bows were drawn to their fullest. The arrowheads' sharpened steel bars had been steeped in the white mist for 2 full days, imbued with potent poison. Most of those drawing the bows were women and half-grown children. The number of able-bodied men was less than 20, and the total population of the two buildings was barely over 100. Some hands were trembling. Gu Qingning glanced sideways but said nothing. She simply held the tang sword horizontally before her, the cold, hard spine of the blade pressed against her forearm, her steady composure instantly calming those around her. In the apocalypse, the soft-hearted do not survive long. She had never aimed to merely survive by protecting a group of the weak and elderly. Only by controlling these 100-plus people and establishing her own rules could she have a voice in this godforsaken place. Only then could she gain the capital to contend with the wolves outside. Downstairs, Wang Taijun kicked open the unit door. The iron door slammed against the wall with a deafening bang. He bellowed, "Listen up, you inside. We are Lord Lu's men. Surrender now and you'll have food and a way to live. Those who resist." Before he could finish, intending to assert his authority before his men and the women inside, he raised his machete to chop a withered tree in the flower bed. But as his arm rose halfway, he heard a whistling wind from above and a chill shot up his spine. In his peripheral vision, a dense volley of arrows was hurtling towards them. "Screw you. You have absolutely no sense of honor." Wang Taijun cursed loudly, reacting swiftly by grabbing a steel plate nearby to shield himself. Amidst a series of sharp clangs, arrows struck the steel plate. Sparks flew, numbing his hand. But the men behind him lacked his reaction speed and 5 or 6 fell instantly. The poisoned steel arrowheads pierced their flesh. The wounds blackened and swelled visibly, and they died without even a groan. Damn it! Wang Taijun's eyes reddened instantly. He grabbed his machete and led his men in a charge. But the stairwell was filled with traps Luo Yuk had set in advance. The tripwires on the floor were triggered with the first step. Glass bottles, rocks, and debris rained down from above. Combined with the relentless volley of arrows, they lost another 3 men before even gaining half a floor. In the chaos, the few young girls on sentry duty on the 4th floor ran out of things to throw, spinning around in panic. One of the older women, perhaps out of extreme anxiety or some other reason. Gritting her teeth, she reached down and pulled out a blood-stained sanitary pad. Biting her lip, she threw it downwards. It landed squarely smack right on Wang Taijun's face. A thick, bloody smell mixed with an indescribable stench hit his nostrils. Wang Taijun was completely stunned. Instinctively, he tore the thing off his face. As his fingers touched the familiar material, he felt as if struck by lightning. When he saw what was in his hand, his face instantly turned the color of pig liver, with blood foam still clinging to the tip of his nose. His mind went blank, first with an extreme sense of mortifying shame, followed by a churning wave of nausea. Ugh! He leaned against the wall, retching violently, almost vomiting bile. When he looked up again, his eyes were bloodshot, almost dripping red. He glared fiercely at the women upstairs, who were still throwing things, trying to identify his attacker. But after scanning the area, he couldn't figure it out. But the thought of being humiliated in such a way made him even angrier. This is too much. Absolutely too much. He shoved aside the underling blocking his path, grabbed his machete, and relying on his mutated brute strength, charged upward like a madman. After a difficult struggle to reach the 3rd floor, landing, a cold flash of light suddenly pierced the gloom, thrusting straight for his throat. Wang Taijun was terrified out of his wits. Relying on his mutated instincts, he rolled violently to the side, barely dodging the sword. His back slammed hard against the wall, shaking his internal organs. Several tiles on the wall cracked from the impact. Gu Qingning stood on the steps holding the tang sword. Her black tactical suit accentuated her tall, straight figure. Her cold, beautiful face was expressionless. That sword strike had been as fast as lightning. If not for Wang Taijin's thick skin and quick reflexes, he would have been a dead man by now. "You're asking for death." Gu Qingning's voice was cold and crisp. Before her words faded, she twisted her wrist, and the sword was already in position. The strike slanted upward, aiming directly for the wrist that held the machete. Wang Taijun hurriedly raised his blade to block. Relying on his mutated brute strength, he pressed down with all his might, hoping to knock Gu Qingning's sword away in one blow. A loud clang echoed the metallic clash, causing the hallway to buzz. Gu Qingning didn't confront him heat. Instead, she flipped her wrist. The blade slid along the back of his machete, bypassing the block, and carved a deeper gash into the old wound on his arm. Blood gushed out, splattering onto the steps. Wang Taijun howled in pain, his eyes turning bloodshot. Abandoning all technique, he swung his massive fist at Gu Qingning. "He thought she's just a woman. No matter how skilled, she can't withstand a single punch from me." His punch could crater a solid brick wall. But Gu Qingning moved as lightly as a cat, sidestepping and hooking her foot around his ankle. With a subtle application of force, Wang Taijin's massive frame lost balance, stumbling forward. He crashed headfirst into the stairwell railing, bending the bowl-thick steel pipe. He went completely mad. Feeling like a clown who couldn't even defeat a woman, he turned and swung his machete wildly, each strike desperate, chipping the wall and snapping the railing into pieces. But he had nothing but brute strength, or his moves were full of openings. Gu Qingning avoided direct clashes, using the narrow corridor to dodge nimbly on the steps, her movements swift as the wind. Wang Taijin's blade struck nothing but air, sending bricks and dust flying, never even touching her clothes. After 3 or 4 minutes, he was panting like an old ox, drenched in sweat, with 7 or 8 fresh wounds on his arms and waist. The more he fought, the more frantic he became, the more openings he exposed. His strength was nearly spent and his swings slowed. Gu Qingning stood steadily on the steps, her sword hand unwavering, only her chest rising and falling gently. Each of her strikes targeted joints and soft ribs. She didn't seek a quick kill, only to drain his stamina and blunt his edge. On her own turf, she had no need to risk her life against a brute. Her goal was to hurt him, to frighten him, to deter anyone outside from daring to come again. Wang Taijun, desperate and readied, lunged recklessly, trying to embrace Gu Qingning and lock her down with sheer force. But as he charged, Gu Qingning sidestepped, twisted her wrist, and the tang sword flashed coldly, thrusting straight at his side ribs. Wang Taijun, terrified out of his wits, twisted his body frantically, but was still a beat too slow. The blade grazed his abdomen, leaving a gash deep enough to see bone. A fraction more, and his kidney would have been pierced. The searing pain made Wang Taijun retreat in a panic, scrambling backward. He finally understood his brute strength was nothing but a series of flaws in this woman's eyes. If he charged again, he would surely lose his life here today. Gu Qingning sheathed her sword and stood on the steps, not pursuing. She glanced at the defeated remnants retreating downstairs, her gaze cold and hard, and spoke calmly into her headset. "Archer squad, stand by. Don't give them another chance to rush up." After 2 assaults, nearly half of his men were lost, and they hadn't even touched the threshold of the 4th floor. Wang Taijun was completely deflated. He could only lead his remaining men in a panicked retreat outside the unit door, hiding behind the flowerbed's cover. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air, the wounds on his arm and waist stinging with every breath. His heart was a mix of frustration and lingering fear. That last strike had nearly been his end. He had truly underestimated the women in Building 7. After catching his breath, he tremblingly pulled out the walkie-talkie Lu Chen had given him. He knew he needed backup. Though the thick white mist blocked most signals, the short-range walkie-talkie still worked. He pressed the talk button, his voice filled with guilt and panic. "Boss Lu, trouble. Building 7 was an ambush. We walked right into it. Lost over a dozen brothers and him hit. There's a tough woman with a sword, the one I mentioned before. She's too damn strange." On the rooftop, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open. A faint golden gleam flickered deep in his pupils, then vanished. His appearance hadn't changed, but his terrifying aura had grown even more condensed. As he breathed, the churning white mist reached his side. Then, as if hitting an invisible barrier, it automatically parted, not daring to approach him. After the call, a trace of helplessness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He casually punched forward, the wind howling. The surging white mist before him was blasted apart, revealing the rooftop. With a thought, a panel unfolded before his eyes. Combat power 203. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. The next second, he rose and leaped from the 10-meter rooftop. He landed steadily, the concrete cracking under his feet with 2 shallow fissures. Without a pause, his figure blurred as he dashed toward Building 6. Outside the unit door, Wang Tiejuan, his arm being bandaged by a subordinate, glared grimly at the people upstairs. Suddenly a gust of wind whispered past his ear, and a figure appeared beside him. Startled, Wang Tijun spun around. Seeing it was Lu Chen, his eyes instantly reddened, and he lowered his head, his voice muffled. "Boss Lu, I'm sorry, I underestimated them. I lost the brothers. It's not your fault." Lu Chen raised his hand to stop him, his gaze sweeping over the wounded and the dead on the ground. Then he looked up at the stairwell of Building 7, his brow slightly raised. To push the evolved Wang Tijun to this point, this sword-wielding woman was indeed something. What's the situation inside? The leader's a woman wielding a tang sword, incredibly skilled. Must have trained in martial arts. Wang Tijun reported, still out of breath. Mostly women and kids in the building, barely any men, about 100 in total. But they set up traps everywhere, plus homemade bows with arrows tipped in white mist poison. A scratch and you're done. The more he spoke, the more frustrated he became. The weirdest part is they seemed to know our every move. The moment we reached the door, arrows rained down like they had eyes. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked up, understanding dawning. Eyes. It was nothing more than surveillance, still running with someone watching from behind. So the surveillance from the underground garage earlier was the work of the people in buildings 7 and 8. He hadn't expected there to be such a figure in this neighborhood. Everyone wait here. Lu Chen weighed the broken front dragon halberd in his hand, his gaze turning cold as he looked at the women upstairs. I'll go up alone. Let's see who dares to block my path. Lord Lu, I'll charge ahead for you. Wang Tijun's face flushed crimson as he stepped forward, gripping the steel pipe tightly. Those women are too cunning. The building is full of traps. I lost over a dozen brothers without even reaching the 4th floor. I can't let you take this risk yourself. Stay outside. Lu Chen glanced back at him, the weight of his gaze pressing down like a physical force. Wang Tijun froze on the spot, not daring to utter another word. I'll call you when it's time to move. With that, Lu Chen stepped through the entrance. The hallway was dim, bloodstains from the earlier skirmish still visible on the floor, scattered arrows, and broken steel pipes rolling about. His perception enhanced by the white mist enveloped half the building. The tripwires and falling objects overhead were nearly impossible to hide from his sight. He didn't pause his stride with a casual flick of his dragon halberd. He cleared the tripwires at his feet, the spear tip rising to meet the descending traps. He shattered the falling debris above his, pace steady and unruffled. Suddenly Lu Chen stopped, a look of disgust crossing his face as he flicked away a blood-soaked cloth strip stuck to his halberd. Damn, even a psychological attack meant to disgust. If that hit his face, he'd be creeped out for days. At the corner of the 4th floor, Gu Qingning held her tang sword, her breathing barely a whisper. Her black combat suit clung to her body, accentuating her graceful curves, giving her a cool and sharp appearance. Her hand holding the sword remained perfectly steady. Through the earpiece, Luo Yuk's anxious voice reported how Lu Chen had dismantled all the traps with ease. She narrowed her eyes, slightly surprised that this man had come. Sister Qingning, he's coming up. Too fast, the traps can't stop him. That long halberd of his is sinister. Be careful. Understood. Gu Qingning removed her earpiece, took a deep breath, and locked her aura tight like a drawn bow, waiting for her prey to step into range. The moment Lu Chen set foot on the 4th floor, landing a cold gleam of steel shot toward his throat. The strike was swift and fierce, the angle exceptionally cunning with no wasted motion. It was clearly the result of over a decade of practice. Anyone else would have been run through, but to Lu Chen it was still too slow. Without using his dragon breaker halberd, he simply sidestepped, evading the lethal thrust. His fingers clamped firmly onto the blade, brushing against her icy wrist, then exploded with force. Gu Qingning's tiger's mouth split open, the tang sword nearly flying from her grip. She reacted quickly, twisting her wrist to slice the edge along his fingers. She retreated 2 meters, surprise finally flickering in her eyes. In 15 years of sword practice, no one had ever caught her full-powered strike barehanded, let alone shaken her so thoroughly. Lu Chen rubbed his fingertips, the lingering chill still there. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over her slender figure, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What a figure! At the same time, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected a beauty meeting, system standards. Gu Qingning successful recruitment grants 1, infinite level sign-in reward. Gu Qingning. The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Qingning's cold eyes narrowed sharply. How did he know her name? The man's voice continued, carrying a casual air. Impressive skills, but misplaced. Gu Qingning tightened her grip on the tang sword, holding it before her, blocking the hallway behind her, her tone icy. I don't care who you think you are, Lord Lu. This building is my territory, and the people inside are mine to protect. In this world now territory and people are the currency of survival. You come with your men killing your way in. What else could it be but to seize my land and swallow my people? Behind her suppressed breathing could be heard from the hallway but no cries or sobs. These were people who had followed her through hardship steady and composed. Lu Chen laughed, thrusting his dragon-breaker halberd into the ground, the thick concrete, cracking into a deep crater. Seize this shabby building of yours. His tone dripped with disdain, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over the entire structure. I, Lu Chen, aim for the whole compound, even larger domains. I have no interest in your meager holdings. His tone shifted, turning colder. But you struck to kill from the start, costing me over a dozen brothers. How do you plan to settle this debt? Settle? Gu Qingning smirked, showing no sign of yielding. In this chaos, how was I to know what kind of scum you are? You talk about consolidation, but every time someone comes in they swallow people and loot goods. I've seen it too often. If you want my territory and my people, either crush me with true strength or get out. With that she charged again, this time with all her might. A dense web of sword shadows aimed for Lu Chen's vital points. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold as he finally gripped his dragon-breaker halberd. He didn't intend to kill. Instead he swung the thick shaft in a sweeping arc against the incoming blade storm. Clang! A deafening crash, sparks flying. Gu Qingning's tang sword was sent flying, embedding itself with a thud into the concrete wall opposite, the blade still vibrating with a hum. Gu Qingning felt her wrist go limp, her whole body staggering backward until she slammed hard against the wall. Before she could recover, the icy tip of the halberd pressed against her pale neck. 3 moves. Her pride, 15 years of swordsmanship, couldn't even last a single exchange against Lu Chen. He pushed the halberd forward a fraction, the tip touching her skin, feeling the pulse of her carotid artery. His gaze traveled from her tightly pressed lips over her tensed collarbone and down half an inch. Impressive. Then he slowly withdrew, his tone flat but carrying an oppressive weight. Now do you still think you can stop me? Gu Qingning pushed her neck forward against the halberd tip, showing no sign of begging for mercy, her voice hard as stone. Do as you will. Kill me or flay me. I lost and I accept it. With that she closed her eyes in resignation, her pale neck held straight. Just then hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. A young girl brandishing a utility knife rushed out, trembling, shielding Gu Qingning desperately. The girl looked barely 18, standing about 1.6 meters tall, only reaching Gu Qingning's shoulder. Her round babyish face had naturally drooping eyes, making her appear soft and innocent like a middle schooler. Yet her figure stretched, the loose cream-colored sweatshirt taut, the utility knife in her hand not even fully extended. Her small body shook like a leaf in autumn wind, her face pale with fear, but she still stiffened her neck and shouted, "Don't touch Sister Qingning. Come at me if you dare." Ding. Detected a beauty meeting system standards. Luo Yuk successful recruitment grants 1 infinite level sign-in reward. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow as he looked at the young girl before him, who was clearly terrified yet stubbornly shielding another person. He withdrew the broken-edged dragon halberd slightly from Gu Qingning's neck, and the bone-chilling killing intent dissipated. Gu Qingning immediately pulled Luo Yuk behind her, guarding her tightly, and spoke in a deep voice to Lu Chen. All of this was my doing, it has nothing to do with Yuk. If you want to settle scores, come at me alone. Come at you. Lu Chen chuckled, leaning on the dragon halberd as his gaze swept over the 2 women. I have no interest in settling petty scores with women. I'm here to gather capable people to work together to find a stable path to survival, not to massacre your stronghold or seize your territory. He tilted his chin, looking toward Luo Yuk, who was hiding half her face behind Gu Qingning. Did you set up the surveillance cameras and all the trap points in this building? Luo Yuk shrank her neck, biting her lip without speaking, but she didn't deny it either. Her round eyes were full of vigilance like a frightened kitten. Lu Chen nodded, a hint of approval in his tone. You have some skills. In this situation your technical expertise is more valuable than anything else. Hearing this, both Gu Qingning and Luo Yuk were taken aback. They had assumed Lu Chen would vent his anger on Luo Yuk for the surveillance and ambush, but instead he praised her. Without another glance at them, Lu Chen turned and walked to the window in the corridor. He lifted a corner of the curtain, gazing at the churning white mist outside, his tone calm. You should know better than anyone what kind of world we're in now. The white mist is toxic, all water sources are ruined, and outside are scoundrels fighting for territory, along with monsters mutated by the mist. He turned back to Gu Qingning, his eyes sharp as a blade. You've gathered over 100 people here, but fewer than 20 can fight. Most are the elderly, women and children holed up in these 2 dilapidated buildings. How long can you hold out? Today it was me who came without any intention of flattening this place. But tomorrow if a gang of armed bandits shows up or a horde of monsters blocks the doors, how many times can your sword hold them off? How many times can your meager reserves cover the losses? You gathered these people hoping to survive and gain a foothold in this chaos, right? I think the same way, but my operation is bigger and I'm stronger. I can offer you and your people a more stable path to survival. Gu Qingning's face paled, but she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Everything Lu Chen said was the truth. Seeing her wavering expression, he continued, his tone carrying an unyielding certainty. Follow me and I'll give you 2 guarantees. First, your people stay under your command. I won't touch them, I won't force anyone to do anything against their will. The elderly women and children will get 2 meals a day and clean water enough for everyone. Second, I can make you Luo Yuk and everyone willing to follow me stronger. You won't have to cower in this building living in constant fear of being swallowed up. He raised his hand and pressed his palm against the concrete wall beside him. An immense force erupted, instantly leaving a deep handprint embedded in the thick wall. What I can give you is the confidence to not gamble with your life in these hellish days. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Gu Qingning. Watching her tightly pressed lips and the slight rise and fall of her chest, a faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Gu Qingning's eyes widened sharply as she stared at the handprint on the wall. She had practiced martial arts for 15 years, and knew all too well the terrifying force required for such a strike. Even her master in his prime could never have achieved such a feat. This man's strength was far more formidable than she had imagined. She fell silent for a full half-minute before finally unclenching her fists. She looked up at Lu Chen, her eyes still cautious but now tinged with a wavering hesitation born of calculation. Can you really guarantee that you won't touch my people or force them to do anything against their will? When I Lu Chen say something, I mean it. His tone was calm but carried immense weight. As long as they follow my rules, I'll keep them safe. But if anyone breaks the rules, don't blame me for cutting off their hands. Gu Qingning took a deep breath as if making a final decision. She pulled her tang sword from the wall, and sheathed it with a reverse grip. Then facing Lu Chen, she gave a slight bow, performing a standard martial artist's salute. The combat suit clung to her figure as she bent, accentuating the curve of her waist. Lu Chen's gaze lingered for half a second before drifting away, his face expressionless. I, Gu Qingning, am willing to lead everyone from buildings 7 and 8 to pledge allegiance to you. But I have one condition. Name it. All supplies must be prioritized for the elderly women and children in the building. Gu Qingning raised her head, her gaze resolute. They survived by following me. I can't let them end up without even a meal. This is my only condition. Agree and we'll work for you. Disagree, and even if it means death, I won't lead them to submit. Lu Chen looked at her, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I agree. Lu Chen nodded without hesitation. Not just food and medicine. Warm clothing and everyday supplies from my stock will also go to the elderly women and children first. I want them not just to survive but to live with dignity in this chaos. Of course, that's on the condition that they obey and don't cause trouble. Hearing this, Gu Qingning finally relaxed her taut nerves, and the vigilance in her eyes faded significantly. Behind her, Luo Yuk lowered the utility knife she had been holding. Her round eyes, now less wary and more curious, secretly sized up the man before her. This man is so handsome. Just then, a soft rustling of footsteps came from the corridor. A group of people cautiously poked their heads out, followed by a few half-grown children, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen filled with tension and unease. They had been listening inside, hearing Lu Chen's promises and witnessing Gu Qingning lay down her weapon. Gu Qingning turned and nodded to them, speaking in a deep voice. From today onward, Master Lu is our leader. The people exchanged glances, then put down their kitchen knives, and scissors bowed slightly to Lu Chen and chorused. Master Lu. Lu Chen looked at them, nodded, and remained calm. Suddenly a gaze like a viper's venomous stare pierced into his back. Every muscle in Lu Chen's body tensed instantly. His eyes, sharp as a blade, cut through the crowd and locked onto an old woman in the back row holding a boy of about 10. The child had his face buried in her shoulder, looking timid. Sensing Lu Chen's gaze, he quickly buried his head deeper. But Lu Chen had seen it. In the split second before the boy lowered his head, something flickered in the child's eyes. A look of extreme calm and scrutiny, even a hint of undisguised longing. The ground was strewn with fresh bloodstains. The women's faces were pale with terror, and the children clung tightly to the adults' clothes, trembling. Only he moved his gaze like a serpent, silently sweeping across the crowd. How intriguing! Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and secretly extended his perception. The perception, enhanced by the white mist, spread like liquid mercury, instantly flooding the entire crowd and surging toward the old woman. The heartbeats, body temperatures, and disordered breathing of those around him flowed into his mind with perfect clarity. But when his perception touched the old woman's embrace, it was empty. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Just as I thought. With a thought, his diffused perception abruptly condensed into a steel needle stabbing fiercely into that strange void. A faint, barely audible pop. Boom! In his perceptual field, a vast and terrifying power suddenly exploded within the boy's body. It was several times stronger than Su Meng had been after the white mist enhancement that morning. The boy's body stiffened. He quickly raised his head, his expression shifting for an instant before he suppressed it, resuming his frightened, timid demeanor. He clutched the old woman's sleeve tightly, his childish voice laced with deliberate tears and urgency. "Grandma, I'm scared. I want to go home. Let's leave now." The old woman's heart ached for him. She quickly pulled him closer and hurried into the corridor carrying him. "Stop!" Lu Chen struck the ground with his broken foam dragon halberd. A dull thud echoed and fine cracks spread across the concrete floor. His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the air like a stone thrown into still water, spreading clearly throughout the entire corridor. The old woman's footsteps froze instantly. She turned slowly, a fawning smile plastered on her face. "Master Lu, the child is frightened. Let me take him back to rest for a while." "Rest." Lu Chen took 2 steps forward, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Put the child down. Let me have a look." The old woman's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The boy in her arms stiffened for a moment as well. "What are you trying to do?" The old woman trembled all over, instinctively holding the boy even tighter. "This is the only grandson of our Li family. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll fight them to the death today." Lu Chen sneered, not stopping his advance. Seeing that Lu Chen showed no sign of relenting, the old woman simply collapsed onto the ground, pressing the boy firmly against her chest, kicking her legs wildly and wailing loudly. "Heavens above! There's no law anymore. You take our building and now you want to harm a child. Is there no justice?" A middle-aged couple suddenly burst out from the corridor entrance. The man's face was ashen. He rushed to the front, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Chen. "Master Lu, my son is already scared out of his wits. He's only 10. What exactly are you trying to investigate?" The woman was more direct. She rushed over, clutching the old woman and the boy, and turned to cry out to the onlookers. "Neighbors, open your eyes. Is this the man who said he would protect us? The moment we submit, he goes after a child. If he can touch my son today, tomorrow it'll be your children. Are we next?" The crowd immediately stirred. "Exactly. What wrong could a child have done? Master Lu, maybe there's been a mistake. I think he's just looking for an excuse to assert his authority." 3 or 4 more elderly people stepped forward from the back. An old man leaning on a cane shuffled forward a couple of steps. "Master Lu, please don't. I've watched this child grow up. He's well-behaved and has never caused trouble. Please show mercy." With support from others, the old woman on the ground wailed, even louder, rolling on the floor. "I won't live anymore. Whoever touches my grandson will have to step over my dead body first." Gu Qingning stood slightly behind Lu Chen, silent all along. Her gaze swept over the old woman throwing a tantrum on the ground, the hysterical couple, and finally settled on the cowering child. In the crowd, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper. "Master Lu." Her voice was as cold as shards of ice. "The child is frightened and the elderly can't take this kind of ordeal. If there's a problem, Gu Qingning will vouch for him. If you must investigate, do it tomorrow morning." She stepped forward, placing herself between the boy and Lu Chen, and drew half an inch of her tang sword with a sharp hiss, its cold light gleaming. "And besides, is this what you meant by not touching my people? You say this child is suspicious. Where's your proof? Just because he doesn't seem right to you, you want to confront him in front of the whole building. He's just a child." Behind her, Luo Yuk hugged her notebook, her lips moving slightly. She gently tugged at Gu Qingning's sleeve, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Ningjie." Gu Qingning didn't turn around. She waved her hand, dismissing her words. Luo Yuk pursed her lips and silently stepped back half a step. In her gaze toward the boy, there was a barely perceptible hint of wariness. She felt Lu Chen wouldn't bother investigating a child for no reason unless. Lu Chen looked at Gu Qingning standing in front of him and suddenly smiled. He took a step forward. His footfall on the concrete was soft, yet it felt like a step on everyone's heartbeat. Another step. Gu Qingning's thumb abruptly pushed the scabbard open, revealing most of the blade. Just then Lu Chen tightened his grip on the halberd, but suddenly took half a step back. "Since Chief Gu is vouching for him, I'll give you that face." The cacophony of crying in the room came to a bizarre halt. Gu Qingning was slightly stunned, her brow furrowing even tighter. She didn't see the fingers of Lu Chen's hand hanging at his side, tapping slowly and unhurriedly against the halberd shaft. And no one saw. The boy in the old woman's arms had a glint of amusement in his eyes that was almost overflowing. The fingers hidden in his sleeves curled quietly, and a gray misty energy silently coursed under his skin. Suddenly, the boy broke free from the old woman's embrace, staggering toward Gu Qingning crying out, "Sister, save me!" Gu Qingning instinctively reached out to support him. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the boy's shoulder, a poisoned cold gleam slid out from the child's sleeve. His entire hand was wrapped in a strange gray energy, aiming straight for Gu Qingning's heart. Ning Jie! Luo Yuk let out a heart-wrenching scream. Without a second thought, she charged like a cannonball, slamming her shoulder hard into Gu Qingning's arm. The fatal strike, originally aimed at the heart, was deflected by half an inch. Peft! The sharp energy blade plunged deep into Luo Yuk's right side. Blood sprayed out, instantly splattering across Gu Qingning's face. Luo Yuk's eyes flew wide open and her body went limp, sliding down as if all her bones had been removed. The old woman was stunned. The middle-aged couple stood frozen, all traces of hysteria gone from their faces. Holy crap! This kid! The few elderly who had been siding with them collapsed to the ground with a thud, their pants instantly soaked. Gu Qingning reached out to catch the collapsing Luo Yuk, her hands immediately drenched in hot blood. She looked down at Luo Yuk's pallid face, at the blood gushing forth, and her mind went blank with a roar. When she looked up again, her eyes were bloodshot as if they would bleed. The boy in front of her had straightened up, leisurely brushing the bloodstains off his sleeves. The timid, pitiful expression on his face was completely gone, replaced by a bone-chilling malevolence and a hint of impatience at having his plan thwarted. How troublesome! Lu Chen stood his ground, the dragon halberd planted firmly, motionless. His gaze fell upon Gu Qingning's blood-stained face, a faint enigmatic smile still lingering at the corner of his lips. Gu Qingning read the unspoken words in his eyes. A wave of immense regret crashed into her heart. "I'll kill you." She gently laid Luo Yuk flat on the ground. The tang sword slid from its sheath, its light like a rainbow arcing straight for the boy's throat. The boy neither dodged nor evaded. He raised his hand, fingers spread wide. Clang! He caught the blade with his bare hand. A gray misty aura enveloped his palm. The tang sword sliced half an inch in blood streaming down, yet he seemed to feel no pain. He twisted his hand and struck Gu Qingning on the shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones exploded. Gu Qingning was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall, then bouncing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to her feet, but the boy was already before her, a finger thrusting toward her throat. The dragon halberd streaked through the air. The halberd's shaft precisely parried the finger, shielding Gu Qingning behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked down at her, his voice flat. "See clearly now, woman." Without waiting for her reply, he stepped forward, the dragon halberd dragging a trail of sparks across the ground. He swept the halberd out. The boy crossed his arms to block, but the force sent his feet off the ground, sliding backward 5 or 6 meters until his back shattered a wall. His expression finally changed. He tried to flee, his form flickering so fast it left afterimages. But Lu Chen was faster. The dragon halberd hooked, sealing off the left. The halberds but spun, smashing back to the right. Within 3 steps, all the boy's escape routes were locked. An elbow strike slammed into his chest, breaking at least 3 ribs. He spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Cornered against the wall, the boy suddenly grabbed the middle-aged man who had been the loudest in his support, choking him and holding him as a shield. "Stay back," he threatened in a hoarse, raspy voice. "Come closer and I'll snap his neck." The hostage, terrified, wet himself and frantically reached out to Lu Chen. "Master Lu, save me. Save me." Lu Chen didn't even blink. His right hand slid to his waist, a dagger slipping into his palm. He flicked it casually. Whoosh! The cold light pierced through the hostage's chest, exited from his back, and pinned the boy's heart behind him. Thud! The two fell simultaneously like skewered candied hawthorns. Shock was frozen on the hostage's face. Surprise was frozen on the boy's. Blood spread across the floor, flowing to Gu Qingning's feet. Gu Qingning was holding the unconscious Luo Yuk, her hands covered in blood, her whole body trembling, her eyes filled with regret and despair. Luo Yuk's lips were purple, blood still seeping from beneath her ribs, her breath growing faint. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, the fingers of the corpse on the ground twitched again. A soft crack sounded like a bone resetting. Lu Chen frowned and turned back. On the body of the boy, the flying knife embedded in his chest was slowly being pushed out by something. The blade retreated inch by inch, the flesh at the wound's edge squirming. The child's skin inflated like a balloon being filled with air stretched until it was translucent. Rip! With a muffled sound like tearing cloth, the skin split open from the middle and a man crawled out. A gaunt man in his late 20s, pale-skinned with a sinister look in his eyes, stood barefoot on the shredded skin. He cracked his stiff neck, the joints popping, then glanced down at the hostage's corpse that had taken the blade for him. He sneered. "Killing your own people. Ruthless enough. I was right about you, Lu Chen." The remaining survivors in the room were all petrified. Gu Qingning, who had been kneeling clutching Luo Yuk tightly, heard the voice. She jerked her head up. Seeing his face, her pupils constricted. This was the man who had broken into the Gu family's old mansion 3 years ago, killed her grandfather with a single sword strike, and stolen the heirloom. The man she had been hunting for 3 years. He had been hiding right under her nose. She wanted to charge at him, but her shoulder bones were broken. She barely propped herself up before collapsing back. She stared at the man, blood still at the corner of her mouth, her eyes red with murderous intent. "I'll kill you." The man patted the slime off himself, glanced at the seething Gu Qingning, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Well, Miss Gu, after all these years of chasing me, you never expected to meet like this, did you? Allow me to formally introduce myself. Cinder Protocol number 3. He looked up at Lu Chen, no fear in his gaze, but rather a hint of appreciation. "You're a heaven's favored and the most solidly built one I've ever seen." Cinder Protocol. Heaven's favored. Lu Chen squinted. Number 3 thought he was intrigued and pressed on. "How about it? Interested in joining us? The organization has plenty of resources, plenty of ways to make you stronger. Doubling your strength in a few days is no trouble. With your foundation, you'd enter at a high rank, be valued, and reap endless benefits." He paused, then smirked lewdly. "Heard you like beautiful women. Join us and I guarantee you a different one every single day. With talent like yours, you shouldn't be rotting away in some rundown neighborhood waiting to die. After the white mist, there's a new order. Together, we can make the rules. Enjoy the world together." Lu Chen tilted his head. "You can make me stronger. Double it in days, I swear it. Then why are you so weak?" Number 3's face froze as if slapped. Lu Chen didn't give him a chance to retort. "Can I be your boss?" Number 3's eyes flickered as he suppressed his anger. "Yes. With your talent, given time, you'd be qualified for that seat." Lu Chen's lips slowly curled into a smile. "Then would you shine my shoes?" Number 3's expression stiffened for a moment. He stared at Lu Chen for 2 seconds, his jaw tightening, then forced a smile. "Fine." "Oh." Lu Chen nodded, picked at his ear, and flicked the dirt away. "Forget it then. Being your boss would make me sick. And if someone as weak as me can be the boss, your organization must be truly pathetic." The smile on number 3's face froze completely. "Seems like you're not willing." His voice dropped, all patience drained from his eyes. His right hand produced a dagger out of thin air. The moment the dagger left its sheath, a chill wind swept through the corridor. The blade was pitch black, veined with dark red patterns wreathed in malevolent energy. Ding! Anomaly detected. Gu Clan Shadow Blade. The system's prompt rang in his mind. Gu Qingning saw the dagger, her pretty face changing dramatically, the hatred in her eyes almost solidifying. Gripping the dagger, number 3's entire aura shifted. He was several times stronger than before, moving so fast he left afterimages as he lunged straight for Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen swung his halberd to block. Clang! 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 3 sharp clashes in succession, sparks flying. Number 3's figure flickered through the corridor, the dagger targeting dead angles, each strike too fast for the naked eye. Lu Chen blocked and retreated until his back hit the load-bearing wall at the corner of the stairwell. Number 3, thinking him exhausted, grinned savagely and pressed forward, the dagger aimed straight for his heart. The moment number 3 leaped into the air, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. "I've been waiting for you." With a thought, the system space opened, and above No. 3's head, a small mountain materialized out of thin air. A single block of gold weighing over 1,000 caddies alongside several massive industrial iron ingots. It crashed down with a thunderous boom. No. 3, suspended midair, had no chance to dodge and was struck directly. The floorboards trembled and dust billowed everywhere. Pinned beneath the gold and iron, No. 3's leg bones were shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth in torrents, and the dagger flew from his hand, skittering several meters away. He stared at Lu Chen, his face twisted in terror. "You're not a chosen one. You're a demon lord." Lu Chen was utterly speechless. Damn it, first chosen one, then demon lord. Was he about to be called a celestial next? As he mused, he noticed No. 3's left hand stealthily reaching for the ring on his right. Still trying to pull tricks. Lu Chen strode over, raised his dragon halberd high, and swept it in an arc, severing both hands. Then he bent down, pressed his palm against No. 3's forehead, and a demon seed silently burrowed in. No. 3's body stiffened abruptly. The terror in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a fervent, almost fanatical submission. He opened his mouth as if to cry out, "Master!" But the words barely reached his lips when his entire body began to convulse violently. He clutched his head, letting out an inhuman howl, as if two forces were tearing him apart from within. When he lifted his head again, his face was split into two starkly different expressions. The left eye burned with fervor, fixed on Lu Chen, brimming with loyalty and longing. The right eye gleamed with amusement, cold and mocking, as if gazing upon a corpse. "Rest assured, Master." The left corner of his mouth curled upward, his voice tender, as if coaxing a lover. "I will return." "No!" The right side of his face twisted, suddenly erupting in a desperate roar. "I have not betrayed the faith. I am. Before he could finish, No. 3's body burst into black flames with a roar. The flames seeped from beneath his skin, burning silently yet terrifyingly fast. No. 3 writhed and screamed in the fire, two voices intertwined. One was a fervent murmur, the other a wail of terror. In mere seconds, he was reduced to a pile of ash. Lu Chen stared at the ashes and suddenly saw a wisp of extremely fine black smoke rise from them. The black smoke spiraled twice, as if recognizing its master, then shot straight toward him, drilling into his brow. A buzzing sound filled Lu Chen's mind. The spot within him where the demon seed had been now empty was instantly refilled. Warm and swelling like a seed returning to the soil. He stroked his chin. Well, it'll be damned. The demon seed can actually come back. He had thought it was gone for good, but it turned out that once the host died, it found its way back on its own. This was a new discovery. Lu Chen bent down to pick up the items on the ground, a blood-stained black-red dagger and a dark gold ring. The dagger was cold to the touch and much heavier than an ordinary blade. The ring bore a circle of dense fine runes, looking quite old. Lu Chen gathered both items in his palm and stood up. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected an uncontained grade anomalous item. The Gu Clan dagger. Initiate containment now. Ding. Detected an uncontained grade anomalous item. The void ring. Initiate containment now. Contain. The moment the words left his mouth, the dagger in his palm trembled violently, emitting a sharp hum as if resisting. A heat flared in Lu Chen's palm, and the green light from the guardian bracelet surged forth, forcibly suppressing the resistance. Whoosh. Both items vanished from his palm at once. Ding. Grade anomalous item. Gu Clan dagger contained successfully. Recorded in the anomaly compendium. Ding. Grade anomalous item. Void ring contained successfully. Recorded in the anomaly compendium. Two streams of information flooded into his mind. The first was a scene. An ancient battlefield thick with smoke. An ancestor of the Gu Clan, clad in heavy armor, wielded the dagger, his form so fast it left afterimages. Wherever he passed, the throats of enemies split open in lines of blood. The final image froze as the ancestor handed the dagger to a descendant, his voice stern. A son of the Gu Clan lives and dies by the blade. Anomaly name Gu Clan dagger, grade C, innate ability Gale. Significantly enhances the wielder's movement speed. Compendium containment enhanced unlock. Skill Gale. The host can activate the Gale effect at will, without holding the dagger. Agility stat doubles. Temporarily duration depends on the host's strength. Materialization. The dagger's physical form can be summoned at will. Indestructible and razor sharp. The second stream of information was cold and direct, devoid of any imagery. Anomaly name Void Ring, grade B, core ability spatial teleportation. The host can teleport freely within a 10-meter range. No cooldown cost, varies by distance. Materialization. The ring's physical form can be summoned at will. When worn, it can disguise itself as an ordinary accessory. Current storage space 3 cubic meters. With a thought, Lu Chen clenched his left hand, and the pitch-black dagger materialized in his palm. He casually twirled it in a flourish, then, with another thought, the dagger vanished. Next, he sensed the space within the ring. There were some items stored inside. A few changes of clothes, several boxes of compressed biscuits, and canned food, a small stack of gold bars, and a few bottles of mineral water. Lu Chen frowned. That's it. He had assumed that someone like No. 3, with organization and background, would have at least a few good things in the ring. But after digging through it all, aside from the gold bars, everything else was junk. Damn broke bastard. He slipped the ring onto his finger and found it felt quite nice. As for the 10-meter range spatial teleportation, Lu Chen had no immediate plans to test it. All he felt now was a pressing sense of crisis. The Ash Protocol chosen one's demon lords. If No. 3 came today, No. 2 or No. 1 might show up tomorrow. Relying solely on the system's daily check-in rewards was nowhere near enough. What was the fastest path? It still came down to subduing women and reaping the infinite-level rewards. His gaze swept toward the corner. Gu Qingning knelt on the ground, drenched in blood, still clutching Luo Yuk tightly. As for whether Gu Qingning would agree, he'd first use saving someone as leverage. If she refused, the demon seed was back, he could take her by force. What could she do to resist? Lu Chen turned and walked over. Luo Yuk's face was deathly pale, her lips purple, and the wound beneath her right ribs continued to seep blood, staining half of Gu Qingning's body red. Gu Qingning was trembling violently, her eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears mingling with the blood streaming down her face. She looked up at Lu Chen, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Only regret remained. Lu Chen crouched down and reached out to check Luo Yuk's carotid pulse. It was weak but still there. He looked up at Gu Qingning, his voice low but each word clear. I can save her. Gu Qingning shuddered, lifting her head to look at him. The last shred of defiance in her eyes shattered. Really? Please. Please save her. I'll agree to anything. Lu Chen gazed at her face smeared with blood and grime. It was the first time he had seen this woman display such abject humility. The condition is that both of you will follow me from now on as my women. Gu Qingning froze. She looked down at the dying Luo Yuk in her arms, then up at Lu Chen's indifferent face. After a long moment, she closed her eyes, her shoulders sagging. Her voice came out hoarse. I agree. Please save her. Lu Chen wasted no words. With one arm around her waist and the other cradling Luo Yuk, he strode toward an empty room nearby. Gu Qingning struggled slightly. What are you? Saving her, Lu Chen replied without pausing. Do you want to strip her here with a crowd watching? He pushed the door open and laid the two women on the bed. The room fell silent, leaving only the three of them. Lu Chen stood by the bed, his mind stirring. A wisp of emerald light seeped from his palm, writhing and flowing like a living thing, bathing the room in radiance. The healing energy of the mutual bond bracelet. Gu Qingning's eyes widened. This is. Take off her clothes. Gu Qingning froze, then understood. Luo Yuk's wound was beneath her ribs. It couldn't be treated without removing her clothing. Biting her lip, she reached for the blood-soaked hoodie. Her fingers trembled so violently that it took 2 tries to undo the zipper. Lu Chen stood nearby, watching without urging her. When the hoodie came off, Luo Yuk's body was soft and pale, her cream-colored bra stained crimson in large patches. Her head lolled to the side, her small face deathly pale, eyes tightly shut like a shattered porcelain doll. Gu Qingning turned away, her eyes reddening again. Lu Chen stepped forward, pressing his palm against Luo Yuk's right ribcage. The green light surged into the wound. Warm energy seeped into her skin, and Luo Yuk's body trembled faintly, but she remained unconscious. Lu Chen's hand moved across her skin, guiding the energy through her entire body. At one point, he pressed down with a deliberate, gentle force. Gu Qingning saw it clearly and grew anxious. You. Be gentle. She's in this state. You undress too, Lu Chen said, flatly ignoring her. Gu Qingning's head shot up. Me. Lu Chen glanced at her, his tone matter-of-fact. You've already agreed to be my woman. I won't let you stay with me covered in wounds. Besides, he paused, his gaze sweeping over her body smeared with blood and grime. You look unsightly like this. Gu Qingning's face flushed instantly. She wanted to retort, but the words died in her throat. Finally, she lowered her head, her fingers gripping the zipper and pulling it down slowly. Zip! The jacket fell open, revealing a black tank top and a sliver of her snow-white waist. She turned sideways, staring at the floor, unable to lift her head. Lu Chen pressed his palm against her shoulder, and the green light flowed in. Gu Qingning felt a wave of warmth penetrate her, instantly soothing the excruciating pain from her broken bones. A wave of pleasure numbed her spine, and a soft moan escaped her lips. The moment the sound left her, she bit her lower lip, jerking her face away as her long hair cascaded down to conceal her expression. Lu Chen paused his movements, a smirk tugging at his lips. Just let it out. Why hold back? Gu Qingning clenched her teeth, remaining silent, even holding her breath. Just treat me and don't talk. Lu Chen chuckled, then suddenly increased the pressure of his hand. The green light surged violently. Gu Qingning's body went rigid as the intensified energy rampaged through her. She felt a tingling numbness in her scalp, and stifled, ragged breaths escaped her lips. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She tried to hold on, but her limbs grew weaker. Wherever Lu Chen's hand passed, the green light poured in torrentially, leaving a trail of burning numbness. Her consciousness began to blur, and all she could manage were faint, choked sobs. Enough! I can't take it anymore. Her voice was raspy, laced with pleading. Not yet. Lu Chen's voice was deep. The deepest wound hasn't been treated. He pressed his palm against the bruise on her lower back, and a final surge of thick green energy poured in. Gu Qingning could no longer hold on. Her legs suddenly gave way. She lurched forward, her forehead resting against Lu Chen's shoulder. One hand braced against the edge of the bed, the other hung limply at her side. She wasn't embracing him, her body had simply lost all support and needed a fulcrum. She panted heavily, her warm breath misting against Lu Chen's neck. Her hair was disheveled, revealing only her tightly bitten lower lip and the fine beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. "I just don't have the strength," she murmured, her voice muffled with a final trace of defiance. "Don't overthink it." Lu Chen steadied her with an arm, letting out a low laugh. "I know." Gu Qingning said nothing more. She trembled slightly against his shoulder, trying to push herself upright but failing. About 10 minutes passed. The wound beneath Luo Yuk's ribs had completely healed. Her skin was as fair and smooth as before, her breathing steady. She still hadn't woken, her head tilted to the side in a deep sleep. Gu Qingning's fractured shoulder bone had also mended, and all the scrapes on her body had vanished. The green light dissipated. Gu Qingning slowly straightened up from his shoulder. Her long hair clung messily to her cheeks, and her usual cool composure was half-shattered. Lu Chen reached out and ruffled her hair. "Great figure." Gu Qingning instinctively hugged her arms. She wanted to curse at him, but her voice was still hoarse. All she could do was glare at him fiercely. Lu Chen smiled and turned to leave. "Bring her to my room tonight. There are still some internal injuries to treat." Gu Qingning bit her lip, her voice subdued. "Ahem." The door clicked shut and the room fell silent. Gu Qingning slowly released her bitten lip, looking down at her hands. They were still trembling slightly. After a long while, she finally reached up to smooth her tousled hair. "Ningjie." A faint, soft voice came from beside her. Gu Qingning whirled around. Luo Yuk had woken up at some point, tilting her head to look at her. Her round eyes were still a bit dazed, but they sparkled brightly. "You? When did you wake up?" Gu Qingning's voice changed. She fumbled to pull the blanket over her. "Just a little while ago." Luo Yuk obediently let her cover her, her small face flushed. "Ningjie, did Master Lu save me?" Gu Qingning lowered her eyes. Then why can't you look at me?" Luo Yuk blinked, the corners of her mouth secretly lifting. "Did Master Lu treat you too? How did he treat you?" "Luo Yuk." Gu Qingning snapped, reaching out to cover her mouth, but her gaze darted away. "Say another word and I'll throw you out." MMPH. Luo Yuk laughed and dodged. She looked down at her own smooth ribcage, her eyes going wide. "It's really all healed. Master Lu is amazing." She turned back to Gu Qingning, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Ningjie, Master Lu said we should go see him tonight. Did you promise him something?" Gu Qingning said nothing, gripping the corner of the blanket. After a long pause, she finally muttered, "Go to sleep. Rest up first and we'll talk later." "Oh." Luo Yuk drew out the syllable, hugging the blanket and curling into a ball, her eyes impossibly bright. "Then I'll go with Ningjie tonight." Gu Qingning turned her back to her, refusing to look, but her heart was pounding wildly. Lu Chen emerged from the room and entered the hall. Wang Taijun was directing the cleanup, several underlings were moving corpses and scrubbing away bloodstains, while a few residents from the adjacent complex building joined in tidying up. At the sight of Lu Chen, the workers paused momentarily before hastily lowering their heads to resume their tasks. In the corner, the elders who had been the most vocal in stirring up trouble against the old woman earlier were now being supervised by Wang Taijun as they handled the bodies, their clothes smeared with blood. A middle-aged woman looked up and spotted Lu Chen, instantly dropping her gaze. Wang Taijun hurried over. "Let them clean this place up and that's the end of it." Lu Chen said. "Yes, Master Lu. Once you're done, start the relocation. Before dark, everyone from buildings 1 through 6 must gather in buildings 7 and 8. The elderly and children go first, followed by supplies. Anyone who dawdles gets thrown out." "Understood. I'll oversee it myself. Not a single person left behind." Wang Taijun turned and bellowed. "Did everyone hear that? Clean it up. After cleaning, prepare to move. Elderly and children have priority. Anyone who holds us back will skip meals and go straight to perimeter guard duty." "Yes, sir." Lu Chen said no more and strode off. At the corner, he slipped into another empty room, locking the door behind him. He called up the system in his mind, and the interface of the beauty illustration appeared before him. 2 portraits were illuminated, by Jie and Jiang Wanqing. With a thought, he selected Jiang Wanqing. This was his first time using the teleportation function, and a sense of anticipation stirred within him. His form flickered momentarily on the spot, as if gently tugged by some unseen force. When his senses returned, his feet were planted on cold ceramic tiles. It was his own bathroom, so that was it. He landed directly beside the target. Jiang Wanqing was seated on the toilet, her bare skin fair and lustrous. At the sudden appearance of a figure, her body stiffened in fright and her mouth opened. Lu Chen lunged forward in a single stride, clamping his hand over her mouth. "Shoo, it's me." Recognizing his face, Jiang Wanqing's tense body relaxed, then her face flushed crimson as she frantically tried to pull down her skirt. Lu Chen twisted the lock behind him, lifted her up, and pressed her against the sink. "You! How did you?" Jiang Wanqing's voice trembled. "Outside. Bai Jie and Lin Xie are still." Lu Chen silenced her with a kiss. In the living room, Bai Jie sat on the sofa, peeling an apple clad in a soft cream-colored home outfit that draped her gentle figure. Her movements were meticulous. Beside her feet, in a baby basket, a little one slept soundly, its tiny chest rising and falling rhythmically. Across from her, Lin Xie, wearing a loose knit sweater, sat cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely peeling an orange. Her usual cool demeanor was tinged with a touch of domestic languor. Suddenly a muffled thump came from the bathroom. The baby's face scrunched up slightly, but it smacked its lips and remained asleep. Bai Jie and Lin Xie both looked up at once. Then from inside came Jiang Wanqing's stifled moans, intermittent and laced with tears. Bai Jie's hand holding the fruit knife paused. She instinctively reached out to gently pat the baby basket before calling out softly, "Wanqing." Lin Xie set down the orange, strode quickly to the bathroom door and knocked. "Sister Wanqing, what's wrong?" Bai Jie followed, her voice edged with anxiety. "Wanqing, did you fall? Should we come in?" From inside the door, Jiang Wanqing's tearful voice came out muffled. "No. It's nothing. Don't come in." The voice was soft and hoarse, its tail trembling. Bai Jie reached for the doorknob and found it locked. She knocked again. "What's going on? Say something." Lin Xie pressed her ear to the door and listened. Besides the sound of water, there were deliberately suppressed breaths and the rustling of fabric. A flicker of unease crossed her cool features. She stepped back half a pace and lowered her voice. "Stop knocking. It sounds like there's more than one person in there." Bai Jie froze for 2 seconds, then her face flushed crimson down to her neck. Biting her lip caught between anger and embarrassment, she muttered under her breath, "That scoundrel. He's back without a word." Lin Xie silently returned to the sofa, picked up her water glass and took a sip. The tips of her ears were conspicuously red. She pulled the baby basket closer to her, glanced down at the still sleeping child, and let out a soft sigh. The sounds from the bathroom continued intermittently for a long while. Click. The bathroom door opened a crack. Jiang Wanqing emerged, first her hair slightly disheveled and her cheeks still flushed. She lowered her head and hurried into the bedroom. Lu Chen followed, buttoning his shirt. Bai Jie was sitting on the sofa. She glanced at him, her gentle voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. "Back for all of 5 minutes and already causing trouble. We're moving." Lu Chen walked over and ruffled her hair. "Pack a few essentials. Light stuff only. I'm going out for a bit. We'll leave when I get back." Bai Jie nodded obediently and got up to pack. Lin Xie followed suit to gather things. Lu Chen turned and left the apartment, stopping in the hallway as he mentally called out to Su Meng. A few minutes later, Su Meng ran up the stairs, sweat beading on his forehead. "Master Lu." Lu Chen led him into a nearby empty room and closed the door behind them. They went to the sink and turned on the tap. Water gushed out, murky and carrying a faint foul odor. Lu Chen retrieved the Qianlu purifier from his spatial storage, a palm-sized circular metal device with a matte black finish, and set it on the floor. He pressed a spot on its side. Click! With a soft sound, the metal device abruptly expanded and transformed in the blink of an eye, growing into a square waist-high machine. Its silver-white casing gleamed with a cold light. An inlet sat on top and outlet below. It resembled a water purification device from a sci-fi film. Su Meng's eyes went wide. Lu Chen picked up an empty bottle, filled it halfway with the murky water, unscrewed the inlet, and poured it in. The machine hummed softly, its indicator light shifting from red to green. Seconds later, crystalline liquid began to drip from the outlet, the flow increasing until it formed a steady stream. Lu Chen caught a bit in his hand and brought it to his lips to taste. It was clear, cool, and carried a faint sweet aftertaste. Good stuff. He handed the bottle to Su Meng. Try it. Su Meng took it with both hands, took a cautious sip, and his eyes instantly lit up. He gulped down a large mouthful, wiped his mouth, and his gaze at Lu Chen grew even more fervent. Master Lu, this is a divine artifact. Before dawn tomorrow, take a few trustworthy men and fill every container you can find with tap water. Purify it with this and store it. Lu Chen patted the machine's casing. Keep your lips sealed. Don't let anyone see where this thing came from. Understood. I'll oversee it personally. Not a word will leak. Su Meng restored the machine to its original form, carefully tucked it into his clothes, and left. His pace was even quicker than when he had arrived. Lu Chen returned to the room. The three women had already packed each with just a backpack waiting for him. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored those items into the spatial dimension. As for the furniture and such, what use were they? In the baby basket at Bai Jie's feet, the little one had just woken up babbling and waving his tiny hands. Let's go. He then covered the three women and the infant with the power of the mutual protection bracelet as a precaution against being inadvertently sucked into the white mist when they went out. The women had grown accustomed to Lu Chen's various extraordinary displays. Before long, he led them through the underground parking lot and arrived at the complex building. As they ascended the stairs, several other women noticed the pristine appearance of Bai Jie and the others. A flicker of envy and longing passed through their eyes, but upon seeing Lu Chen, they quickly suppressed any improper thoughts. Finally, they arrived. Pushing open the door, they saw an entire floor opened up into a spacious flat with floor-to-ceiling windows facing Green Lake and the back mountain. The furniture was already in place, even the plastic wrap on the mattress was untouched. It was said that a wealthy old man had bought it as its proximity to Green Lake, and the back mountain offered fresh air ideal for retirement. However, just after everything was set up, the old man unfortunately passed away first. Before any follow-up matters could be handled, the apocalypse erupted. As for why no one else had occupied this place when the apocalypse began, the simple question was, could an ordinary person break through that heavy security door? Lu Chen took one look and knew that the door a wealthy person used was truly high-end. It was far thicker than standard security doors, and the lock was much more complex. Relying on the force of his 8 Extremities Fist, Lu Chen had to spend a full 3 seconds to destroy the lock cylinder. Afterward, he had his subordinates replace the lock. As they entered, Bai Jie let out a gentle joy spreading across her face as she reached out to touch the new sofa backrest, then lowered her head to pat the baby basket. Baby, we're moving into a big house now. Jiang Wanqing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the outline of Green Lake in the white mist, saying nothing. Lin Xie looked around, raised an eyebrow, and a hint of delight flickered in her eyes. The three women began to tidy up, though there was little to do since the house was ready for occupancy. Once settled, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa to rest, glancing at Jiang Wanqing. She was clutching that old watch, a birthday gift from her younger sister Jiang, wanting the previous year, her brow slightly furrowed as she stood by the window, lost in thought. He walked over and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. What's wrong? Jiang Wanqing leaned into his embrace, her voice very soft. I'm just still worried about my sister. In truth, there was a peculiar psychic connection between her and her sister. It was through this bond that she knew her sister was still alive. However, several days had passed and the white mist showed no sign of dissipating. As time went on, the situation would only become more terrifying. Could her sister hold on? She also knew that Lu Chen had been very busy these past few days, and with the poisonous mist outside, she naturally couldn't ask him to risk going out. Yet the sense of detachment after intense pleasure made her think of her sister again. Lu Chen was silent for 2 seconds. I'll go out tomorrow. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of her eye, to see what's happening outside and look for her along the way. This wasn't entirely false. He did intend to do so, though the main reason wasn't solely to search for his sister-in-law. It was more to survey the surrounding area, and to scavenge some supplies along the way. After all, he was no longer afraid of the white mist's erosion, and with the beauty album's teleportation function, he could simply teleport back if danger arose. Even if something managed to kill him instantly, it was fine. He could still revive. In short, he could take risks freely. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes instantly reddening as she tightly gripped his hand. Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Why cry? Your matters are my matters. For Jiang Wanqing, Lu Chen indeed harbored some unique emotions. Bai Jie sat on the sofa holding the child, exchanging a glance with Lin Xie, both remaining silent. Before long, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa and the three women sat around him in a circle. Lu Chen recounted the key events of the past few days. When he mentioned that number 3 had disguised himself as a child hidden in the old woman's arms, Bai Jie's expression shifted, and she leaned closer to his chest, her voice soft and tense. That child was a person in disguise. When he described Luo Yuk throwing herself forward to take that knife for Gu Qingning, blood spurting everywhere, Jiang Wanqing's breathing grew noticeably heavier as she listened, her hand instinctively clutching his sleeve. Even Lin Xie, who was always cool and aloof, moved closer to him, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. Feeling her strength, Lu Chen looked down to see Lin Xie burying her face in his shoulder, not lifting her head. Lu Chen had no intention of hiding things from them. Vases looked nice on display, but in the apocalypse, vases shattered the fastest. He genuinely wanted these women to become strong themselves. However, the white mist was definitely off limits. They had experimented and found that ordinary people strengthened by the white mist developed bulging muscles and distorted features like monsters. He certainly didn't want his beautiful women to turn into muscular barbarians. That would be a nightmare. So now there are two more. Bai Jia cast him a sidelong glance, her voice soft, but with a hint of jealousy. Gu Qingning and Luo Yuk. Jiang Wanqing lightly punched him in his arms. You're too fast. Wait for me, I'll be back tomorrow to teach you some real skills. Lu Chen pinched Bai Jia's chin. No white mist, I'll find another way. Bai Jia nodded obediently. Well, listen to you. As they chatted, Lu Chen found the sofa too small and cramped, so he pulled Bai Jia and the other women toward the bedroom again. The bed there was bigger, and why wait until tomorrow to teach them? Better to seize the day. He would teach them today. The bedroom door gently closed. Soon Lu Chen's voice came from inside, as if explaining boxing principles. Align your waist and hips, sink your crotch. Yes, press against me, feel how this force transmits. Bai Jia's voice sounded weak. Like this. I can't muster strength in my waist. Don't tense up. Lu Chen's tone was like he was dissecting a technique. The 8 Extremities Fist emphasizes close quarters leaning. Relax and I'll channel the force into you. Jiang Wanqing gasped, her voice trembling. Thighs technique is too fierce. Fierce is what works, Lu Chen chuckled lowly. This is called Iron Mountain Lean. You have to hit the right spot. Xie support her lower back from behind to help stabilize her center of gravity. Lin Xie let out a rare grunt, her usually cool voice faltering like this. Jiang Wanqing's voice tightened like this. How come I feel more entangled? Yes, 3 points in a line, the force must flow through. Come on, follow my rhythm. 1, 2. Exert. Before long, the bedboard let out a dull creak, as if lamenting the injustice of its fate. Time drifted slowly forward, and at last the bedroom door opened. Lu Chen stepped out first. Refreshed, radiant, a faint, satisfied smile lingering at the corners of his lips. 3 women followed in quick succession. Bai Jia lowered her gaze to adjust her collar, her cheeks still flushed with lingering warmth. Jiang Wanqing's raven hair hung loosely about her shoulders. Her legs trembled slightly, as she walked leaning lightly against the wall for balance. Lin Xie brought up the rear, her cloud-like tresses gently disheveled. She stumbled slightly over the carpet, stole a furtive glance at Lu Chen, and blushed crimson to the very tips of her ears. Lu Chen leaned casually against the doorframe and chuckled. How was this afternoon's lesson? Bai Jia lifted her eyes and shot him a playful, reproachful look. That so-called Bajiquin. You weren't teaching martial arts at all. Embarrassed or flustered, none of the 3 women dared to reply. Jiang Wanqing slipped her arm through Bai Jia's and tilted her chin toward Lin Xie. Come on, Xie, let's cook. Ignore this lecherous fellow. Lin Xie murmured a soft breathy then glanced back at Lu Chen one last time, her gaze tender and luminous, before following them into the kitchen. Lu Chen burst into hearty laughter, his spirits soaring. In the kitchen, a flurry of activity ensued. Before long, the dining table brimmed with steaming dishes. Lu Chen closed his eyes and sent a silent command through the demonic seed bond to Wang Taijun. Bring Gu Qingning and Luo Yuk to the penthouse now. Moments later, the doorbell chimed. Gu Qingning and Luo Yuk stood side by side outside. The former slender and poised, her delicate features veiled in quiet aloofness. The latter wore a pink hoodie over a porcelain doll face, her figure lush and buoyant, as she bounced lightly behind her companion. Stepping inside, they froze in unison at the sight of the lavishly set table. Luo Yuk's eyes widened. This is food you'd actually eat after the apocalypse. Gu Qingning's gaze flickered between the feast and Lu Chen. Then, for once, genuine astonishment softened the sharp lines of her expression. You're here. Please sit. Lu Chen pulled out 2 chairs. From now on, we're all family. No formalities. And please, drop the Lord Lu. Just call me Lu Chen. Luo Yuk chirped brightly. Yes, Brother Chen. Gu Qingning hesitated, then murmured, voice barely above a whisper. Lu Chen. At the table, Luo Yuk wielded her chopsticks with dazzling speed, her cheeks puffed full. Gu Qingning remained reserved at first. Her fingers paused ever so slightly as she accepted her bowl, and offered a stiff formal thank you. Yet watching Lu Chen and the others eat with easy, unhurried grace, she gradually relaxed. A rare softness softened the edges of her brow and eyes. Bai Jie ate quietly, occasionally ladling warm soup into Luo Yuk's and Gu Qingning's bowls. Though Jiang Wanqing still felt faintly drained, her vitality had visibly revived. She kept slipping pieces of meat into Lu Chen's bowl. Lin Xie reclined in her chair, eating with slow, deliberate elegance, her gaze drifting thoughtfully over Gu Qingning and Luo Yuk. Her eyes lingered briefly on the pronounced swell beneath Luo Yuk's hoodie, so taut it seemed ready to burst the zipper, then flicked down to her own frame. Instantly, the broth in her bowl lost its luster. After dinner, Luo Yuk sidled up to Lu Chen, tilting her doll-like face upward. "Brother Chen, do you prefer original flavor or fresh flavor?" Lu Chen blinked. "What do you mean?" "Well, if you like the original flavor, I won't go shower yet." Lu Chen's forehead darkened. With a light but firm smack on her bottom, he said, "Go shower now." "Ow!" Luo Yuk yelped, jumping back and sticking out her tongue. Then seizing Gu Qingning's arm, she declared, "Sister Ning, let's bathe together." "Who asked you to?" Gu Qingning's ears burned crimson. But before she could finish, she was half dragged, half pulled into the bathroom. The door slammed shut. Almost immediately, water splashed, laughter bubbled, and Gu Qingning's flustered, indignant scolding rose above it. Soft, breathless, and utterly undone. "Hands off! Don't touch there. Where exactly are you scrubbing?" Bai Jie rose, cradling her child, her voice hushed. "We'll sleep in the next room tonight. We're utterly spent." Jiang Wanqing stood, as well, casting Lu Chen a teasing, coquettish glance. "If you keep training us like this, your little sister will be thoroughly worn out." Her cheeks flared deeper and she hurried away, head bowed. Lin Xie brought up the rear. Watching the other two women exchange brief, affectionate farewells with Lu Chen, she approached him quietly and murmured, "Rest well tonight." Before she could finish, Lu Chen swept her into his arms. Long moments passed. When she finally stepped back, adjusting her rumpled sleepwear with a soft, chastising tap to his chest, her knees trembled. So much so that she fled, breathless and unsteady. Silence settled over the living room. After bathing, Lu Chen lay stretched across the master bed, gazing up at the ceiling as he contemplated tomorrow's plans. Suddenly, a soft click and the door swung open. Luo Yuk entered first. Her towel draped with careless abandon, revealing generous swaths of smooth, ivory skin that swayed gently with each light step. Damp strands clung to her neck and collarbones. A steam had flushed her cheeks rosy, and her eyes, cleansed and dewy, shone with startling clarity. Yet her expression remained guilelessly innocent, wholly unaware of how devastatingly alluring she appeared. Spotting Lu Chen, her eyes lit up. She launched herself onto him in a single graceful leap, her soft, full chest pressing firmly against his bare torso as she tilted her face upward, smiling sweetly. "Brother Chen, your physique is amazing." Gu Qingning leaned against the doorframe. Her usually immaculate long hair cascaded freely, now dripping water along her slender neck and vanishing beneath the edge of her towel. The white towel barely concealed her elegant form, its contours rising and falling softly with each breath. Her cool, pale skin warmed to a delicate rose. Her lashes dipped low as though striving to preserve her customary cool detachment. But the post-bath flush at her eye corners betrayed an unconscious, intoxicating allure. Then she saw Luo Yuk already curled possessively around Lu Chen. She halted mid-step, ears burning, scarlet fingers gripping the towel's edge so tightly her knuckles whitened, trapped between retreat and advance. Lu Chen reclined against the headboard, glancing from the bold, clinging figure in his arms to the flustered woman frozen in the doorway. A quiet thought bloomed within him. Perhaps the apocalypse wasn't so bleak after all. To behold beauty, to savor serenity, to witness all that eased the heart's burden, that truly surpassed everything else. He slid one arm around Luo Yuk's waist and beckoned Gu Qingning with the other. "Why stand there? Come closer." She bit her lip, then stepped forward slowly, sitting rigidly on the edge of the bed, spine straight as a bowstring. Luo Yuk grinned mischievously. "Sister Ning, hurry up. Brother Chen's abs are rock hard. Feel for yourself." "Luo Yuk." Gu Qingning flushed deeper, reaching instinctively to cover her mouth, only for Lu Chen to catch her wrist, draw her gently forward, and pull her fully into his embrace on the other side. Warmth and softness, held securely in both arms. In that instant, Lu Chen felt himself stir anew. Turning his gaze to Gu Qingning, he teased, "Ah, I nearly forgot the real reason. Your injuries from earlier aren't fully healed yet. Qingning, you've accumulated the deepest martial wounds. Let me treat you properly." Gu Qingning blinked in surprise. "They're already much better." She'd assumed his earlier claim of incomplete treatment had been mere pretext. Unresolved inner injuries will exact a heavy toll later. His palm flipped upward, and a gentle, radiant luminescence bloomed into being, soothing yet fiercely warm. "Remove the towel." I'll clear your meridians thoroughly. She hesitated, then released her grip. The white cloth slipped away. She turned her face aside, her alabaster skin glowing softly in the amber light. His hand settled over her lower abdomen, and the moment the light seeped inward, her entire body convulsed. A torrent of searing warmth surged violently into her core, surging through her channels like wildfire. His palm glided slowly upward, and with it the energy deepened, blazing hotter as it penetrated deeper, scouring every stagnant recess of her meridians, filling them inch by inch, purging and replenishing in equal measure. A soft, involuntary moan escaped her throat. She clamped her teeth hard onto her lower lip. The energy intensified, concentrating, drilling deeper, until it seemed determined to flood even the most stubborn hidden corners of her being. Relax. Don't resist. His voice dropped low. His hand curved gently forward, the light pulsing between them, painting her skin in waves of rose gold. Gu Qingning arched her neck, her hair spilling wildly. Her composed facade shattered completely. Her eyes shimmering, her lashes damp, her expression raw and unguarded. As the radiance swelled, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, with a sudden sharp arch of her spine, she released a muffled guttural cry, before collapsing limply into his arms, drenched in glistening sweat, breathing ragged and shallow. Are the inner injuries cleared? Her voice was hoarse, unrecognizable. Cleared. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, his gaze dark and inscrutable. Luo Yuk, already flushed scarlet, swallowed hard, and lunged forward without hesitation. Brother Chen, my injuries from earlier are serious. I swear I haven't recovered at all. Heal me here. And here too. Lu Chen laughed softly, and once more a warm golden light gathered in his palm. When the light shone again, Gu Qingning leaned against the headboard, her dark hair scattered across the pillow, a faint flush still lingering on her cheeks. Her eyes, usually veiled with frost, now gazed mistily at the canopy above. Luo Yuk curled up under the quilt, revealing only a pair of bright, moist eyes, timidly unsure where to look. Lu Chen rested his head on his arm, about to close his eyes when a crisp ring suddenly echoed in his sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for subduing Gu Qingning. Reward 1 infinite level check-in. Beauty radar. Congratulations, host, for subduing Luo Yuk. Reward 1 infinite level check-in. Ding! System error. Reward changed Tai pill. His palm grew heavy with a gray, unremarkable pill, scentless and tasteless, yet within it seemed to seal a mass of unopened chaos. Lu Chen glanced at it and placed it in his mouth. The moment the pill dissolved, a profound silence fell. It was not that the world had quieted, but that his perception had transcended this mortal shell. Lu Chen's perspective lifted from the bed, spreading like a drop of ink in water. He saw this building, this city, the ruins shrouded in white mist and the survivors trembling in corners. Everything shrank to the size of ants. Then his vision shattered the barrier of timeline. No. 293. A cerulean ribbon of light unfurled across the void, with 300 slender thread-like tributaries entwining a sapphire planet, interweaving to converge into a more majestic main artery. The main Earth line. His consciousness continued to ascend, crossing the boundary between the third and fourth tiers, bursting into a void occupied by 9 colossal abyssal pits. At the bottom of the pits, a rays churned and black chi gushed like a spring. The pollution left behind by the devourer bees. The 5th tier, 9 calamities, burial, immortal pit. Higher still, a pair of tattered sky-covering wings were sealed beneath the firmament, their tips broken, golden blood flowing between the feathers congealed into scabs. The 6th tier, broken wing, saint realm. He continued to rise. Deep within the chaos, an ancient colossal silkworm was spinning a cocoon, seeking to transform into a celestial butterfly. Yet upon its back, an equally massive wasp had driven its stinger deep into the silkworm's body, greedily draining its vitality and Tao resonance. The so-called evil gods, white mist, and aberrations of the lower world were merely a few residual scraps emitted by this wasp. The 7th tier, celestial silkworm, ontological realm. Lu Chen's gaze passed over them, continuing upward. At last he saw that hourglass, boundless, spanning the end of the void. Billions of grains of sand tumbled, perished, and reconstructed within the torrents of the upper and lower chambers. Each grain was a complete world bearing endless cycles of reincarnation. That giant silkworm and that wasp were but 2 specks adrift among the billions of sands, insignificantly small. Atop the hourglass hung 3 beams of light that pierced through the ages. Ultimate Tao creation. And the radiance of the Taoist Tao principle was a single thread descending from a higher plane, connected to some existence far above. Lu Chen followed that thread, lifting his gaze. Then he saw that chessboard, black and white crisscrossed, dividing chaos. The epic hourglass was but a single piece upon the board. Myriad worlds were scattered like stars, some bright, some dim, all within the game played by hands holding pieces. Lu Chen stared at the board and deep within his soul something exploded. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. He remembered. He was the one who sat outside the board. The chess player. The 10th tier. Lu Chen opened his eyes upon the bed. In his eyes 2 fine lines of black and white flickered, alternating between birth and extinction. He raised his hand and casually clenched it at a point 10,000 li away. Silently. That evil cult's headquarters entrenched underground, worshipping a false god, causing countless to kneel and tremble along with the evil god's phantom born from the devourer beast's power, instantly shattered and evaporated like a bubble, leaving not even a wisp of ash. He moved his thought again, and the residual white mist on timeline No. 293 froze, disintegrated. The aberrant flesh turned to dust. The apocalypse ended in an instant. Between heaven and earth the gloom receded and morning light broke through. Bai Jie turned over, mumbling drowsily. Is it dawn? It's dawn. Lu Chen rose, draped his clothes over his shoulders, and looked out at the clear sky. It's all over. What's over? The apocalypse. Lu Chen turned back, a hint of a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Pack up. They'll take you all out for a walk. Where to? Above. From then on, Lu Chen, accompanied by Jiejiang, Wanqing Lin Siegu, Qingning Luo Yuk, and others, would travel across countless mountains and rivers with a single thought. He no longer needed to check in, no longer needed to cultivate. The system had long since become part of his origin. He fished amidst the flowing sands of the epic hourglass and planted seasonal flowers between the squares of the black and white chessboard. Until one day, he suddenly wished to see what the scenery beyond the chessboard was like. The thought had barely formed, and he was already at the brushstroke boundary. Within the boundary was empty save for an ancient mirror standing in the void. Lu Chen walked before the mirror. In it was reflected a person identical in appearance to him, dressed in casual clothes, sitting before a computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. On the screen, densely packed characters described his very own experiences. The person in the mirror stopped typing, looked up, and grinned at Lu Chen. Lu Chen gazed for a long while, the black and white light in his eyes slowly swirling. So that's how it is. He raised his hand and smashed the mirror with a single punch. Holy shit. The end.